Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. People always say that babies and small children can see things adults cannot. Most people laugh when they hear that, but honestly, I think there may be some truth behind it. Babies do not understand lying the way older people do. They do not know how to invent detailed stories just to scare someone. They simply say what they see. Adults usually ignore them because it is easier than accepting that maybe children notice things we stopped seeing a long time ago. Before everything happened with my little sister, I never paid attention to stories like that. Ghosts were just stories to me. Creepy stories online, horror movies late at night, shadows in old houses. Fun to think about, but not real. Then MC started talking about the woman. My little sister's real name is Amy Isabella, but everyone calls her MC because that was how she pronounced her own name when she first learned to talk. The nickname stuck, and now nobody really calls her Amy anymore except teachers and doctors. MC was only a toddler when all this started. Tiny little thing. Blonde hair, huge brown eyes, always carrying around stuffed animals bigger than her body. She loved cartoons like Dora the Explorer and Blue's Clues. Bright, happy children's shows. She had never seen horror movies or scary television. Our parents were strict about that kind of thing. She could not read yet either, so there was no way she picked strange ideas from books. And our family definitely was not the kind that sat around telling ghost stories. Honestly, we barely talked much at all. My parents both worked long hours, and when they came home, they mostly wanted quiet. Dinner was usually the only time all of us sat together. Even then, conversations stayed simple. How was school? Fine. How was work? Tiring. Did you finish your homework? Stuff like that. Nobody talked about paranormal things. Nobody discussed ghosts or demons or spirits. We did not even watch scary movies together. That is why what happened scared me so badly. Because there was no reason for Amzi to invent any of it. The first real incident happened on a rainy afternoon in late October. I remember the weather clearly because the entire sky outside looked dark gray even though it was still early evening. Wind rattled tree branches against the side of the house, and rain tapped softly against the windows. Our parents had gone grocery shopping, leaving me home alone with Amzi for a couple of hours. At first, everything was normal. I was lying on my bed trying to finish homework while Amzi bounced around my room making a mess. She had dumped half her toys across the floor and kept climbing onto my bed no matter how many times I told her not to. Amzi, stop jumping, I warned. She giggled and bounced harder. You're gonna break it. No break, she shouted happily. I rolled my eyes. She grabbed one of my pillows and threw it at me before falling backward into a pile of blankets, laughing hysterically. Even now, thinking back on it hurts because it was such a normal moment. Nothing scary. Nothing strange. Just me and my little sister acting stupid together. Eventually I had to use the bathroom. I remember setting my homework down and pointing at her seriously. Stay here. She nodded dramatically like she understood perfectly. And no more jumping. Another nod. I left my bedroom door open and walked down the hall toward the bathroom. I could still hear her playing in my room while I was gone. Toys moving around. Little giggles. Then suddenly everything went quiet. I noticed it immediately. Silence feels different when a small child is involved. When toddlers go quiet, it usually means they are doing something bad. I hurried back toward my room. Amzi? No answer. I stepped into my bedroom and stopped. The room was empty. At first I was only mildly annoyed. She wandered around the house constantly. I figured she had gone into the kitchen looking for snacks or maybe into the living room searching for cartoons. Amzi? I called louder. Nothing. I checked the hallway. No sign of her. The kitchen. Empty. Living room. Nothing there either. A nervous feeling started growing in my stomach. The front door was still locked. The back door too. She had to be somewhere inside. I searched the downstairs rooms again more carefully. Behind the couch. Under the dining table. In the laundry room. Nothing. Amzi! Still no answer. Now panic started creeping in. I ran upstairs again and began checking every room frantically. My parents' bedroom. Bathroom. Guest room. Nothing. Finally I rushed back into my own room, breathing hard. Her toys still covered the floor exactly where she left them. One stuffed rabbit lay near the bed. Her tiny shoes sat crooked near my desk. I started searching everywhere she could possibly fit. Inside the toy box. Under the bed. Behind shelves. Then I heard it. Tap. 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 I froze. The sound came again. A soft scratching noise. Then a faint whimper. My eyes slowly moved toward the closet. At first I saw nothing unusual. Then something pale slid beneath the crack under the door. Tiny fingers. My stomach dropped. Amzi! I rushed across the room and yanked the closet door open. She nearly fell outward into my arms crying. I grabbed her immediately and held her tightly against my chest. Her little face looked red from crying, and tears soaked her cheeks. She clung to my shirt so hard her fingers hurt. What happened? I asked quickly. What are you doing in there? The lady put me there, she whispered. At first I almost laughed because I thought she meant some imaginary friend. What lady? The lady with the gray hair. Something about the way she said it made my smile disappear. What? She said I had to stay in there forever? My heart started beating faster. I tried to stay calm. Did someone come into the house? I asked carefully. Did somebody hurt you? She shook her head. She got mad because we were jumping on your bed. The room suddenly felt colder. We? Me and her. I stared at her silently. What lady are you talking about? Amzi slowly pointed toward the middle of my room. She was standing right there. Every hair on my arm stood up. She looked at us for a long time, Amzi whispered. Then she floated over. That word caught my attention immediately. Floated? She didn't walk, Amzi explained softly. She was in the air. I swallowed hard. What did she look like? She had a really long dress. What color? White. And her hair? Gray. Amzi looked toward the closet nervously. She carried me in there. How? She picked me up. She opened the closet? No. My stomach tightened again. She walked through it. I stared at her without speaking. Children can invent weird stories sometimes. I knew that. But there was something about the way she described everything that terrified me. She was too calm about certain details and too frightened about others. She genuinely believed what she saw. I slowly looked around my bedroom. Nothing seemed unusual. But suddenly the room no longer felt empty. You know that feeling when somebody watches you from behind? That heavy awareness crawling across your skin? That was exactly what I felt standing there. Amzi buried her face against my shoulder again. She said not to tell. My throat felt dry. Who? The lady. I held her tighter. Where is she now? Amzi slowly lifted her head. Then her eyes moved behind me. Not at me. Past me. Her tiny body stiffened immediately. She says, "Put me down." I shot through my chest. I turned around quickly. Nothing was there. At least nothing visible. But the air behind me felt wrong somehow. Heavy. Thick. "Who says put you down?" I whispered. "The lady behind you." A horrible chill moved down my spine. "She says you're in trouble too?" I backed slowly toward the bedroom door while holding her tightly. "Don't put me down," Amzi whispered shakily. "I don't want to go back in the closet." I could barely breathe. The house suddenly felt too quiet. No television. No cars outside. No sounds except rain tapping softly against the windows. She followed us, Amzie whispered as we stepped into the hallway. I walked downstairs much faster after that. The living room felt safer somehow because it was larger and brighter. I sat down on the couch with Amzie curled tightly in my lap. She refused to let go of me. I wrapped a blanket around both of us and tried calming down. It's okay, I whispered even though I did not believe it myself. Amzie kept staring toward different corners of the room. She's here. Where? She's by the stairs now. I looked. Nothing. But the air near the staircase suddenly felt freezing cold. I grabbed the remote and turned on cartoons just to create noise in the house. The cheerful music from the television only made things feel stranger somehow. Amzie slowly looked beside me. Then her expression changed. Fear. She's sitting there. I stared at the empty couch cushion beside me. Without warning, the cushion dipped slightly downward. Just a little. Like someone invisible had sat down. My blood turned cold. Amzie grabbed my shirt tightly. She's looking at you. I immediately started rocking her gently the way our mom usually did when she got scared during thunderstorms. Hush, little baby, don't say a word, I sang softly. It was the first lullaby that came to mind. Amzie kept staring beside me. She's really close. I squeezed my eyes shut. Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird. The room suddenly felt much colder. Goosebumps spread across my skin. She's smelling you, Amzie whispered. My voice nearly cracked, but I kept singing. And if that mockingbird don't sing... Something icy brushed lightly against my cheek. I froze completely. Not imagination. I physically felt it. Cold fingers. She touched your face, Amzie whispered. My breathing became shaky. I kept my eyes tightly closed because I was terrified of what I might see if I opened them. Mama's gonna buy you a diamond ring. The cold feeling moved slowly across my jawline. Almost curious. Like someone gently touching my skin. Tears filled my eyes from fear. She's angry, Amzie whispered suddenly. Why? I asked weakly. She says you shouldn't sing? That only made me sing louder. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. The air pressure in the room changed. It felt heavier somehow, almost difficult to breathe. Then the lights flickered. Once. Twice. Then everything went dark. Amzie screamed softly and buried her face against my chest. I wrapped my arms around her tightly. A few seconds later the lights snapped back on. The front door slowly creaked open by itself. I stared at it in horror. Cold wind drifted inside from outside. Then the door slammed shut. Hard. The entire house shook slightly. I nearly cried from fear right there. Outside, headlights passed the front window. A single car driving down the street. Amzie suddenly relaxed in my arms. She left. I looked down at her. What? She got in that car. The pressure inside the house disappeared instantly. The room felt warmer. Lighter. Normal. For the first time in hours, I no longer felt watched. Amzie leaned against me sleepily. We're safe now. I whispered the same thing back without even thinking. We're safe. When our parents came home later that night, I almost told them everything. But how could I explain it without sounding insane? A floating woman with gray hair? Invisible hands touching my face? Closet doors? Cold spots? They would think I lost my mind. So I stayed quiet. But things did not stop after that night. Over the following weeks, Amzie kept seeing the woman. Always the same description. Long gray hair. White dress. Floating slightly above the floor. Cold. Sad sometimes. Angry other times. And every time she appeared, strange things happened around the house. Lights flickered. Doors creaked open. Cold spots filled rooms. That awful feeling of being watched returned. Sometimes Amzie woke up crying in the middle of the night saying the woman stood beside her bed staring at her. Other times she refused to enter certain rooms entirely. "The lady's in there," she would whisper. One night I woke up around 3 in the morning because I heard soft humming in the hallway outside my room. At first I thought it was my mother. Then I realized the humming sounded wrong somehow. Slow. Broken. Almost like someone trying to remember a song. I opened my bedroom door slightly. The hallway was empty. But Amzie stood near the staircase in her pajamas staring upward. "Amzie?" I whispered. She slowly pointed toward the ceiling. "She's upstairs." We were upstairs. My entire body went cold. Then I heard footsteps directly above us. Heavy, slow footsteps. Impossible footsteps. There was no third floor. Another time I found Amzie sitting alone in the laundry room talking quietly to someone in the corner. "Who are you talking to?" I asked nervously. "The lady." "What's she doing?" "She's crying." I looked toward the dark corner. Nothing stood there. But I suddenly smelled something strange. Old perfume. Faint and dusty. Like something from another time. Amzie looked up at me. "She says she misses her baby." That sentence stayed stuck in my head for weeks. The worst part was that the spirit seemed obsessed with closets and dark enclosed spaces. Several times we found closet doors open even though we knew they had been closed earlier. One afternoon I heard banging coming from my bedroom closet while I was downstairs. I ran upstairs terrified. The noise stopped the moment I reached the door. Inside, nothing looked disturbed except one thing. Amzie's stuffed rabbit sat upright in the center of the closet floor facing directly toward the door. After months of this, I developed routines without even realizing it. I never let Amzie sleep alone anymore. Whenever she got scared, I held her close and sang softly to her. And strangely, it always seemed to help. The colder the room became, the louder I sang. The stronger the presence felt, the tighter I held her. Eventually the spirit would disappear. I do not know why. Maybe it hated the sound. Maybe it hated comfort. Maybe love itself pushed it away. I honestly have no explanation. But I know what I felt. I know what I heard. And I know my little sister was seeing something real. Even now, years later, certain things still terrify me. Closet doors left slightly open. Cold spots in empty rooms. Children staring into corners and talking to someone invisible. Because every time I see those things, I remember Amzie looking over my shoulder with terrified eyes and whispering, "She's behind you." I was having a simple, ordinary conversation with my boyfriend when all of this happened, and maybe that is part of the reason why it feels so strange to me now, because it started in such a normal moment that I did not even think it was important at first. We were just talking, I was relaxed, lying or sitting in my usual spot, focused on what he was saying, answering his questions, laughing a little. Complaining about small things, just the usual kind of talk two people in a relationship share. Late in the day when everything is quiet, and then, for no particular reason, I turned my eyes away from whatever I was looking at and took a short look around my room, the way you do when you are half listening and half checking your surroundings, and my gaze moved to the area near my door. My room has a simple setup, the door, and behind it, if you open it fully, there is a cabinet placed near that same wall. The space is familiar to me, I see it every day, so my mind knows very well that there is nothing in that narrow area but the cabinet itself and the wall. That is why, thinking back now, it is so strange that at that moment, when my eyes fell on that part of the room, I saw something that did not belong there at all. I was not surprised at all when I saw it, and that is what puzzles me now. I do not know why I was so calm. Maybe because it only lasted for a second, maybe because my brain was still half inside the conversation with my boyfriend and did not fully register the shock. But I remember clearly that I saw a part of a long white dress waving gently behind my room's door, as if someone wearing it was walking past, as if there was wind making the cloth move. I did not see the whole person, only the lower part of the dress, long and white, like something a woman in an old movie would wear, and it was positioned in such a way that whoever she was, she had already passed through the cabinet behind the door. In real life, a person cannot simply pass through solid furniture and keep walking. but what I saw was that white dress sliding past, as if the person was not bothered at all by the fact that my cabinet was there. It also gave me the feeling that she was heading towards some windy place, because the cloth did not just hang there, it moved and fluttered like there was a breeze, even though I was inside my room and there was no strong wind blowing. The sight was clear enough that my mind accepted it as something real in that moment. Yet instead of screaming or getting scared, I did something very simple and almost silly. I told this to my boyfriend. I mentioned it to him the way you mention a small, random thing you notice, like, "Oh, by the way, I just saw this." And he did not take it seriously at all. He thought I was just joking, maybe trying to scare him or just playing around, so he laughed it off or ignored it, and because of his reaction, I did not push it. I did not argue or try to convince him. I just let it go and simply went back to our topic, as if nothing unusual had happened, as if I had not just seen a white dress sliding through a cabinet in my own room. Now, while I am writing this story and really thinking back, I realized with a kind of slow shock that this was not the first time I had seen that same long white dress. The memory came back to me like a puzzle piece finally sliding into place. I had seen it before when my aunt died last year. At that time, my aunt was sick, and I know she died because of some disease, although now I have forgotten the exact cause. What I do remember very clearly is that during her wake, our house was almost always empty because the rest of the family was at the funeral home or wherever the wake was being held. On one particular day, I was all alone in our house. Everyone else had gone to my aunt's wake except for one cousin who was out practicing with her choir mates, so the house was quiet, and I was basically by myself. Just like in the more recent incident, I was having a conversation with the same person, my present boyfriend, but at that time he was still courting me. We were talking over the cell phone, sharing stories, getting to know each other better, and I remember being focused on his voice and on what we were saying. Then, again, in the middle of this ordinary talk, I saw that same long white dress. Just like this time, I did not see the whole figure, only a part of it, just enough to recognize it. I was alone in the house, with no one else supposed to be moving around inside, and yet there was that same familiar soft movement of white cloth, as if someone in a long white dress was walking past the doorway or a corner. At that time, I did not fully think about it. I did not know who was in that dress. I did not connect it to anything. I just noticed it, felt a small discomfort, and then brushed it away because I did not want to freak myself out while alone. Now, when I look back at both events together, I cannot help but wonder if it was the same presence both times, appearing to me when I was distracted in conversation, one time when my aunt had died, and another time just recently, as if she or whoever it is moves quietly through our house and lets me see just a part of her. I still do not know who she is. Maybe she is someone connected to my family, maybe she is just a spirit passing by, maybe I will know more about her some other time in the future. For now, all I have are these two moments, like small scenes stuck in my memory of a long white dress fluttering where no real person should be. The second strange story is not mine but my older sister's experience, although I was present when she came downstairs and told us about it, and I remember how she looked and how she spoke, so it feels almost as if I witnessed part of it through her reactions. That day, I was again talking with my boyfriend over the phone, the same way I often do when I have time. We were in the living room, I think, or at least I was there with the others, and he was on the other end of the line, while my older sister decided to go upstairs to take a bath. It was a normal evening at first. The television was on, and our maid was in the living room with us, watching the show. My sister went up, and I kept talking on the phone, not paying attention to what was happening upstairs. Almost an hour passed, which is a reasonable amount of time for someone to shower, fix their things, and get dressed. After around that time, I finally hung up the phone, ending my call with my boyfriend, and almost at the same moment, my sister came down from the second floor. The timing felt natural. But what was not natural was the first thing she did when she entered the living room. Right after she stepped in, she asked in a serious tone if anyone had gone upstairs while she was there. Our maid looked at her, and quickly said that no one had gone up the stairs. She explained that they were all busy in the living room watching television, and I had been busy talking with my boyfriend. No one had left their place while my sister was showering. That was when my sister told us what had happened upstairs, and why she was asking that question. She said that when she finished bathing and was ready to come down, she saw that her pair of slippers had been fixed neatly beside the room's door, leaning against the wall, perfectly arranged as if someone had taken the time to place them properly. She clearly remembered that before she entered the bathroom, she had just left her slippers scattered outside our room's door. She had not lined them up or placed them neatly. She had slipped them off carelessly before going in. So when she came out and saw them fixed in such an orderly way, it confused her and sent a chill through her body. The fact that she immediately came downstairs without even combing her hair shows how unsettled she felt. Normally, after a bath, she would fix herself a little, comb her hair, maybe apply lotion or just take a few extra moments in front of the mirror. But that time she did not do any of that. She left the room as quickly as she could and came down with her hair still messy and wet, because something about seeing her slippers arranged by unseen hands made her want to be with other people right away. After we told her that no one had gone upstairs, she felt a little scared but tried to lighten it with a thought and a joke. She told us that maybe the nene, upstairs, which is how she referred to a mother figure or maybe a spirit mother who might be living above us, thought that we were careless with our belongings, and that was why she bothered to help, by simply fixing my sister's slippers as if she were teaching us to be neat and respectful. It was a way of making sense of something that had no clear explanation. The idea of a nene spirit, someone who watches over the house like a strict but caring mother, is comforting and scary at the same time. On one hand, it means someone is helping, making things orderly. On the other hand, it means that someone invisible is moving our things, watching us, and paying attention to how we live. My sister tried to laugh about it, but you could tell from her eyes that she felt a strange fear, because we all knew that physically no one from the family or the maid had gone upstairs to arrange those slippers. The last story I want to share is another experience of mine, one that made me feel especially vulnerable because it happened when I was completely alone in my room, with my guard down, late at night. It started after my mom came home from a retreat with her fellow church workers. She had been away for a short time, attending this retreat, praying, reflecting, doing activities with the group. When she came back, she was probably tired but spiritually refreshed. That night, it was already close to midnight, almost 12, when my older sister decided that she wanted to buy something to eat as a midnight snack. My mom agreed to go with her, maybe to stretch her legs and to keep her company, and my sister brought along her 2-year-old daughter, my niece. The three of them went out together to buy the snack, leaving me behind. I decided not to go with them because I still had classes the next day and I wanted to try to sleep earlier so I would not be too tired in school. It seemed like a sensible choice. So they left the house, the door closed, and for a while I was completely alone on that floor in the house. I lay there, trying to catch my sleep, letting my body relax, listening to the distant sounds from outside, maybe a passing car, maybe a dog barking, or just the quiet hum of the night. I was not expecting anything strange. I was only thinking about resting so I could wake up on time and go to my classes in the morning. Just as I was starting to drift into a light, comfortable state, I suddenly heard a man's voice whispering in my right ear. It was extremely close, as if the person was right there next to me, leaning down and speaking directly into my ear. I froze. The voice was deep and low, and it scared me immediately because I knew I was alone. My mom, sister, and niece were out. My grandmother and our maid were using my room until now, but at that specific moment they were not beside me, they were in a different part of the house, and there was no man in the room or the hallway. The voice kept whispering, but I could not understand what he was saying. It was not clear language to my ears, not any word I could recognize. It was more like a string of sounds spoken in a low tone, close and invasive, and I tried to listen to catch even a single word, but I still could not make sense of it. That only made it more frightening, because it felt like someone was trying to tell me something, but in a way that was not meant for me to fully understand, and the fact that I could not see him, only hear him, made my skin crawl. My heart raced, and instead of staying there and trying to convince myself it was my imagination, I did what my instinct told me to do. I got up and ran out of that room as fast as I could. I did not look back. I did not check if someone was standing behind me. I just ran. I went straight to my own room, which at that time was being used by my grandmother and our maid as their sleeping place. They were already there, resting. I entered and told my grandmother that my mom, my older sister, and her little daughter had gone out to buy something and had left me alone in the room, using that as my excuse for barging in and disturbing their sleep. I did not tell her right away that I had heard a whispering man's voice in my ear. I was still too shaken, and I did not want to sound crazy. I just wanted to be near someone, to feel less alone, and to stay in a room where there were other breathing, visible people. I lay there, trying to calm down, waiting for them to come back. When my mom, my sister, and my niece finally arrived home, I thought maybe I should tell my mom the truth about what had happened, thinking she might understand or at least listen. Instead, when she found out that I had run out of the room and gone to my grandmother's place, waking her and the maid up, she scolded me. She was annoyed that I had bothered my grandmother in her sleep because of what she saw as a small thing. When I made the mistake of telling her what I had actually experienced, the deep man's voice whispering into my ear when nobody was there, she scolded me even more, as if speaking about it was wrong, as if I was inviting more of those things or as if I was just being silly and dramatic. It hurt me a little that she reacted that way, but at the same time I understood that maybe she was scared too and did not want to admit it. Or maybe she thought that if she entertained my story it would give more power to whatever it was. So she chose to scold me instead of comfort me. After all of these things, the long white dress passing through solid furniture, the same dress appearing again when my aunt died, my sister's slippers being neatly arranged by unseen hands, the idea of a nene spirit upstairs, and the deep whispering voice in an empty room, I cannot help but feel that our house, our family, or maybe I myself am somehow sensitive to things that most people do not see or hear. I do not always talk about these things openly because I already know that some people, like my boyfriend at first or my mom in that last story, might think I am joking or making it up or just scaring myself. But when I put everything together in my mind, the details, the timing, and the feelings that come back to me, I know that what I experienced felt real in those moments. Maybe someday I will know who the woman in the long white dress is, whether she is someone who is connected to my family or just a passing soul. Maybe someday I will also understand who the nene upstairs is, the one my sister felt had fixed her slippers, and who the man was whose deep voice I heard whispering into my ear. For now, all I can do is remember these stories, share them carefully, and accept that there are things around me that cannot be easily explained, that move quietly in the background of my everyday life, showing themselves only in glimpses of white cloth, neatly arranged slippers, and mysterious words spoken in the dark. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. During my college years, I slowly came to realize that many of the dorms in my university were said to be haunted in one way or another, and as time passed and I heard more and more stories from different friends, I started to believe that maybe there really was something strange about those buildings, especially the older ones that had a long history before they were turned into dormitories for students. Among all these buildings, there was one dorm that stood out to me because it was not just an ordinary old building. It used to be a hospital before the school converted it into a place for students to live in, and even after they renovated it and filled it with beds and study tables and posters and all the usual things you see in a dorm, you could still feel traces of what it had been before, like a ghostly memory that stayed in the walls. To this day, as soon as you walk into that dorm, you are greeted by what used to be the nurses' station right at the entrance, and even though it is no longer used by nurses, the counter is still there. And when you see it you can easily imagine a nurse in white sitting behind it, checking charts, answering phones, and watching patients pass through. Just beyond that, the hallway stretches on. And at the end of it are these double doors that open to the left and right like the doors in old Hospital dramas, the kind that swing both ways when a stretcher is pushed through in a hurry. Almost everyone who stays there or visits feels that the place has a heavier atmosphere than the other dorms, and it is not just because of the design, but also because of the stories that people tell about it. One of my friends was staying there for a while, and at first she thought it was just another dorm, a little creepy maybe, but good enough because it was close to her classes and she had roommates she got along with. For the first few weeks of the semester things were fine, just normal student life filled with classes, exams, late night studying, and small moments of fun with friends. Then, sometime around the middle of the semester, she suddenly started saying that she was going to move out. When I first heard this, I was surprised because it is not easy to move out of a dorm in the middle of the school year, and it usually means that something serious is going on. So I asked her why she wanted to leave, thinking maybe she had a problem with her roommates, or maybe the dorm rules were too strict, or perhaps there was a better dorm that had opened up. Instead, she told me something that sent a chill down my spine. She said that for several nights in the past few weeks, all of the girls in her room, including herself, had started waking up at exactly the same time in the middle of the night, at around 3 o'clock in the morning. At first it happened once, and they thought it was just a coincidence. One girl woke up, looked around, and noticed that someone else was also awake. Then another girl sat up, and after a few moments they realized that all of them were wide awake at the same time, even though none of them had set an alarm, or agreed to wake up together. They joked about it, saying maybe they had the same exam on their minds, or maybe they were too stressed. But then it happened again, and again, and again. Several nights in a row, sometimes with a break of a night or two in between, all of them would suddenly wake up and check the time, and each time it would be around 3 in the morning. It was always that strange hour that many people say is connected to ghosts or spirits, and it started to bother them because it was happening too often to be a simple coincidence. It was not just the waking up either. Her roommates also started swapping stories about something else they were seeing when the lights were off and only the faint light from outside or from their gadgets lit the room. They said that at night, they would see a shadowy figure at their window. The figure never moved, never spoke, never knocked. It just stayed there, a dark shape standing outside with its arms crossed, looking in on them as they lay in their beds. The image was very clear in their descriptions, a tall, still figure, arms folded like someone waiting or watching, the face hard to see but the outline sharp enough to know it was not just a trick of the light. Sometimes one girl would see it and try to ignore it, closing her eyes tightly and telling herself it was her imagination. On other nights, another roommate would see it and sometimes whisper to the others that it was there again. They tried to comfort each other by saying it might just be someone passing by, maybe a guard doing his rounds, or maybe the shadow of a tree or a person walking outside, but the more they thought about it, the harder it was to explain, because the way the dorm was built, their window did not face a busy path where people were constantly walking, and the position of the figure never changed. It always appeared at roughly the same spot, as though it were standing on air or on some invisible ledge that did not exist. They never saw it arrive or leave. It was just there one moment and gone another, like a picture that appears and disappears on its own. As the weeks went by, the repeated waking at 3 in the morning and the persistent presence of the shadowy figure at the window became too much for them. Even if they tried to act brave during the day, laughing at their own fears and pretending that they were fine, inside their room at night the fear was real. They started sleeping with small lights on, playing soft music, or saying prayers together before going to bed. My friend said that sometimes, even when she tried very hard not to think about it, she would wake up at 3 in the morning almost automatically, and her heart would be racing before her mind even knew why. That was when she decided that she could not stay there anymore. She told me that she preferred to move to another dorm, even if it meant sharing with more people or having to adjust to new rules, because she could no longer rest properly in a place where she felt like someone unseen was always watching her, especially at that place where sick people might have lived and died when the building was still a hospital. Hearing that, I did not blame her at all for wanting to move, and it gave me a deeper respect for the quiet shadows and spaces in that building whenever I passed by it. But that was not the only dorm on campus with strange stories. Another friend of mine stayed in a different dorm, and that building also had its own share of unsettling experiences. She kept telling us that in her room, someone always knocked on their door in the middle of the night, usually when everyone was finally starting to rest after a long day of classes, group projects, and study sessions. The knock was always the same, 3 sharp knocks, no more, no less. Not soft taps, but clear, firm knocks that any normal person would hear and feel obligated to answer. The first time it happened, they assumed it was a friend dropping by or perhaps a dorm staff doing some kind of check, so they got up and opened the door, expecting to see someone standing there. Instead, when they pulled the door open, they saw that the hallway was empty. There was no one outside their door. The hallway lights were on, the air felt still, and no footsteps could be heard walking away. They thought maybe whoever it was had walked away really quickly, so they peeked down the hall and even joked about playing a prank on the prankster the next time. But then it happened again on a different night, the same 3 sharp knocks, at a strange hour when most people were either asleep or too tired to play jokes. Again, they opened the door right after hearing the knocks, and again, no one was there, and the hallway remained empty in both directions. This happened several times, always 3 knocks, always at night, always with no one waiting outside. My friend told us that after a while, the sound of those knocks started to feel heavier, like an invitation or a reminder that something invisible was also living with them in that dorm. Sometimes they tried to ignore it and did not open the door, hoping that whoever or whatever it was would just go away, but hearing 3 loud knocks and then nothing but silence afterward was almost worse, because it made them imagine something standing on the other side that they could not see, patiently waiting or simply enjoying the fear it caused. That dorm, as it turned out, was also famous for something else: stories of doppelgangers. The same friend who heard the knocks had one experience that really freaked her out. One weekend, she decided to go home. She packed her things, left the dorm, and spent the weekend at her house with her family, away from school, away from the stress, away from the constant noise of dorm life. She did not come back to the dorm that night, and as far as she knew, her bed was empty and unused for that whole period. When she returned to the dorm the next day, one of her roommates saw her come in and greeted her with a laugh, saying something like, "You were totally knocked out last night. I was trying to wake you up because I'd brought dinner for you and our other roommates, but you just slept through it." At first, my friend thought her roommate was teasing her about being lazy or tired, but then she realized that her roommate was serious. Confused, she told her roommate that she had gone home for the weekend and had not been at the dorm at all the night before. The roommate's face changed from playful to shocked. She said she had seen my friend lying in her bed, sleeping deeply, and had even gone near her to wake her, calling her name and shaking her gently, but there was no response. Thinking my friend was very tired, the roommate decided to let her sleep and did not push any further. Now, hearing that the real person had actually been away the whole time, the roommate realized that whatever or whoever was lying there in the bed was not the real friend she thought she was looking at. Stories like this were not rare in that dorm. People said that it had a lot of tales about doppelgangers, figures that looked exactly like a student but were not truly them. Sometimes these doubles were seen walking down hallways, entering rooms, or sleeping in beds at times when the real person was in a different place entirely. No one knew if these doppelgangers were ghosts copying the appearance of the living, or some kind of echo, or something else entirely. All anyone knew was that seeing someone you know and then later finding out they were never there is a deeply unsettling experience that makes you question everything around you. Apart from the personal stories that my friends shared, there were also bigger, more widely known stories that circulated around campus, the kind you hear again and again until they become a kind of urban legend. One of the most popular ghost stories in our university told the story of a girl in another dorm, who had a very tragic and disturbing end. According to the story, it was the end of the semester and students were getting ready to go home for the semestral break. The dorms were buzzing with activity, with people packing up their clothes, cleaning their rooms, returning borrowed items, and making sure everything was in order before they left for a few weeks. In one room, a girl was packing her things, ready to leave for the break. While moving around the room, she noticed a note posted on the door of her roommate's closet. The note was simple and written in a friendly tone. It said, "Please lock my cabinet when you leave." The girl read it, and since it sounded like a reasonable request, she thought nothing of it. She assumed that her roommate had probably already gone ahead, or was busy doing something else, and just wanted to make sure that her belongings would be kept safe while the dorm was empty. So the girl, being helpful and not suspecting anything strange, followed the instruction on the note. She locked the closet door carefully, making sure it was secure, and then she finished her packing, closed up the room, and left the dormitory to enjoy her break at home, with the thought far from her mind. When the break ended and students came back to the dorms for the new semester, there was a dark, sad story waiting for them. The girl found out that her roommate had died inside that very closet over the break. As the story goes, the roommate had been inside the closet when she wrote the note and stuck it on the door, hoping that the girl would notice it and follow the instruction without realizing that she was actually inside. For reasons never fully explained in the legend, the roommate had either chosen to hide there or had decided to take her own life in that small, enclosed space. When the helpful girl locked the closet before leaving, she unknowingly trapped her roommate inside, sealing her fate. Over the break, with no one in the dorm and no one to hear any cries for help, the roommate starved or suffocated to death inside that locked cabinet. By the time the dorm staff opened the room again, it was too late. Hearing this story for the first time made me feel cold all over, because I imagined what it must have been like for the girl who did as the note asked, not realizing that she was locking her roommate in with no way out. I also imagined how the roommate must have felt inside that closet, leaving a note on the door, maybe hoping it would save her, but in the end the note became the key to her death instead of her rescue. Stories like these, about haunted dorms, unseen figures at windows, ghostly knocks on doors in the middle of the night, doppelgangers walking around in place of real people, and tragic notes on closet doors, were part of the atmosphere of my university. Some people dismiss them as just stories told to scare new students or to add flavor to campus life. Others believe them completely, especially if they or their close friends had personal experiences that matched the tales. For me, hearing them all together made me look at the buildings differently. Every old hallway, every window with a view of the dark outside, every door that echoed with late-night knocks felt like it might have its own story tucked into its corners. And whether or not every detail of these stories is true, they live on in the whispers and late-night conversations of students who sit together and share their experiences, wondering what is real, what is imagined, and what might be something from beyond, quietly watching them as they study, sleep, and try to grow up within those haunted walls. I had watched horror movies all my life, and I always thought that white ladies, the ones in long white dresses with hair covering their faces, belonged only to the screen, to stories people told for fun, or to those creepy films like The Ring that you watch with friends and then laugh off when the lights are back on. But I never really believed I would see one in real life, much less have one ride in the same vehicle I was driving. That idea would have sounded ridiculous to me if someone else had said it, yet this is exactly what happened to me a few years ago, and even now, when I think back to that night, I still get chills remembering her eyes and the way she looked at me in the mirror, as if I had done something terrible to her even though I had never seen her before. Ever since I was young, I had always been a bit more sensitive than most people when it came to spirits or strange presences. I could sometimes feel when something unseen was nearby, like the air changing slightly or the hair on the back of my neck rising for no logical reason, and on a few occasions I had even seen figures that I knew were not living people. Shapes at the corner of my vision or faces and reflective surfaces that vanished when I blinked, but those were always quick, brief encounters, almost like reminders that there is more to this world than we can explain, and they never lasted long enough to truly scare me out of my wits, so I got used to the feeling and learned to ignore it when I needed to. Nothing, however, prepared me for that particular night. It was very late, or very early depending on how you look at it, around 3 in the morning, that strange hour that people like to call the witching hour, or the devil's hour, when most of the world is asleep and the streets are quiet and empty. My ex-girlfriend and I had been hanging out and talking, and because it was late and I cared about her safety, I offered to take her home in our family van. The road going to their house is the kind of place that looks normal in daylight but turns into something almost sinister at night. It is very poorly lit, with only a few weak streetlights here and there, and long stretches where there is no light at all except for what your own headlights provide. If you walk there in the middle of the night without any flashlight or phone screen, it is close to pitch black darkness. You would not even see your own shadow. Trees line parts of the road, and sometimes their branches hang over, casting moving shadows when there is a little wind, and the surrounding houses are far enough apart that there are no warm windows to comfort you. I had traveled that road many times before, so I knew its turns and its dark spots, and even though it was creepy, I felt confident behind the wheel. That night, as we drove, we were just moving at a relatively slow speed, not rushing, because I was being careful. I had learned to drive defensively, always aware that anything can happen on the road: a stray dog, a sudden pedestrian, a drunk driver, or even just a pothole you do not see right away. So part of my habit as a defensive driver was to check my side mirrors and rearview mirror every now and then. Not just to see if there were cars behind us, but to keep a sense of my surroundings at all times. Inside the van, it was a little quiet. I do not remember exactly what my ex-girlfriend and I were talking about in those moments. Maybe something simple and ordinary like plans for the coming week, or a reminder about school or work, but I do remember that we were both calm. The only sounds were our voices, the hum of the engine, and the steady roll of the tires on the rough road. Night pressed around us like a blanket, and beyond the reach of the headlights, darkness was just darkness. Then, while doing my normal routine, I glanced at my rearview mirror. What I saw there nearly froze my blood. In the reflection, instead of just seeing the back seat and the faint outline of the rear windows, I saw her, a woman, sitting very clearly on the van's rear seat, in the exact spot where no one had been sitting when we started the drive. She was facing forward, her body slightly leaned so that her eyes met mine through the mirror, and the expression on her face was something I had only ever seen in horror films, something I had never thought would come alive in front of me. Her eyes were bloodshot red, not a little irritated, but fully red, as if all the veins had burst, full of anger and hatred that went deeper than any kind of anger I had seen in a living person. Blood was dripping from the corners of her eyes, running down her pale cheeks in thin, dark streaks that made her look like she had been crying tears of blood for a very long time. Her skin was pale white, almost the color of paper, with no warmth in it, and that whiteness made the red of her eyes and the blood stand out even more. Her hair was long and dark and all messed up, tangled and wild, falling around her face and down her shoulders like a disheveled curtain. She was wearing some kind of white dress, the kind you usually see in ghost stories, and the way she sat there, very still but filled with fury, made the air inside the van feel heavy and cold. If I had to translate the way she looked at me into words, it would be something like, "I'm going to kill you!" And I am not exaggerating. That is exactly what her stare felt like. A promise of harm, a focused hatred that seemed to be directed at me personally even though I had no idea who she was or why she would feel that way. For a second, I forgot about everything else. My hands were still on the steering wheel, but my mind went blank except for the sight of those red eyes burning into mine in the mirror. My heart started pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The hair on my arms and neck stood up. I must have gone pale too because I felt the blood drain from my face. Normally, when I saw spirits or strange figures before, I had a simple coping mechanism that almost always worked. I would just glance away, pretend I had not seen anything, and then when I looked back, whatever it was would usually be gone, as if it only wanted to be noticed for a second before disappearing again. It was my way of dealing with those brief glimpses, and it had given me a small sense of control over something that was otherwise beyond my understanding. So, even though this time was much more intense, I tried to follow the same pattern. I forced myself to glance away from the mirror and look straight at the road again. I focused on the lane, on the white lines, on the small area in front of the van that my headlights were illuminating. I took a breath, trying to act as if nothing had happened, or as if maybe I had only imagined her. I told myself, "You are just tired. It's 3 in the morning, maybe your eyes are playing tricks on you, just focus on driving. When I felt a little steadier, I slowly raised my eyes back to the rearview mirror, secretly hoping that the seat would be empty, and that I could chalk the whole thing up to being sleepy. To my horror, she was still there. Nothing had changed. She was still sitting on the rear seat, still staring straight at me with that same hateful, bloodshot gaze, blood still dripping from her eyes like fresh tears of rage. It was as if she knew what I was trying to do and refused to play along with the usual pattern. The fact that she remained there after I had looked away once scared me even more than the first time I saw her, because it meant this was not just a quick glance or a random flicker in my mind. This was something solid, something that wanted to be seen and was not leaving just because I wanted it to. Every muscle in my body tensed. My hands tightened on the wheel so hard that my knuckles turned white. I could feel sweat starting to form on my forehead and along my spine, even though the air inside the van had suddenly grown cold. I did not say anything to my ex-girlfriend, partly because I did not want to scare her, and partly because I was not sure if I could even get the words out without my voice shaking. I just kept driving, trying to keep the van straight on the road, my eyes jumping between the darkness ahead and the nightmare in the mirror behind. I glanced away again, this time more quickly, desperate to break whatever connection was holding her there. I stared at the road as if the road alone could save me, focusing on every detail, the cracked asphalt, the faint shine of the paint, the shapes of distant trees. After a few seconds, I gathered my courage and looked back at the mirror a third time. Finally, she was gone. The back seat was empty again. There were no red eyes, no pale face, no white dress. It was just the interior of the van, the same as it had been before we left, and everything looked normal. I let out a breath I did not know I had been holding. Relief washed over me like a wave, but it was a shaky kind of relief, full of leftover fear. I did not celebrate or relax fully, because the image of her was still burned into my mind. I can still see it now as clearly as I did then if I close my eyes and think about it. I continued driving, acting as calm as I could, taking my ex-girlfriend safely to her house and dropping her off, not mentioning anything to her because I did not want her to worry or to think I was crazy. After I made sure she was safely inside, I turned the van around and started heading back home. For a while, I was alone with my thoughts and the quiet engine noise, and as I approached the same stretch of road where I had first seen her, I felt something inside me shift. Instead of just being scared and wanting nothing more than to get away, part of me felt an odd kind of concern or curiosity about the white lady. I started thinking that maybe she had a reason for appearing. Maybe something had happened to her on that road, something violent or tragic, like murder or rape or a terrible accident, and now she was stuck in that place, full of anger and pain, latching on to people who passed by in the night. I also knew from my past experiences that sometimes spirits show themselves because they want help, or because they want someone to know what happened to them. So, as I reached that same dark road where she had hitched a ride, I tried to reach out to her in my own simple way. Out loud but in a calm, respectful tone, I said that I meant her no harm, that I did not want to hurt her or make fun of her. I explained that if something bad had been done to her, if she had been murdered or raped or betrayed in some way, maybe there was something I could do to help her, as long as she was willing to communicate with me in a less terrifying form. I told her that if she wanted to talk or show me something, she should not appear with those bloodshot red eyes and that murderous stare, because that would only scare me and make it harder for me to listen. I said that if she came in a calmer way, I might be able to understand and maybe help, even if it was only by praying for her or lighting a candle or remembering her story. All the while, I kept my eyes on the road and occasionally checked the mirrors again, half expecting her to appear once more in the back seat, maybe this time with a different expression. Fortunately, or maybe unfortunately depending on how you look at it, she did not show up again. The van stayed empty. The mirrors reflected only what should be there. The night remained quiet except for the sound of the engine. I felt both relieved and disappointed at the same time. Relieved because I did not really want to see her again, and disappointed because if she really was a lost and angry spirit, I had hoped she might accept my offer and let me help. In the end, though, she stayed invisible, and I took that as a sign that she either did not want my help or that what I said was enough for that moment. When I finally reached home, I drove into the compound and got ready to park. The outside of our house was familiar and comforting, and I tried to tell myself that whatever had happened on the road was over. But as I pulled in, I saw something that made my nerves jump again. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a quick movement, like a shadow or a person moving extremely fast just outside the van. It was not clear enough to see details, only a blurry figure, like someone rushing past in a hurry, so fast that my eyes could barely register it. It did not move like a normal person, it felt more like a streak of motion, almost like a dark flash. My first thought was that maybe it was her, the same white lady, either following me or just passing by. Trying to calm myself, I forced a small joke, speaking out loud again as I sometimes do when I am nervous. I said, "Okay, I guess you just needed a ride. So you're happy, I'm happy, everybody's happy." I was trying to make light of the situation, as if making a joke could take away some of the fear that was still gripping my chest. After that, I turned off the engine and prepared to get out of the van. It was late, I was tired, and I just wanted to go inside, lock the doors, and forget about the whole thing beneath my blankets. I reached for the door handle, ready to push it open the way I always did, but before I could even move it properly, something, or someone, pulled the door open from the outside. It was not a gentle pull. It was a strong, sudden movement that flung the door wide open, much wider than I would normally push it myself, as if an invisible hand had grabbed it and yanked it back with force. There was no one standing there. No neighbor, no family member, no stranger. Just the night air pouring in through the open doorway and the quiet of our yard. The shock of that moment hit me like electricity. My heart jumped into my throat. I did not wait to see if anything else would happen. The next thing I knew, I was already in my room, under my bed sheets, breathing hard, my mind racing, praying, "Our Father," over and over again as fast and as sincerely as I could, asking for protection, comfort, and for whatever was out there to leave me alone. When I say, the next thing I knew, I do not mean that I teleported, of course. I still had to run all the way from the van to the house, pass through the gate, reach the door, go inside, climb the stairs, and get to my room. But the fear and the rush of adrenaline were so strong that I hardly remember the details of that dash. My body moved on instinct, on raw survival mode. I ran so fast that the whole sequence became a blur in my memory, as if my legs knew where to go without my brain fully recording each step. Later on, when I calmed down a bit, I realized that I did not even remember whether I had closed the gate properly or if I had locked the van door. I probably did not. All I cared about in that moment was putting as much distance as possible between myself and whatever had opened that door for me. Even now, when I think back to that night, I can still see her red eyes in the mirror, still feel the door being pulled wide open by unseen hands, and still feel the way my heart pounded as I hid under the blankets praying, hoping that the white lady who once hitched a ride in my van had finally gone wherever she needed to go, and that she would never again sit behind me in the dark while I drove down that lonely road. When my Uncle Bert was alive, he was one of the kindest people in my life. And even now when I think of him, the first thing that comes to my mind is his warm smile and the way he would always invite me to play with him as if I was his favorite person in the world, even though I was just a child and he was already an adult with his own problems and pain that he never really showed us. At that time, I was only about 10 years old. Still young, still more interested in games and cartoons and snacks than in serious things like sickness, death, or the complicated emotions that grown-ups carry around quietly in their hearts. To me, Uncle Bert was simply Uncle, the one who would ruffle my hair when I walked by, the one who would call my name in a cheerful way and ask if I wanted to play a simple game, watch a movie, or just sit beside him while he told jokes or stories from his younger days. I remember that whenever we had a family gathering, he would always make an effort to include me, even if the other adults were talking about their jobs, bills, or other adult worries. He would tap the seat beside him and say, "Come here, sit with me." as if my presence could make him feel better. I did not realize back then how important those moments were. But now, looking back, I understand that he must have been fighting his own battles inside, and I was probably a small source of comfort to him even though I had no idea what he was going through. What we did not know as a family was that Uncle Bert had been sick for some time. He had some kind of illness that caused severe pain in his bones, the kind of pain that is not visible on the outside but slowly eats away at a person's strength and joy from the inside. He never told us that he was sick. He did not complain about his body hurting, did not talk about going to doctors or hospitals, and did not show us how much he was suffering. Maybe he wanted to protect us from worrying, or maybe he did not want to be seen as weak. Whatever his reason was, he kept his pain to himself, and because of that, when we all finally found out about his illness, it was already too late. By the time his condition came to light, his body had taken too much damage, and the medicine that he relied on to make his bone pain go away became both his relief and, sadly, the cause of his death. He died of an overdose of that medicine, and even if the intention was to ease his pain, it ended up taking him away from us forever. When he passed away, my heart felt like it had been hollowed out, because even though I was still young, I understood enough to know that someone I loved dearly was gone and that I would never see him sit on the old chair in the living room again, never hear him laugh at some silly joke, never feel his hand tap my shoulder as he called me to play again. There was a funeral planned for him, of course. The adults took charge of the arrangements, talking in hushed voices, making phone calls, visiting the church or the funeral home, and doing all the necessary tasks that surround death. I really wanted to go to the funeral to say my last goodbyes to him, to see his face one more time, even if it was lying calmly inside a coffin instead of lighting up with a smile. In my young mind, going to the funeral was important because it felt like a way to show him that I loved him and that he mattered to me, and I imagined myself standing there quietly, maybe crying a little, maybe whispering, "Goodbye, Uncle," in my heart while looking at his resting face. But sadly, my family decided not to wake me up when the time came to leave for the funeral. Maybe they looked at my sleeping face and thought that a child as small as I was did not need to see a dead body. Or maybe they believed they were protecting me from something too painful or frightening. Perhaps they told themselves that I would not really understand what was going on or that it was better for me to just rest at home. Whatever their reasons were, by the time I opened my eyes and got out of bed that day, the house was empty, and they were already on their way to say goodbye to Uncle Bert without me. The silence in the house felt strange because usually, when someone dies, there are people moving around, neighbors dropping by, relatives talking in the kitchen, or at least some sort of sound in the air. But that day, there was nothing but the soft hum of appliances and the distant noise from outside. With nothing to do and with no choice but to just stay home alone, I turned to the one thing that always kept me company when I had no one else to talk to, my PS2. I plugged it in, turned it on, took a controller in my hands, and started playing one of my favorite games, something comforting and familiar that allowed me to escape for a while into another world where the rules were simple and the problems could be solved with a few buttons and a bit of skill. I sat there playing, waiting for my family to return, my mind half focused on the game, half drifting to thoughts of Uncle Bert lying in a coffin somewhere, surrounded by flowers and candles, while people prayed around him. Every now and then I would glance at the clock, wondering how long funerals usually lasted, wondering what it looked like inside the chapel, wondering if he looked peaceful as he slept his final sleep. As time passed, day slowly turned into evening. Shadows lengthened in the corners of the house, and the sunlight outside faded from bright white to orange, then to deep blue and black. Night came, and still my family was not home. I kept playing, my eyes glued to the screen, partly because I wanted to distract myself from the emptiness of the house and partly because it was the only comfort I had. Even though I was trying to act normal, there was a small knot of loneliness and unease growing inside me. The house that had always felt familiar now seemed bigger and quieter than usual. Every small sound, from the ticking of a clock to the distant bark of a dog outside, started to stand out more. At some point during that night, while I was still playing, without warning, a blackout occurred. The television turned off, the PS2 went dead, the lights shut down all at once, and the entire house was swallowed in sudden, complete darkness. It was as if someone had placed a thick black blanket over everything. I was so surprised that for a moment I just sat there frozen, my hands still on the controller even though the screen in front of me was now completely black. Blackouts were not exactly unusual in our area. We were used to losing power once in a while, especially during strong rains or problems with the electric supply, and typically, whenever there was a blackout, the Burundi people in the area would shout, "Blackout!" loudly, almost like an announcement to everyone in the neighborhood. It was a habit that became part of our community's routine. Their voices would travel through the streets, letting people know that the darkness was not just in their own house but everywhere. But this time, there was only silence. The power went out, and no one shouted anything. The quiet felt heavier than usual. There were no voices outside, no neighbors talking, no children crying, no sound of a radio playing in the distance. It was as if the entire world had suddenly gone to sleep, leaving me alone awake in the dark. Fear rose in me very quickly, like cold water filling a glass. Being just a kid, darkness always had a way of making my imagination run wild. Without the comfort of the TV screen and the light bulbs, the house became a collection of dark shapes and deeper shadows. I could no longer see the familiar objects around me clearly. Everything seemed to melt into blackness. The ceiling, the walls, the furniture, all of them faded into one dark mass. I felt exposed and vulnerable, as though anything could be hiding in that darkness, just out of sight, watching me. My first instinct was to hide, to create some small safe space for myself, so I took the bed sheet and pulled it over my head, curling my body beneath it as if it were a shield. Even though I knew logically that cloth could not protect me from anything real, it made me feel slightly less exposed, like I had at least a thin barrier between myself and whatever might be lurking in the dark. My heart was pounding so loudly that I could hear it in my ears, and I tried to control my breathing so that I would not start crying out loud. I told myself that this was just a normal blackout and that the power would come back soon, that my family would return, and that everything would be fine. But the weird stillness outside, the absence of the usual blackout call from the Burundi, made me worry in a way I could not explain. I wanted to get out of the room, maybe go downstairs and stand near the door so that I would feel closer to the outside world, but I was too scared of the dark hallways and staircases, afraid of what my eyes might see if they tried to look at shapes in the darkness. I told myself over and over that I was safe, that there was no one else in the house, that my parents had locked the doors before they left, that the only thing I had to worry about was my own imagination. I was just about to gather my courage and go down from the bed when suddenly I heard something that made all the fear inside me explode. From somewhere inside the house, I heard the sound of footsteps going down the stairs. At first it was just a faint creak, but then it became clearer, a steady rhythm of weight on wood, each step pressing down, then lifting up, moving slowly downward. The problem was that there was supposed to be no one home except me. Everyone else was at the funeral. No one had keys to sneak in without me knowing. No neighbors had been invited to stay over. The only living person inside that house at that time was me. Yet the sound was unmistakable. Someone or something was walking down the stairs. What made the feeling worse was the fact that my Uncle Bert's old bedroom was upstairs. Before he died, that was where he used to sleep, rest, and keep his belongings. That room had seen him on his good days and his bad days, had heard his laughter and maybe his quiet groans of pain when no one was around. The thought that footsteps were coming from that direction when he had just died, and when his body was still lying in a funeral home somewhere, made my skin crawl. The possibility that those footsteps might somehow be connected to him, that he might be there in some form, walking in the house he once lived in, hung in my mind like a shadow. I started to pray almost automatically. I whispered the prayers I had memorized. Our Father, Hail Mary, anything that came to my lips, in a shaky voice under the bed sheet, hoping that God would protect me, that angels would surround me, that whatever was walking on those stairs would decide to leave me alone. But the sound did not stop. It did not slow down, did not pause as if listening, did not turn back. It kept going, step after step, as if the stairs were endless. The weird thing was that it felt like the footsteps never really reached the bottom or the top. They just went on, like someone was trapped in the act of walking down, without ever finishing the journey. Each creak echoed through the quiet house, and in my imagination, I could see a figure moving slowly, its weight shifting from one step to the next. Part of me wanted to stay hidden under the sheet forever, eyes closed tight, ears blocked so I would not hear anything. But another part of me was curious, the part that always wanted to understand what was happening. I was torn between the desire to know the truth and the fear of what that truth might be. For a while, I stayed frozen, my eyes squeezed shut, listening to the footsteps and praying harder. Eventually, something inside me convinced me that I had to at least open my eyes and see if the power had come back. Because if the power came back, maybe the house would feel normal again. I forced myself to slowly open my eyes, my heart beating so fast it felt like it might break out of my chest. As soon as my eyes opened, the lights immediately came back on. The room brightened in an instant. The darkness that had surrounded me vanished as the light bulbs flickered to life. The TV screen stayed black, but the rest of the room looked exactly as it had before. The familiar colors of the walls, the shapes of the furniture, the sight of my PS2 near the TV, all of that returned to my vision. I felt a huge wave of relief wash over me. I thanked God dearly as tears began to gather in my eyes. I cried as I whispered my thanks, grateful for the light, grateful that the suffocating darkness and the endless footsteps had stopped. Slowly, I slid out from under the bed sheet, my hands still trembling a little, and stood on the floor. I walked out of my room cautiously, half expecting to see something strange in the hallway, but there was nothing unusual there. The house looked normal, like it always did. When I reached the main area, I was surprised and relieved to find that my family had already returned home. At some point during the blackout, while I was hiding in my room and fighting my fear, they had come back from the funeral and entered the house. Seeing their faces, hearing their voices, and feeling their presence made all the fear that had built up inside me loosen its grip. I ran to them, talking quickly and nervously, telling them everything that had happened, the blackout, the strange silence outside, my fear under the blankets, the steps on the stairs that sounded like someone coming down from the second floor even though no one was supposed to be there. I told them how it felt like the footsteps started from the area near Uncle Bert's old room, and how I had prayed until the lights came back on. They listened to me, and instead of laughing or dismissing me, they gave me a different way of looking at what had happened. They said that maybe it was because I had not gone to the funeral to say goodbye to Uncle Bert, and he, being the kind and loving uncle he had always been, had decided to come home and say goodbye to me instead. Maybe, they suggested, those footsteps were not meant to scare me. Maybe it was his way of letting me know that he was still present in some way, that he remembered me, and that he wanted one last chance to be near me before moving on. Hearing that made my fear slowly shift into another emotion, something softer and more bittersweet. If those footsteps really had something to do with him, then perhaps the house was not being haunted in a harmful way. Maybe that night was his last visit, walking down from his old bedroom, moving through the house he had known, and then leaving quietly once he knew I was safe. The idea gave me comfort, even though a part of me still shivered at the thought of hearing a loved one's spirit walking on the stairs. Time passed, and life moved slowly on. The first All Souls' Day after Uncle Bert's death came, a day when many people in the Philippines visit cemeteries to remember and pray for their loved ones who have passed away. That year, our family went to the cemetery together. The sun was hot, the air heavy with the smell of candles, flowers, and melting wax. Families filled the pathways, carrying bouquets, food, and small chairs, some of them laughing softly, others quiet and thoughtful. We made our way to Uncle Bert's grave, weaving through rows of tombstones and markers until we reached the place where his body had been laid to rest. Seeing his name carved into the stone made my chest feel tight again, reminding me that all the memories I had of him were now things of the past, unable to be repeated in the present. I went closer to his grave, held a match to light a candle, and placed it carefully in front of his tomb. The small flame flickered in the breeze for a moment before standing steady, its light dancing softly in the afternoon air. I knelt there, the noise of the cemetery fading into the background, and bowed my head in prayer. I prayed for his soul, asking God to forgive any sins he might have had, to take away his pain, and to give him peace and rest in a place where he no longer had to suffer from bone pain or the hardships of this world. As I prayed, I remembered the nights he played with me, the way he had made me feel special and loved, and I also remembered the night of the blackout, the footsteps on the stairs, and my family's gentle explanation that he might have come back to say goodbye. Standing by his grave, I felt like this was my turn, my chance to finally talk to him directly, and say what I had wanted to say on the day of the funeral. Quietly, in my heart and in my mind, I told my dear Uncle Bert goodbye. I told him that I was sorry I did not get to go to his funeral, that I had wished to see him one last time but had been left behind at home. I told him that if the footsteps I heard in the dark really were his, then I was thankful that he had chosen to visit me, and that even though I had been scared at the time, I now understood that it might have been an act of love rather than something to fear. I thanked him for all the times he had played with me, for all the moments he had made me laugh, and for all the small, simple ways he had shown that he cared about me. Finally, I asked him to rest, to be at peace wherever he was, and to watch over us if he could. When I finished my prayer, I felt a strange calm settle over me, as if a circle had finally been closed. On that first All Souls' Day that my Uncle Bert had been gone, standing there by his grave with a lit candle and my heart full of memories and words I had kept inside, I finally felt that I had truly told my dear Uncle Bert goodbye. I grew up in a family where talking about spirits and strange things was as normal as talking about what we were going to eat for dinner, so from a very young age I already knew that the world I could see with my eyes was not the only world around me. My mother, my aunts, my grandparents, even some of my cousins would casually say things like, "Did you feel that?" Or, "Someone was watching me last night," or, "I saw something at the end of the hallway." And instead of laughing about it, everyone would listen seriously and share their own experiences. It was only later that I realized how different that was from other families, because for us the spirit world was not a joke or a story from movies. It was something real that could be felt, heard, and sometimes even seen. As a child, I did not have the right words for it, but I remember knowing deep inside that my third eye was open. My family would sometimes tell me that I was more sensitive than others, that I might see things other people could not see, and as I grew older this became more obvious to me. When I was still very young, younger than 14, I would sometimes see shadows passing by the doors, or faces in the corner of a room, or feel someone sitting beside me on the bed when I knew no one was there. Some nights I would wake up with the strong feeling that someone was standing near me even if I was alone in the room. At first I was very scared, but because my family believed in these things and talked about them openly, they taught me to pray, to respect the unseen, and to try not to provoke or challenge anything. They always reminded me that not all spirits are bad, but not all are good either, so it was better to be careful. Over time, my third eye seemed to calm down a bit. When I was much younger it felt very active, like doors were always open, but as I grew older, I noticed that I did not see as much as before. Instead, I would mostly feel their presence, like a change in the air, a chill on my skin, or a heaviness in the room, although there were still times when I could see them clearly. The story I am about to share happened in 2004, when I was 14 years old. It was not my first encounter with ghosts, but it is one that stayed very clear in my memory because of how close and how intense it felt. At that time, my parents were already separated. My father had a new family of his own by then, and he lived with them in another house. I stayed most of the time at my mother's place, but when school was over and vacation came, my siblings and I used to spend 2 weeks at my dad's place so that we could still spend time with him and our half-siblings. It was a kind of routine we had every year, and although there was sadness because of the separation, there was also excitement because it meant we could see my dad and experience a different kind of life for a while. That year, my father had just rented a new house in capital site Cebu. It was an old house, and before he rented it, it used to be a library. Even before we knew that history, we could already feel that there was something strange about it. The first time we arrived, bringing our bags and our things for the 2-week vacation, we looked around with curiosity. The house was large by our standards, bigger than most of the places we were used to. It was shaped like an L, which made the layout more complicated than a simple square or rectangle. If you stood in one part of the house, you could not always see what was happening in the other parts because of the way the walls and halls turned. There were 8 bedrooms in total, which is a lot for a house, and 4 bathrooms spread out in different parts. There was a big kitchen with enough space for cooking and eating, and 2 living rooms where people could gather, watch television, or just talk. On the surface, it seemed like a good, spacious place for a big family like my father's, but from the moment we stepped inside, there was a feeling that we could not ignore. It was not something you could see with your eyes right away. If a stranger walked in, they might just notice the old style of the house, the high ceilings, the long hallways, and the quiet corners, and think that it was simply a bit old-fashioned. But for us, especially for someone like me who was sensitive, there was a constant feeling of being watched, a kind of subtle pressure around the chest, and a strange coldness in certain spots even if the rest of the house was warm. My siblings and I looked at one another and somehow understood that we were all feeling something similar. But at first we did not say anything, maybe because we did not want to scare each other or appear childish. Instead, we focused on choosing our rooms and arranging our things. The bedrooms were assigned based on age and who got along with whom. My sisters shared one room together, full of their clothes, bags, and girly things. I shared another room with my brothers, so that was the boys' room, where we had a TV, our games, and a more relaxed setup. Our eldest sister had a room of her own because she was older and needed more privacy. Our elder brother also had his own room. There was another room for the house helpers, whom we called Jayas, and of course, the master's bedroom where my father and my stepmother slept. That made 6 rooms in active use. The remaining 2 rooms were not used for sleeping at all. Instead, they were used as storage areas, where unused things like old furniture, boxes full of books, forgotten clothes, and other items my father's family did not need were piled up. These storage rooms felt especially heavy to me, maybe because they still carried the energy of the library that used to be there, full of many strangers' memories and presents, but I tried not to dwell on that. In the beginning, we just tried to live there as normally as we could. We played in the living room, watched shows together, ate meals in the kitchen, and sometimes ran through the halls playing games. Our yayas cleaned, my stepmother cooked, and my father went to work and came home tired. But no matter how many normal activities we did, the odd feeling never completely left us, especially when the sun went down and shadows started filling the corners of the house. One particular night stands out clearly in my mind. It was around 9 in the evening. The day had been full of normal things, eating, chatting, teasing one another, and watching television together, but by that hour we had all already moved to the boys' room. All of us who were staying there decided to watch a movie together before going to sleep. The TV was on, the air conditioner was humming, and the room lights were turned on. We lay or sat on the beds, close to each other, talking and reacting to the movie. My brother RJ, who was next to me, got sleepy faster than the rest of us. At some point while the movie was still playing, he had already fallen asleep beside me, his breathing getting deep and steady. I remember looking at him and feeling slightly jealous of how he could sleep so easily in a strange house. I, on the other hand, was trying my best to pay attention to the movie, but my eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. The comfort of the bed, the steady sound of the air conditioner, and the dimmed attention to the movie slowly pulled me into sleep as well. Eventually, I followed my brother into a deep slumber. I do not know what time it was when I woke up again. There was no clock right in front of my face, and I did not have a phone or watch glowing beside me. All I know is that my sleep was broken suddenly because I woke up feeling very cold. The kind of cold I felt was not the normal, "Oh, the air conditioner is a bit too strong" kind of cold. It was the kind of cold that seems to seep into your bones, spreading slowly from your feet up to your legs and arms. My body shivered lightly, and at first I thought very simply, "Maybe the AC is set too low." I expected the room to still be brightly lit because we had left the lights on while watching TV, and in fact I had fallen asleep in that bright room. But when I opened my eyes, I realized that the lights were already off. The room was not completely dark, though. Light from outside the window was coming in, probably from a street light or from the neighboring houses, so the area inside the room was still visible in a soft, dim way. I could see the shapes of the furniture, the outline of the door, the beds, and my brother sleeping beside me. The television screen was dark, but the faint glow from outside outlined its frame. For a few seconds I lay there, trying to understand why the lights had been turned off and who had done it, since I had fallen asleep without planning any of that. Then, still thinking it was just the air conditioner, I decided that I would get up and walk over to it to adjust the temperature and make it less cold. I was planning in my head how to do it, already imagining myself sliding out of the blanket and crossing the room. But before I could even move, before I could even fully push myself up, I realized that there was something, or rather someone, standing just a few inches away from my feet at the edge of the bed. At first I thought it might be one of my siblings or one of the yayas checking on us, but as my eyes focused on the figure, my heart began to beat so loudly and so fast that I thought it would explode. It was a lady. She was standing so close to my bed that if I stretched my leg even a little, I might touch her. She was just there, next to my feet, staring directly at me. I could see the form of her face, the outline of her head, and her body. The faint light from the window helped draw her shape, but for some reason, I could not get a completely clear picture of her features, as if something was blocking my mind from remembering them in detail. All I knew was that it was a woman and that her face was pointed toward me, as if she had been watching me sleep and was now watching me wake up. Fear rushed through me so strongly that I felt paralyzed. My whole body refused to move. It was not just that I was scared to move. I literally could not move a single muscle, as if the fear had frozen every part of me in place. My hands, my legs, even my tongue felt heavy. I wanted to scream, but no sound would come out. My eyes were open wide, and I could not even pretend to close them again because I was terrified that if I did, I would feel her come even closer. I could feel myself starting to shake slightly under the blanket. I knew that my brother RJ was lying beside me, close enough that I could reach him if only I could move my arm a little. Remembering that I was not completely alone gave me a small amount of courage and hope. With all the strength I had left in me, I forced myself to close my eyes for a moment, not because I wanted to stop seeing her, but because I needed to break the eye contact and gather myself. Inside my head I told myself that I had to wake RJ up, that I had to make him move closer to me, so I would not feel like I was facing that lady alone. I managed to move my fingers slowly, then my hand, and I reached out to shake my brother gently. My voice came back to me, but it was weak and shaky. I told him to move closer to me, using the excuse that I was feeling very cold. I did not tell him. "There is a woman standing at the foot of the bed," because I was too afraid to say that out loud. Instead, I just said that I was cold and asked him to scoot nearer. Half asleep and probably not fully aware of what was going on, RJ moved closer without asking too many questions. I could feel his warmth beside me, and that gave me a tiny sense of safety. As soon as he was close enough, I pulled the blanket up and covered myself completely, pulling it over my head, using it once again as a shield between me and whatever was standing near the bed. I did not dare look again. My heart was still pounding, but now I could at least move my lips more freely. I started praying hard, repeating the prayers I knew by heart. I remember focusing on the Apostles' Creed again and again. I cannot even remember how many times I repeated it because I was so filled with fear that I just kept going, like a child holding on to a rope in the dark. I whispered the words as clearly as I could, asking God and my guardian angel to protect me, to make the lady go away, to let me sleep again without feeling that cold stare on my face. Little by little, the intensity of my fear began to lessen, maybe because praying calmed my mind, or maybe because whatever was standing near my feet decided to leave when it saw that I was no longer alone and that I was surrounded in prayer. At some point, my exhaustion won over my fear, and I fell asleep again under the blanket, still cuddled close to my brother. Morning came, and with the light of the sun pouring through the window, the room returned to its ordinary, harmless appearance. The TV was in its place. The beds looked normal. The walls were just walls. The fear I had felt in the middle of the night now seemed like a heavy dream, but I knew it was not just a dream, because I could still recall every detail and the coldness in my bones. During breakfast, when everyone was gathered at the table eating and talking, I found a chance to talk privately to RJ about what had happened. I asked him if he had noticed anything unusual when I woke him up during the night, if he had heard anything, or felt anything strange in the room. He looked at me with confusion and shook his head. He said he did not notice anything unusual at all, but then he asked me a question that shocked me. He said, "Why were we still watching TV with all the lights on at a very late hour?" When he said that, I was stunned. In my experience, the lights had been turned off when I woke up and saw the lady, and the only light I remembered was the one coming from outside the window. For him to say that, from his point of view, we were still watching TV with all the lights on at the same late hour when I had woken him up made the whole event even stranger. It was as if we had been in two different versions of the same room at the same time. I then told him the entire story, how I woke up feeling cold, how I saw the lady standing just inches away from my feet, how I could not move at first, how I woke him up by saying I was cold, and how I prayed under the blanket until I fell asleep again. As I spoke, I could feel the fear returning, but now I also felt relieved to finally tell someone what I had experienced. RJ listened, and I could see in his face that he was scared too, especially when he realized that he had been sleeping peacefully beside me while something like that was happening so close to us. When I finished, there was a long pause as we both tried to absorb what this meant. We were so scared that after that conversation we decided to ask one of our yayas to sleep in the boys' room with us for the next nights. We did not want to be alone there anymore, especially at night. Having another person, especially an adult, in the room made us feel more protected and less exposed to whatever might still be walking in that old house that used to be a library. Looking back now, I realized that that encounter was one of many that proved to me that what my family had always believed about the spirit world was not just imagination. That old house in Capitol Site had seen many people come and go, many books read, many thoughts left behind, and perhaps many lonely souls wandering its hallways. For a sensitive 14-year-old girl with an active third eye, it made a strong and unforgettable mark that I still carry with me today. This story was shared with me by our previous nanny, Jen. At the time she told it, she was only 19 years old, and now she is just in her early 20s, but the way she spoke about it made it feel like a memory that had been sitting heavy on her heart for a very long time. The story is not really about her, but about her younger sister, whom I will call May. According to Jen, something happened to May when they were still children, something that their family believes had to do with elemental beings, the kinds of spirits and creatures that people say live in forests, mountains, rivers, and old trees. Jen is originally from Samar, a place in the Philippines that many people say is known for strong spiritual presence, for elemental entities, witches, shamans, and all sorts of strange and unexplained things. Her family is still living there, in that rural area surrounded by nature and all these stories, except for her older brother who now has a wife and a family of his own and is living here in Manila. When Jen talks about her home province, you can hear a mix of pride and fear in her voice, like she loves it but also respects it deeply because of the unseen things that live there. One of the first things Jen told me about when she started sharing May's story was how beautiful her sister was. She did not just say that May was pretty, she used the word gorgeous, and repeated it, as if even that word was not enough to fully capture how special her sister's looks were. Jen said that in their family, most of them have tan, brownish skin, the natural complexion of many Filipinos who grow up under the sun. But May was different. May was the only one among them who was white in complexion, with skin that looked lighter and softer. Jen described her as looking almost like the Estilo Niño, that famous image of the Holy Child that many Filipinos know and love. She said May had curly, brownish hair that framed her face in soft waves, and a sweet expression that made her look almost like a small saint in a painting. People would often notice her when she passed by and comment on how beautiful she was. This detail became important later, because in many stories from their area, elemental beings are said to be attracted to beautiful children, especially those who have features that stand out from their surroundings. Jen was only about 11 years old when everything happened. At that time, she and May and the rest of their siblings were still very young, innocent, and full of energy. They loved playing outside their house. Their home was not in the center of a big city. It was in a more rural place with trees, open spaces, and areas of land that were still covered with bushes and plants. Behind their house, there were trees that the children liked to play around, hiding behind the trunks or climbing on the lower branches. It was a simple kind of childhood, with games that did not require gadgets, just imagination and company. One day, as the sun began to go down and the sky turned orange, Jen and her siblings decided to play hide and seek outside. They ran around the yard screaming and laughing, choosing hiding spots behind the trees, near the bushes, and in the shadows where they thought they would not easily be found. May, of course, joined in the fun. She was still small then, and like many younger siblings, she probably looked up to the older ones and tried to copy whatever they did. They played until the light got dimmer and the air started to cool down, that time of day when mothers usually call their children to come back inside before darkness fully falls. Eventually, as night started to settle in, Jen and the rest of her brothers and sisters made their way back to the house, tired from all the running and laughing, ready to eat dinner or rest. But when they counted themselves inside the house, someone was missing. May was not there. At first, their mother thought that maybe May was just still hiding somewhere around the house or behind the trees, trying to win the game by staying hidden longer than the others. Mothers know their children's habits, and it would not have been strange to think that a playful child might want to stay a bit longer outside. But as the minutes passed and May still did not show herself, their mother's worry started to grow. The sky had turned dark by then. The trees that looked playful and friendly during the day now cast longer, darker shadows. The sound of insects and night animals replaced the laughter of children. Their mother's voice rose as she started calling May's name, telling her to stop playing and come inside. There was no answer. Jen, who was also beginning to worry about her younger sister, joined in the search. Together with some of her other siblings, she went back outside with a mix of fear and hope, checking behind the trees, calling out, peering into the spaces where May might be hiding. They looked in the usual hiding spots first, then in the less usual ones. They went around the yard, behind the house, and farther out, moving their eyes through the darkness as much as they could. But no matter how many times they called and searched, they could not find May. Hours started to pass. What began as a simple worry slowly turned into panic. The realization that May was truly missing settled heavily in their mother's heart. She knew her child. She knew May would not intentionally stay hidden for hours when everyone else had already gone home. Something was wrong. Their mother decided she could not continue the search alone. She started to call out for their neighbors, shouting for help, her voice probably shaking with fear. In rural communities, neighbors act like extended family. When something goes wrong, people respond quickly, joining together to help. Soon, several neighbors came with lamps, flashlights, or whatever sources of light they could bring, ready to help look for the young girl. They spread out in different directions, some searching near the house, others heading deeper into the areas where the trees were bigger and thicker, where the ground grew more uneven, where the shadows were heavier. They called May's name again and again, their voices blending with the sounds of the night. Finally, after some time that must have felt like forever to Jen's family, one of the neighbors found her. The way Jen described it made the scene feel like something out of a dark story. May was found in the forest area, near a huge tree. It was not just an ordinary tree. Jen emphasized how big it was, saying, "huge tree," in a way that made me imagine an old, towering trunk with thick roots twisting deep into the ground. May's foot was stuck inside the tree. Not just tangled in roots or trapped between branches, but actually inside an opening or hollow of the trunk, as if the tree itself had swallowed part of her leg and would not let her go. The neighbor called for help, and people rushed to the spot. They struggled to free May from whatever was holding her, pulling her carefully, trying not to hurt her further. Eventually, they managed to get her foot out of the tree and bring her back home. Everyone was confused and frightened. How could a child's foot get stuck inside a tree like that? When they asked May what happened, her answer sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. She said that a lady had invited her into the tree. It was not just that she had tripped or fallen. According to May, there was a lady who had spoken to her and invited her to come closer, to enter the tree with her. The way Jen told it, this lady was not just a regular human being. In many Filipino stories, especially in places like Samar, such a lady is often believed to be an elemental spirit, a being that lives in nature, sometimes beautiful and attractive, sometimes dangerous. For such a being to invite a child inside a tree is not a simple game, it is something deeper and more frightening. Hearing this, their mother's worry only grew stronger. It was no longer just about a missing child. Now it was about something that did not belong to the ordinary world, possibly taking an interest in her daughter. That night, after all the chaos of searching and bringing May home, the family tried to rest. Midnight came. The house was quiet. Everyone was exhausted from fear and worry and had fallen asleep, hoping that everything would be better in the morning. But in the middle of the night, they were all awakened by the sound of May crying. It was not a small whimper. It was the kind of crying that tells you someone is in deep pain or terror. Her mother quickly switched on the light to see what was happening. The moment the light flooded the room, her mother's reaction turned that scene into something that none of them would ever forget. Jen said her mother started crying too because of what she saw. May was lying on the bed, but her position was not normal at all. Her back was elevated off the bed, lifted up as if an invisible hand were holding her spine in the air, while the rest of her body, like her head, arms, and legs, was still lying flat on the mattress. It was as if something was pulling her upward from the middle, while the rest of her body tried to stay down. It looked unnatural, frightening, a posture that no living person would ever take unless something strange was happening. May started to vomit, and her skin color changed. Jen said that May even turned violet, which could mean her face and body changed to a purplish shade, a sign that something terrible was going on inside her. Her breathing might have been struggling, her veins might have been too strained, or her life was being pulled in different directions. Seeing her daughter like that, their mother panicked and cried, knowing that this was no longer something that a simple doctor's visit or medicine from the pharmacy could fix. In situations like that, especially in rural areas of the Philippines, many families call not only medical doctors but also witch doctors or traditional healers, people who know rituals, prayers, and practices believed to deal with spiritual problems. Their mother quickly sent someone or went herself to seek a witch doctor in the area, someone known for dealing with spirits, curses, and elemental beings. The witch doctor came to their house and started a ritual. Jen did not tell every detail of what the ritual looked like, but one can imagine herbs, prayers, candles, maybe even offerings. The witch doctor examined May's condition not just with physical eyes but with spiritual senses, trying to see what was holding her, what was causing her pain. After some time in the ritual, the witch doctor spoke and said that there was indeed an elemental entity in the tree that was really fond of May. This lady, the same one May had mentioned as inviting her into the tree, wanted May to come with her, to leave her human family and join her world. It was not just a passing interest. It was a strong attachment. The witch doctor admitted that there was not much he or she could do beyond performing some rituals to help May fight back and to try to save her. They did what they could, calling on higher powers, trying to cut the connection, to convince the elemental to let go, to keep May's soul and life inside her body. But sometimes, even with all the faith and effort in the world, the weight of what is happening is too much. At around 3 or 4 in the morning, after hours of struggle and pain, May died. Her small body, which had been lifted off the bed and shaken by unseen forces, could no longer endure what was being done to it. She was not able to hold on because of the pain. The house that had been filled with cries and prayers now became filled with grief. A young, beautiful girl, whom the family believed had been chosen and taken by something from that huge tree, was gone. The days that followed were a blur of tears, mourning, and preparations. In Filipino culture, especially in rural areas, the wake is a very important part of the grieving process. The coffin is brought into the house or a chapel, candles are lit, people come to visit, to pray, to comfort the family, and to pay their respects. The family tries to accept what has happened, even if their hearts are not ready. During May's wake, something else happened that added another layer of sadness and mystery to the story. Their grandmother, an older woman who had seen many things in her lifetime, sat quietly near the coffin or near the area outside, looking toward the huge tree in the distance. Jen said that their grandmother was staring at that same huge tree with tears falling from her eyes. It was as if she could see something that others could not. Then, in a soft but clear voice, she suddenly said, "You were wrong!" At first, the rest of the family did not understand what she meant. The statement seemed to come out of nowhere. They were puzzled and asked her who she was talking to, and what she meant by, "You were wrong!" Their grandmother continued, her voice heavy with sorrow. She said, "You shouldn't have embalmed her body. She was still alive and was only out of her body. The lady took her for a while, and May would have returned into her body." In Filipino funerals, embalming is usually done before the wake to preserve the body. According to their grandmother, when they had May's body embalmed, her soul had not fully left yet. She believed that May was only out of her body temporarily, that the elemental lady had taken her spirit for a while, but that there was still a chance that May could have come back. By embalming the body, they had removed that chance, making it impossible for her soul to return to a body that had already been treated as a corpse. Hearing this, the entire family cried even more. It was already painful enough to lose a child, but now they had to face the idea that maybe, just maybe, May could have been saved if they had only waited, if they had only known better, if they had not treated her as completely gone so quickly. They asked their grandmother how she knew this, how she could be so sure that May had still been alive in some way, that her spirit had just been pulled aside. Their grandmother answered simply, in a way that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up when Jen told me the story. She said that May was behind the huge tree, smiling, with tears falling from her eyes. In other words, their grandmother could see May's spirit standing there by the tree, looking at them. She was smiling, not in a happy way, but in a sad, gentle way, with tears on her face. As though she knew what had happened, as though she wanted to come back but could not anymore. It was as if she was trying to say goodbye, or to show her family that she was still somehow present, even though her body lay still in the coffin. This story stayed with me long after Jen finished telling it. She spoke not just as someone repeating a rumor, but as a person who had lived through the fear, the confusion, and the pain of losing a sister in such a strange and heartbreaking way. Whether someone believes completely in elemental beings or not, you can feel the truth of the grief in her words. For Jen and her family, what happened to May was not just a mysterious accident. It was a meeting between the seen world and the unseen, between a beautiful child and a powerful entity in a huge old tree, and it left a scar on their hearts that time can never fully erase. Several years have passed, yet the memory of my encounter with something unknown is still as clear in my mind as if it only happened last night, and even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see the place, feel the air on my skin, and remember exactly how my heart was pounding so hard that I thought it might burst. It was around the year 2004 or 2005, and I was about 11 years old. At that age, I already believed in supernatural creatures, but only in the way children usually do, the way you believe in stories passed down by elders or in tales you hear late at night when everyone is in the mood to scare each other. I thought of ghosts, white ladies, copper, aswang, duende, and encanto as part of Filipino culture, things you talk about during brownouts, or while sitting on doorsteps in the evening, but not necessarily beings I would ever really see with my own eyes. I was curious, yes, and my friends were too, and maybe that curiosity opened something in me, but at that time I never really expected to have a true encounter with them. During those days, my friends and I were at that age when everything mysterious seemed exciting. We loved to gather after school or on weekends and share stories we had heard from our parents, grandparents, neighbors, or older cousins. We would sit together and talk about ghost sightings, about someone who saw a white lady standing on a bridge, or a copper smoking a big cigar while sitting on top of a huge tree, or in a swang that was heard scratching the roof at night, hungry and searching for a victim. We mentioned little people like duende, those tiny beings said to live under anthills or at the base of trees, and we talked about encanto, handsome or beautiful otherworldly beings who live in beneath trees or near rivers and mountains. These stories were like fuel to our young minds. The more we heard, the more we wanted to know, and the more we wanted to know, the more we believed that maybe, just maybe, these beings were not only in stories but also hiding in the dark corners of our own town. We were like little investigators, always asking, "Do they really exist?" And maybe that very question, repeated so many times, helped open a door between us and them. My first true encounter with something I could not explain happened in our home in San Jose del Monte, Bulacan. At that time, life was simple. There was not much money, not many fancy things, but we had each other, and most days passed by in a routine of school, chores, and simple joys like playing outside or watching television. Back then, there were lots of TV series that I really loved to watch, especially the ones aired by the two biggest networks in the country. Those series became part of our daily life. We looked forward to them, talked about them, and sometimes even pretended to be the characters we saw on the screen. But one incident changed the way we watched television forever. One night, my father came home drunk. He had been drinking, and when he was in that state, his moods could swing quickly. That night, we were all watching a particular show that we liked very much, and we were deeply focused, enjoying every scene, laughing or reacting loudly. When my father entered the house and saw what we were watching, he got mad. He demanded that we change the channel to something he wanted to watch, but we were too engrossed in the show and did not immediately obey his order. Maybe we were stubborn, or maybe we just thought he was joking and would calm down after a while. But instead of calming down, he became even angrier. Without saying much, he stormed off to the kitchen, opened his toolbox, and grabbed a hammer. We were still sitting there, not fully believing what was about to happen. Then, in a sudden movement full of anger, he walked back to the television and hit the monitor with the hammer. The glass broke, the picture went dead, and our favorite shows disappeared in an instant. The living room, which always glowed with light from the TV during the evening, suddenly felt dim, quiet, and heavy. That was how we ended up watching TV at our neighbor's house. Since our own television was broken, and we could not afford to replace it right away, we took advantage of our neighbors' kindness. They allowed us to come over and sit in their small living room so we could watch our favorite series with them. It became a strange new routine. Every evening, we would go outside, cross over to their house, and sit down for hours, watching one show after another. At that time, there really were many cool TV series being aired, and we did not want to miss any episode, so we would stay late outside, sometimes until 10 or even 11 at night, just to finish them all. Our neighbor's house became our second living room. We got used to the sound of their clock, the smell of their cooking, the feel of their floor under our feet. Outside, the night would grow deeper, and the streets would become quieter, but as long as the television was on and other people were around, we did not feel scared. One Monday night, things changed. It was around 10 to 11 in the evening, and we had just finished watching another show at our neighbor's house. We went back home feeling tired but happy because we had watched everything we wanted. Our mother, however, was not so happy. She had been busy with chores and keeping the house in order, and when she checked outside, she noticed that our water meter was still on. In our area, we had to turn off the water meter valve at night to avoid leaks or extra charges, so it was important that someone remembered to do it. She called out in a sharp voice, nagging a bit because it was already late. She asked someone to go outside and turn it off. My brother and sisters were inside the house with me, and they heard her clearly, but they were tired and maybe a bit lazy, so they just ignored her order, pretending not to hear or hoping someone else would do it. My mother, however, was not the kind of parent you could ignore easily. She warned us in a firm, serious tone. "Do not let me repeat my words. The second time I say it, you'll be punished." We all knew she meant it. She was not cruel, but she believed in discipline. She did not like repeating instructions, and when she said we would be punished, we knew we could end up getting hit or scolded severely. After she said that, my siblings started pointing fingers at each other, making excuses, and trying to avoid being the one chosen to go outside. It was almost like another game of not it, except this time, the loser would have to step into the dark. No one wanted to obey. The house grew tense. I was the youngest among my siblings. Because I was the youngest, I was often the one protected, but I was also sometimes the one who ended up doing things out of fear that everyone would get in trouble if no one obeyed. At that moment, as I watched my mother's patience grow thin and my brothers and sisters arguing and shrugging off responsibility, I felt a strong fear rise in me, not of the dark outside, but of my mother's anger. I did not want her to hit any of us. I hated the thought of seeing her hurt my siblings or any from us crying because of punishment. So, even though my stomach felt tight and my legs felt heavy at the idea of going outside alone that late at night, I decided to just do it. I told myself, if I go now, at least Mama will calm down, and no one will be punished. So I stood up, took a breath, and went out to turn off the water meter. Our meter was located a bit away from the house, in a place where there was not much light. There were only a few dim sources of light, little glows from faraway houses, a faint glow from streetlights far down the road, and now and then a bit of light from the few vehicles that passed by. As I reached the area where our meter was, I looked around and saw no one. The place felt almost empty. The air was cool, brushing against my skin, making me shiver a little. Normally, cool air feels nice, but that night it seemed too cold, like it was sliding under my clothes and touching my bones. All of a sudden, I felt goosebumps rise on my arms, and a heavy, uneasy feeling washed over me, as if I was being watched, as if something invisible had just noticed that I was there alone. I crouched down near the meter and hurried to turn it off, my fingers moving quickly, my heart beating faster each second. When I finished, I stood up and looked around again. The emptiness of the street and the open space near the Mother Mary Child Care Center made me feel even more alone. The Mother Mary Child Care Center was a small nursery school near our house, and beside it was a big white house located in a vacant lot where we used to play during the day. That vacant lot was a familiar place to me, a place of games, laughter, and childish adventures when the sun was out. But at night, under the faint, uneven light of the passing vehicles, it looked completely different. The shapes of the buildings and the shadows of the trees seemed strange and stretched, like something from a dream. I told myself not to be afraid, that it was just my imagination, but the uneasiness in my chest would not go away. I decided that I had done my part, and that I should quickly go back home. I did not want to stay there longer than necessary. As I started walking back, my mind began to play tricks on me. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, and my ears seemed to sharpen, catching every distant sound, dogs barking, leaves rustling, a motorcycle in the distance. I tried to walk normally, but my steps felt stiff, my legs wanting to run but my pride wanting to stay calm. I told myself, just walk. You're almost home. Don't look around too much. Don't think of ghosts. You're fine. But then something caught my eye. In front of the Mother Mary Child Care Center, near that vacant lot and the big white house where we often played, I saw something. At first it was just a figure. I could not be sure what it was from a distance, and my mind, trying to comfort itself, immediately tried to come up with a simple explanation. I thought to myself, maybe it's just a person. Maybe someone is out here too. Maybe one of my friends is playing a trick on me. I smiled a little at that idea, wanting it to be true because it was less scary than other possibilities. I thought maybe someone was hiding there just to scare me and would laugh and shout, "Boo!" as soon as I came closer. Curious and a bit annoyed, I decided to take a closer look so I could see whether the figure was a girl or a boy. I told myself that if it was a friend trying to prank me, I would scold them afterwards for scaring me like that. So, I walked closer to the area where I had seen it. Every step took me further away from the safety of my house and deeper into the strange quiet of that night. As I drew nearer, the figure grew clearer, and whatever small smile I had vanished quickly. To my shock, I saw that it was not a child, not a neighbor, not one of my friends. It was a lady in a white dress. She was standing there, and she was staring straight at me. Her dress, which must have been white at some point, looked drenched and stained. I could clearly see blood drenching her body, soaking the fabric, making dark, heavy patches that stood out even in the dim light. Her long, curly hair framed her face but did not soften her appearance. Instead, it made her look more frightening, as if the curls were moving shadows around features that were too serious and intense for someone who should have been at peace. Her face looked creepy, unnaturally pale and full of something I cannot fully explain: sadness, anger, pain, or all of them together. Then I noticed something that made my fear grow even stronger. She was not standing on the ground like a normal person. She was about 6 inches elevated from the ground, just floating there in front of the nursery school, as if the earth itself was refusing to touch her or as if she no longer belonged to it. It was such an unnatural sight that my brain struggled to understand it. It did not fit anything I knew about how people stand or walk. It was like she was suspended in the air by invisible hands. At that moment, I felt a kind of fear that went beyond the usual. It was not just fear of the dark or fear of being alone. It was the fear of knowing that what I was seeing did not belong to the normal world. I wanted to scream, to run, to turn away, but I could not. My whole body felt stuck, as if I were being held still by some unseen force. My legs would not move. My mouth would not open. I could not even raise my hand to cover my eyes. It was as if I had turned into stone, frozen in place, forced to face this woman in white who should not have been there. The worst part was that she was not just staying where she was. The lady in white started to move closer. Slowly, she began to approach me, floating above the ground, her eyes still fixed on me, her bloody dress hanging from her body. Every small movement of hers felt like a huge weight pressing against my chest. Inside my mind, I was screaming, telling myself to move, to look away, to run, but my body refused to listen. It was only when I managed to whisper a small prayer that something changed. In my mind and under my breath I said, "Oh God, help me get through this." It was a desperate plea, simple and sincere, coming from a scared 11-year-old who did not know what else to do. As soon as I finished that prayer, I felt something inside me break free. Suddenly I could move again. I did not waste a second. I turned around and ran as fast as I could. I did not look back to see if she was still there or if she was following me. I did not think about anything except getting away from that barren place, from the nursery school, from the vacant lot, and from that floating woman in white with blood all over her body. In my mind, it felt like 10 lions were chasing me, their jaws open, ready to bite me, ready to tear me into pieces. My feet barely felt the ground. My heart beat so loudly that it drowned out all other sounds. The road between that spot and our house suddenly seemed longer than usual, as if time had stretched, but I just kept running, believing that if I stopped even for a second, something terrible would happen. When I finally reached our house, I hit the door, opened it, and rushed inside. I did not stop to talk to anyone. I did not tell my mother I had turned off the water meter. I did not look at my siblings to see what they were doing. I went straight to my bed. I lay down and covered my whole body, even my head, with my blanket, as if that thin fabric could truly protect me from whatever I had just seen. Under the blanket, my body was shaking. I could feel chills running up and down my spine. I was close to crying, but I was also strangely relieved. I thought to myself, at least I'm home. At least I'm not there anymore. At least I got through it. Eventually, exhaustion and fear combined to knock me out, and I fell asleep. The next day, in the light of morning, the memory felt both distant and incredibly sharp. I gathered my courage and told the whole story to my brothers and sisters. I described everything: the empty street, the cold air, the figure I first thought was a person playing a prank, the lady in white, the blood, her hair, the way she floated above the ground, the paralysis I felt, the prayer, and my frantic run back home. At first, they were shocked and did not seem to believe me. Maybe they thought I was exaggerating, or maybe they did not want to accept that such a thing could happen so close to home. But as I repeated my story and they saw how serious I was, they eventually ended up convinced. They could see the fear still in my eyes as I spoke. I also told my friends about what had happened. I expected some of them to laugh or tease me, but instead, they believed me almost right away, especially because we had all spent so much time talking about supernatural things before and secretly wanting proof that such beings were real. A month after my encounter, one of my friends went through something similar. Her house was located at the back of the same nursery school, near that same vacant lot and the big white house. One day, she came to me and said she had to tell me something. She told me that she had seen a lady in white inside their house. As she described what she saw, my heart started to pound. The lady she described, her dress, her hair, the feeling that she was floating, the fear she caused, matched what I had seen. It was as if the same woman had appeared to her. Hearing that made me feel both terrified and strangely validated. I realized that what I had seen was not just in my imagination. Other people could see her too. According to the people who had been living in that place for a long time, there was a story behind that white lady. They said that long ago, a woman had been hit by a bus in that area and had been fatally injured. Instead of rushing her to the hospital and doing everything he could to save her, the driver, afraid of the money he would have to spend and the possibility that he might end up in jail after a court trial, did something cruel. He let the woman die and then threw her corpse in the vacant lot, the same vacant lot where the lady in white was now often seen. The story spread through the neighborhood, whispered and repeated, and many began to say that the white lady haunting the area was that same woman, still wandering and showing herself, as if seeking justice that had been buried and ignored for a long time. Knowing this story made everything even more painful. It was no longer just about a ghost trying to scare people. It was about a real person who suffered, who was not given a chance to be saved, who died alone and was treated like a piece of garbage. Maybe her soul had not been able to rest. Maybe she was showing herself to the living so that someone would remember what had been done to her. Before that encounter, it was never in my nature to think of myself as clairvoyant or special. I did not consider myself someone who could easily see beyond what normal people see. I saw myself as an ordinary child, curious and full of questions, but still ordinary. I never expected to see creatures or entities that most people only talk about in hushed voices or in late-night storytelling. Yet, after that night, I had to accept that something in me was different. From that day onward, I started to feel things that could not be easily explained, and sometimes I saw things that others could not see. It did not happen every day, but it happened enough times for me to notice a pattern. There were moments when I could enter a room and feel right away that I was not alone, even if no one was physically present. There were nights when I would sense that someone was standing near my bed, watching me, even if I could not see them clearly. Sometimes I would catch glimpses of shadows moving in corners where no one was walking, or I would hear faint whispers where there was no radio or television turned on. At first, every new experience scared me, and I reacted the way I did during my first encounter, freezing, trembling, or hiding. But slowly, as time went by and as I realized that being afraid did not make them disappear, I began to change the way I reacted. I started to pray more often, not only when I was in trouble but as part of my daily life. I learned to say quiet prayers in my heart whenever I felt uneasy. I would say things like, "Lord, please protect me," or "If you are not meant to harm me, please just let me be," hoping that the unseen beings would feel my sincerity and leave me alone. Now, whenever I feel something or someone that cannot be seen by the naked eye, I do not react in the same panicked way I reacted during my first encounter with the white lady. I no longer run blindly or hide under blankets at the first sign of something strange. Instead, I pause, breathe, and remind myself that not everything I feel is there to harm me. I still get scared sometimes, because I am only human, but I have learned to live with the fact that there are things beyond what most people can see, and that for some reason, I am more open to them than others. Maybe these things are meant to happen. Maybe my encounter with supernatural beings has a purpose, a lesson, or a reason that I do not yet fully understand. Or maybe there is a scientific explanation that no one has discovered yet, something about energy, sensitivity, or human perception. I do not know for sure. All I know is that on that night in San Jose del Monte, Bulacan, when I saw a lady in white floating near the Mother Mary Child Care Center, covered in blood and staring directly into my eyes, something in my life changed forever. And even now, as the years pass, that memory stays with me, reminding me that the world is bigger and stranger than it appears, and that sometimes, even if we do not look for them, the things that live in the shadows will still find us. After a long period of nothing unusual happening, the strange experiences I've had recently all seem to come together within just a few days, almost as if the quiet time was being made up for, all at once. The first incident happened last Friday, sometime around 7 or 8 p.m. My fiancée and I had just placed our order at the drive-through speaker of a fast food restaurant. It was already getting dark outside, and the parking lot lights were beginning to turn on. Everything felt normal at first, just an ordinary evening. As I slowly drove my car around the corner toward the pay window, something suddenly caught my attention near the edge of the drive-through area. I saw a large, dark shape move extremely fast across the open space at the far end of the lot. It didn't just run normally, it moved in two powerful, bounding leaps, almost like it was jumping across the ground instead of running on it. What struck me most was the speed. In those two leaps, it covered at least a 10-foot distance in an instant. It was so fast that my brain had trouble processing what I had just seen. The shape itself was completely black, like a solid shadow with no visible details. It was not shaped like a human, at least not in any normal sense, and it felt too small and too low to the ground to be a person anyway. In that brief moment, I had a strong feeling that it was some kind of animal, but I couldn't match it with anything I had ever seen before. I've lived in California for a long time, and I'm familiar with common animals, but nothing I know of moves that fast or in that way, especially not something that size. It didn't behave like a dog, a coyote, or anything else I could think of. It simply appeared, crossed the space in two unnatural movements, and was gone. I told my fiancé immediately after I pulled up to the window. He listened carefully, and then told me something that made the experience even more unsettling. Earlier that same night, while he was driving to my house, he had seen something strange himself. He said he briefly noticed what looked like a white dress moving down a side street. At first, he thought maybe it was a person walking, but something about it didn't look right. He said he could clearly see the shape of a flowing white dress, but there was no visible body underneath it, just the clothing moving as if it was being worn by nothing at all. Hearing his experience right after mine gave me a very uneasy feeling. It felt like two separate strange events were somehow connected, even though they happened at different times and places. I remember getting a strong sense of discomfort after that conversation, like something unusual was happening around us that we couldn't fully understand. The second incident happened the following day at my workplace, and it was even more confusing because nothing unusual has ever happened there before. I work in a warehouse, and it is usually a very busy environment. There are normally at least 5 people working in the warehouse area itself, and many more throughout the rest of the building. It is rarely quiet or empty. That morning, around 10 a.m., things were slightly calmer than usual. For a short time, only one other coworker and I were inside the warehouse section. The large doors were shut, and most of the staff were either on break or working in other parts of the building. It was a normal work moment. Nothing felt strange at all. I remember standing at my desk preparing to move a package to a pallet just a few feet away. The moment I stood up, something unexpected happened. Very close to me, almost right beside my desk, I heard a distinct sound. It was a low, muffled moaning or whimpering noise. It sounded human, and it sounded masculine in tone, though it was unclear and distorted in a way that made it hard to fully identify. The strange part was how close it sounded. It felt like it was right next to me, almost within arm's reach. I immediately looked up to see if it had come from my coworker, but he was still sitting at his station, slightly hunched over his keyboard and working normally. He hadn't moved, and he gave no reaction at all. There was no way the sound could have come from him based on where he was sitting. What made it even more unsettling was that I usually have a kind of awareness when something or someone is nearby, even before I hear or see anything. But in this case, I had felt nothing unusual at all before the sound happened. It came completely out of nowhere, without any warning or sense of presence beforehand. Right after I sat back down, something else happened. A sudden gust of cold air moved across my hands and face. It felt unnatural because there were no open doors, no vents blowing in that direction, and no fans running near my desk. The temperature outside was over 70 degrees Fahrenheit, and the building itself felt normal and closed off. The coldness was brief but sharp, like a wave passing directly through the space beside me. I tried to explain it logically to myself afterward, but I couldn't find a reasonable explanation for the sound or the cold draft. Everything in the environment seemed normal, yet what I experienced did not match anything physical happening around me. Later that same day, another incident happened while I was at home, and this one involved my fiancée as well. We were sitting together in the living room having a long conversation. The discussion had started casually but eventually turned into a deeper topic about politics, especially in relation to the recent presidential inauguration. From there, the conversation shifted into broader subjects like science, research, and eventually whether life might exist, or might have ever existed, on other planets. We were both very focused on the conversation and didn't really notice how quickly it had become dark outside. The living room and kitchen were partially visible to each other since the layout is open. From where we were sitting, we had a clear view of the kitchen cabinets, which have reflective surfaces that can catch light and movement. While we were talking, I suddenly noticed something from the corner of my eye. It was quick, just a brief movement, but it made me pause mid-sentence. I looked toward the kitchen cabinets, and in the reflection, I saw something that made my mind stop for a moment. There appeared to be a glowing white figure shaped like a human form moving quickly across the living room area. It wasn't standing still. It moved fast, almost like it was crossing from one side of the room to the other in a smooth motion. The glow wasn't bright like a light source, but more like a soft, white illumination surrounding the shape. It looked like a human outline, but there were no clear details, just a bright, vague form moving through the space. I immediately stopped speaking, trying to process what I had just seen. My fiancé noticed my reaction and asked what was wrong. At that moment, I hesitated and simply told him that I thought I might have seen something, but I wasn't sure what it was. We continued talking for a moment, but only a few seconds later, he stopped mid-sentence as well. He turned his head and looked toward the same general area I had been looking at before. He stood up and walked toward the media room, which is connected to the living room through large glass windows designed for soundproof viewing like a small theater space. He began checking around the room, trying to find any possible explanation for what either of us might have seen. He looked at reflections, lighting angles, and even tried to recreate how a reflection could appear in the kitchen cabinets. But nothing made sense. There were no lights coming in from outside, and inside the house the only light source at that time was a small night light in the kitchen, which was too far away and too dim to cast any clear reflection across the cabinets, or living room in that way. Eventually, I asked him what exactly he saw. He described it in almost the same words I had been thinking earlier, a glowing white, human-shaped figure moving quickly across the room. I had not told him any details before he spoke, which made the moment even more unsettling because we both described the same thing independently. After that, we both agreed that we didn't feel comfortable continuing the conversation in the dark. We turned on more lights in the house, just to feel a bit more grounded and aware of our surroundings. Even now, I still try to make sense of those experiences. Each one on its own might be easy to question or explain away, but happening so close together made them feel connected in a way I can't fully understand. All my life, Montana summers felt like something outside of time. Not in a poetic way I understood as a child, but in a very real, physical sense, like the world I lived in from June to August wasn't quite the same world I went back to in the fall. The air felt older there. The wind moved differently through the valleys, like it carried voices instead of just weather. Even the night sky seemed closer, heavier, as if it was leaning down to listen. Every year, without exception, my family would travel to the powwow grounds where relatives gathered from different places. Tents would rise like rows of quiet stories across the land. Drum circles would form at the center like a heartbeat that everything else revolved around. Fires would burn long into the night, and the smoke would drift upward as if it was carrying conversations to somewhere unseen. As a child, I didn't think of it as anything unusual. It was just life. But as I grew older, especially when I reached my late teens, I started noticing something I had never paid attention to before. There were moments during those summers when it felt like I was being watched, not in a frightening way, but in a way that felt intentional. Like something was observing whether I was paying attention to the right things. I learned the ways of discipline early. Respect. Listening more than speaking. Observing before acting. I was taught how to make moccasins, how to sit properly in ceremony, how to move with awareness through camp at night without disturbing others. By the time I turned 18, I was no longer just participating. I was beginning to understand I was being prepared. I just didn't know for what. That summer started like any other. The same familiar setup. The same faces. The same sounds of laughter and drums at night. My tent was pitched slightly away from the main circle, near a line of trees where the ground dipped downward into a quieter section of the camp. That's where I liked it. Less noise. More space to think. I was sitting inside one evening, working carefully on a new pair of moccasins. My hands were steady, even though my mind wasn't fully focused. The firelight outside flickered through the fabric of the tent, creating moving shadows across everything inside. I remember thinking about nothing in particular, just letting time pass in that slow, summer way. That was when I heard my name. It came from outside the tent. Not loud. Not urgent. Just spoken clearly, as if someone was standing close enough that there was no need to raise their voice. I paused. For a moment I thought it might be someone from camp needing something. That wouldn't have been unusual. People came and went all the time during the evenings. So I stepped outside. The air felt colder than it should have been for a summer night. The firelight from the central circle didn't reach this far. The edge of the camp faded quickly into darkness, and beyond that was the tree line, dense, still, and watching in its own quiet way. That's where I saw him. An old man stood just at the edge of the trees, half in firelight, half in shadow. He wasn't like anyone I had seen before. His presence didn't feel unfamiliar in a normal sense. It felt unfamiliar in a deeper way, like recognizing something you've never been taught to recognize. On his shoulders sat a white owl. At his feet stood a black wolf. Neither animal moved. Neither looked threatened. They simply existed beside him as if they belonged there as naturally as breath belongs to a body. The old man smiled. Not a wide smile. Not forced. Just calm. Certain. Then he spoke again, clearly this time. "My name is Raven Walker. Come. I have things I must teach you." There was no pressure in his voice. No demand. No urgency. And that, more than anything, unsettled me in a strange way. People usually ask questions when they want something. They explain. They persuade. He did none of that. He simply waited. I should have questioned him. I should have gone back to camp and told someone. Instead, I felt something I didn't understand at the time. Recognition without memory. So I followed him. We walked away from the firelight, away from the sound of drums, away from the voices of people I knew. The trees closed around us slowly, like a curtain being drawn. The further we went, the quieter everything became. Even the wind seemed to stop speaking. Eventually, we reached a clearing. There, standing alone as if it had always been there, was a small tent. It was not like the ones at camp. It was older in appearance, though I couldn't explain why I thought that. It simply looked like it belonged to a different kind of time. We entered without speaking. Inside, the air felt still. The owl remained perched quietly. The wolf lay down immediately, curling beside the old man as if it had done so 1,000 times before. The old man sat across from me. And then he began to speak. "I have watched you for some time," he said. "You are now ready to be shown a path few can or will follow. It is the path of the spirit warrior." The words should have sounded strange. They didn't. Instead, they felt like something being remembered rather than something being learned. He continued, "I know about your experience in the abandoned house. I know about your triumph there. It was that moment which told me you are ready to begin your true calling." I felt a chill move through me, but not fear. Confusion. Because I had never told anyone about that experience in detail. Not the way he described it. Not with that certainty. Yet he spoke of it as if he had been there. As if he had seen it. As if he had been part of it. Then he explained. He told me there was a war, not one fought with weapons in the way humans understood them, but something older. Something layered beneath the physical world. A conflict between forces that could not fully enter our reality without breaking it. He said the world was held in balance by rules even gods were bound to. The gods themselves cannot enter this place, he said. Not fully. If they did, this world and others would collapse under their weight. So they sent champions instead. I remember asking him who those champions were. His answer was simple. Some become healers. Some become warriors. There was no dramatic emphasis in his voice. No attempt to convince me. He spoke as if he was describing something as ordinary as weather. Then he looked at me and said I had a choice. The path of the spirit warrior was not something chosen lightly. It was something accepted. Once accepted, it could not be easily set aside, not because of force, but because of understanding. Something inside me already felt like I knew the answer before he asked. So I chose. I chose the warrior path. He nodded once, as if that answer had already been expected. And then he began teaching me. What he taught me, I cannot fully explain in linear detail. It didn't feel like lessons the way school feels like lessons. It felt more like layers being added to something already inside me. Awareness. Perception. Understanding how intent moves before action. How fear can distort what is real. How some things exist only because attention gives them shape. Time inside that tent did not behave normally. I do not know how long we spoke. It felt like a few hours at most. Maybe less. Maybe more. There was no way to measure it properly. When I finally stepped outside again, everything looked unchanged. The camp was still there in the distance. The fire was still burning. The night had not shifted in any noticeable way. I walked back to my tent, expecting nothing unusual. But when I arrived, everything had changed. People were awake. Voices were raised. Movement was frantic. My brother was there. My grandparents were there. Others from camp were searching, calling my name. At first, I didn't understand. Then my brother grabbed my shoulder and said something that made no sense. "We've been looking for you for almost a week." A week. It didn't feel possible. I tried to explain immediately, but the words didn't come out properly. I turned and led them back toward the trees, toward the clearing where the tent had been. But when we arrived, there was nothing. No tent. No clearing. No old man. No wolf. No owl. Just trees. Still. Silent. Unmoving. My grandfather stood there for a long moment, looking at the empty space as if he expected it to correct itself. Then I told him the name. Ravenwalker. That's when something in his expression changed. Not surprise. Recognition. He nodded slowly. And said, "Then you have been called down the path of the spirit warrior." When I looked at him confused, he laughed softly, not mockingly, but like someone acknowledging a truth they had always known would arrive eventually. He explained what I had not known. That name was not new. That Ravenwalker had existed long before us. That he had been a shaman, a warrior, a guide. and that he had disappeared into the woods in the year 1797. But not entirely. Because for those in our family, those who were destined, he returned. Not as a memory, not as a story, but as a guide that appears when the path begins. And as I stood there in that empty clearing, I finally understood something I hadn't before. What I had experienced wasn't a visit. It was an initiation. And somewhere deep inside me, something had already begun to remember everything he had taught me, even the parts one couldn't consciously recall yet. Because some teachings don't end when the lesson is over. They begin when you realize you were never the same afterward. We were hiking near Dead Horse Point when everything went wrong in the most ordinary way possible. It didn't start with anything dramatic. No warning, no strange signs, no feeling that we should turn back. Just a group of us, me, my ex-husband Sean, and a couple of friends, walking off the marked trail because someone thought there was a better view a little further out. That's how it always happens, looking back. One small decision that feels harmless at the time. The desert there is beautiful in a way that doesn't really feel safe. It's too open, too vast, like the land itself has no interest in where you end up. The cliffs drop away suddenly, the rock stretches out in layers of red and orange, and the silence is so complete it almost feels physical. By mid-afternoon we had already wandered farther than we should have. At first, nobody was worried. We were joking, taking pictures, calling out to each other when someone found a particularly high point to climb. But somewhere along the way, the trail stopped being obvious. Then it stopped being visible at all. By the time we realized we were lost, it was already too late in the day to easily fix it. The mood shifted slowly. At first it was still casual, just a bit of uncertainty, a bit of joking about finding our way back eventually. But the desert doesn't really reward confidence. It just keeps looking the same in every direction. And when the sun started to go down, that's when the feeling changed. I remember it very clearly, because it didn't come all at once. It crept in gradually, like a pressure behind my eyes. A sense that we were being watched. Not by something specific. Just watched. Sean noticed I had slowed down and asked if I was okay. I told him I was fine, but I wasn't. None of us said it out loud, but everyone started walking a little closer together after that. We kept moving, thinking we'd eventually recognize something. A ridge. A landmark. Anything. But the desert was already shifting into night. And night out there is not like night anywhere else. It doesn't just get dark, it gets deep. We came over the top of a low rise, and that's when we saw it. Light. Faint, flickering, orange light bending around a rock formation ahead of us. Firelight. It looked completely normal at first. The kind of sight that instantly relaxes you when you're lost in the wilderness. Someone else. Campers. People who could point us back to the trail, or at least let us stay nearby until morning. I remember picking up my pace immediately. That sense of relief was almost physical. Like my body had already decided we were safe again. Sean followed right behind me, asking what I saw. I didn't even answer. I just kept walking faster. As I rounded the bend, I stopped so abruptly that Sean nearly ran into me. The others collided behind him in a confused cluster of movement and muttered complaints, but I didn't respond. Because what I saw made my mind hesitate. The fire was real. But the people around it didn't fit the world I was standing in. It was a small group gathered in a sheltered alcove in the cliff face. The fire burned steadily in the center, its light reflecting off the rock walls in soft, moving patterns. And around it was what looked like a family. Native American by appearance. An older man sat closest to the fire, his posture calm, grounded. Nearby were a man and woman who looked younger, possibly late teens or early 20s. A woman moved between them and the fire, tending to something I couldn't quite make out. And a small boy, maybe 5 or 6, ran in and out of the firelight, playing like children do when they feel safe. It was domestic. Ordinary. Alive. The scene felt like something I shouldn't have been witnessing. Not because it was private, but because it felt placed somewhere it didn't belong anymore. The men were eating. The women were arranging sleeping areas. The boy laughed at something we couldn't hear. The fire crackled in a way that felt too real. But there was something wrong with the edges of it. Not visually at first. Emotionally. It felt slightly separated from the rest of the world, like I was looking at it through a thin layer of glass that didn't belong there. Sean whispered something behind me, but I didn't turn around. Because I noticed something else. None of them looked at us. Not once. Even though we were standing in full view, just a short distance away. It was as if we were not part of their reality at all. We stood there for what felt like a long time. Nobody moved forward. Nobody spoke. Even the others behind me had gone quiet. Then something changed. The fire flickered. Not like a normal gust of wind. It stuttered, like a skipped frame. And the edges of the scene began to soften. The people didn't react. They continued their movements, their tasks, their lives. But they started to lose definition, like ink spreading in water. The boy's movement blurred first. Then the woman near the fire. Then the fire itself. And then, one by one, the entire scene faded. Not like smoke drifting away. More like something being turned down slowly until it was no longer visible. Within seconds, the alcove was empty. No fire. No people. No sound. Just rock. Sean finally broke the silence behind me with a nervous laugh that didn't sound real. Someone muttered something about hallucinations or tricks of the light, but nobody sounded convinced. We stepped forward cautiously into the alcove. The space was real. The rock was real. The wind was real. The cold stone underfoot was real. But there was no sign that anyone had ever been there. No ashes. No disturbed ground. No equipment. Nothing. Except for two things we found later, after our eyes adjusted and we started searching more carefully. A turquoise bead. And an arrowhead. They were just sitting there in the dirt like they had always belonged there. Sean picked up the bead. I picked up the arrowhead. Nobody said much after that. We decided to stay there overnight, because at that point we didn't know what else to do. The idea of moving further into the dark desert felt worse than staying in a place where something had just disappeared in front of us. That night, none of us slept well. The wind moved differently in that alcove. It didn't feel random. It felt structured, like it was moving around something invisible. Every time I closed my eyes, I had the sense that the space wasn't empty even though it was. Morning came eventually, but it didn't feel like relief so much as continuation. We searched the area again in daylight, more carefully this time. The alcove was just an alcove. Nothing unusual about it. But when we examined the back wall, there were dark patches in the rock, faint, uneven marks that looked like soot that had been there a very long time and never fully washed away. As if something had once burned there repeatedly. Or existed there long enough to leave a memory behind. Eventually, we kept walking. Exhausted, confused, and increasingly quiet. We didn't find the trail ourselves. Rangers found us instead. They had been searching after we failed to return on time, and I remember the relief of seeing them felt almost unreal, like stepping back into a normal version of the world. One of the rangers asked where we had been. We explained as best we could. The alcove. The fire. The people. He didn't laugh. He didn't dismiss it. He just listened, nodding slowly, like he had heard something similar before but didn't want to confirm too much. When I asked him directly if anyone else had reported things like that, he hesitated for a moment too long. Then he said yes. Others had seen things. Fires that weren't there. People that didn't leave tracks. Encounters that ended the same way ours did, disappearing without explanation when approached directly. But he didn't elaborate. And I didn't push. Because deep down, I already understood something I couldn't quite put into words at the time. We hadn't stumbled onto something hostile. We had stumbled onto something that didn't exist in a way we were meant to fully interact with. Something that appeared briefly. Long enough to be seen. Long enough to be remembered. And then gone again. Even now, I still think about that alcove. not with fear, but with a strange certainty that some places don't just hold land and stone. They hold echoes of people who were never fully gone in the first place. A couple of years ago I worked at the Lake Lurin and Spa in North Carolina. Even now, when I think back to that time, the building itself feels like a memory that is hard to separate from imagination. It was not just a workplace. It felt like a place that carried its own personality, like it had lived through too many years, too many people, and too many stories to ever feel completely quiet. The outside of the inn always looked peaceful at first glance. It had a pale yellow stucco finish, with dark green shutters that made it look almost like something from an old painting. The kind of building you might expect to see in a postcard rather than in real life. It sat in a beautiful area surrounded by nature, and during the day it looked welcoming enough. But as soon as the sun began to drop and the light changed, the same building started to feel different. The shadows seemed longer than they should be, and the windows looked darker, like they were holding on to something instead of simply reflecting the outside world. Inside, the lobby was large and open. It had high ceilings and a layout that made footsteps echo more than expected. The space was filled with antiques and older decorations that the owner had collected over time. Some of them looked elegant, others just looked old, but all of them together created a feeling that the building had been filled with pieces of different lives. There were framed photographs on the walls showing guests from earlier decades, some of them famous names, others unknown families smiling in clothes from another time. I remember reading that President Franklin D. Roosevelt and his wife had stayed there during a visit to western North Carolina. There were also stories of actors and crew from the movie Dirty Dancing staying in the area while filming nearby. Whether you believe the history or not, it gave the place a kind of weight, like it had been part of something bigger than itself. When I first started working there, I did not think much about any of that. I was focused on learning my job, learning the layout of the building, and getting used to the routine. At first, everything felt normal enough. Cleaning, helping guests, moving through hallways, restocking supplies, and working in different areas of the inn. But after a short time, I started noticing something I could not easily explain. It was not one specific event at the beginning. It was more like a feeling that slowly built up. Sometimes when I walked through a hallway alone, it felt like I was not completely alone. Not in a scary way at first, but in a way that made me more aware of my surroundings. I would sometimes stop and listen without knowing why. Other times I would turn my head quickly because I felt like something had moved in my peripheral vision, but when I looked directly, nothing was there. The spa area was where things started to feel stronger. The spa was located in a quieter section of the inn. It had its own atmosphere, separate from the rest of the building. It was calm during the day when guests were around, but at night it became extremely quiet. Almost too quiet. The kind of quiet where even small sounds feel loud. I often had to clean there after hours, when I was alone, disinfecting surfaces, washing linens, and preparing the space for the next day. It was during those late-night shifts that I first began to feel uncomfortable. I remember one night in particular when I was finishing up my work. I was alone in the spa area, moving through the rooms, gathering towels and cleaning supplies. I was focused on my tasks when I suddenly became aware that I felt watched. There was no logical reason for it. I was the only person scheduled to be there. The building was supposed to be empty except for a few staff members upstairs, and even they were on the other side of the inn. Still, the feeling stayed with me. I tried to ignore it and continue working, but then I started noticing small things. A shadow moving down a hallway when there should not have been anyone there. A reflection that seemed to move slightly differently than the light around it. Nothing dramatic, nothing that I could prove, but enough to make me pause and double-check what I was seeing. At one point, while I was carrying a stack of linens, I clearly heard my name spoken. It was a male voice, low and rough, almost like it came from deep inside the throat. It was not loud, but it was distinct enough that I immediately stopped moving. For a second, I thought maybe one of my coworkers had come in without me noticing. I even looked around expecting to see someone in the doorway. But there was no one there. The hallway was empty. The spa rooms were empty. The air felt still, almost heavier than before. I dropped the linens on a nearby chair and walked quickly out of the spa area. My heart was beating faster than it should have been, and I remember going straight to my supervisor's office. When I told her what I had heard, I could tell she thought I was just tired or overreacting. She even joked a little at first, like it was nothing serious. But later, I found out she had experienced something similar herself. She told me that when she was alone in the bathroom one day, she had heard a voice asking, "Are you okay?" She said it clearly, like someone was standing right next to her. But when she looked around, there was no one there. That was when she stopped laughing about my experience and started listening more seriously. After that, I started paying more attention to what other staff members said. I learned that I was not the only one who had experienced strange things in the inn. Some guests had reported seeing a woman in their rooms at night. They said she would sometimes stand near the bed or appear to tuck them in like they were children. Some guests said she smiled at them. Others said she simply stood there silently. A few guests even left in the middle of the night because they felt too uncomfortable to stay. One housekeeper told a story about walking down a hallway early in the morning when she saw a woman wearing old-fashioned clothing. She said she assumed it was a guest and asked if she needed help. The woman reportedly said, "No," and then walked down the hallway. According to the housekeeper, the woman did not walk normally. She described it as if the figure moved too smoothly, almost like it was floating rather than stepping. That housekeeper quit not long after. Other staff reported smaller but still strange events. Glasses breaking without explanation while rooms were being cleaned. Televisions turning on and off by themselves. Beds showing impressions as if someone had just sat down moments after they were made. None of these things happened constantly, but they happened enough that people began to talk about them quietly among themselves. There was also a rumor about a woman who had died in the inn many years ago, sometime in the 1930s or 1940s. The story said she had been at the bar with a patrolman when a jealous partner followed her back to a room and killed her. Some people said it happened in room 215, but no one could confirm it for sure. I tried to find real records about it later, but I never found anything that clearly proved it happened. Still, the story stayed in circulation among staff and guests. It became part of the way people explained things when something strange happened. Another presence that people talked about was a male figure sometimes seen in the dining room at night. Night auditors reported seeing him standing near the grand fireplace. Some said he looked like the original owner of the inn, Dr. Lucius Morse, because of a painting in the lobby that resembled him. Others described him as a shadowy figure that appeared briefly and then disappeared without moving away normally. There were also reports of a mist-like shape that would appear on the grand staircase and slowly descend before fading out. Some staff said they saw it clearly, while others only noticed it out of the corner of their eye. I remember one of the most unsettling things about working there was not any single event, but the consistency of the experiences. It was not just one person claiming something once. It was multiple people, across different shifts, sometimes describing similar things without talking to each other beforehand. That is what made it harder to dismiss completely. Over time, even people who were skeptical started to become cautious. Not necessarily believing in ghosts or spirits, but at least acknowledging that something unusual seemed to happen there. Despite everything, the inn was still a functioning business. Guests still checked in, weddings were still held, and life continued as normal on the surface. During the day, the building could feel almost cheerful. People laughed in the lobby, music played softly in the background, and sunlight made everything look warm and inviting. But as soon as night came and the crowds disappeared, the building felt different again, like it had switched into another state. There were nights when I worked late and found myself walking slowly through empty hallways just to get from one area to another. I would sometimes stop at the top of a staircase or near a long corridor and just listen. Most of the time there was nothing. Only silence, the hum of distant equipment, and the occasional creak of the building settling. But even in that silence, it never felt completely empty. Looking back now, I do not try to fully explain what happened there. I do not insist that everything was supernatural, And I also do not dismiss the experiences of the people who saw or heard things. What I can say is that the inn had an atmosphere that affected people in different ways. Some ignored it completely. Some felt uneasy but adjusted. Others experienced things that stayed with them long after they left. And for me, working at the Lake Lurin and Spa remains one of those memories that is hard to separate into simple explanations. It was just a job in an old building, but it never felt like only that. It feels like I have always been connected to something beyond what most people experience. I don't know if I would call it a gift or a burden, but I have always felt it. Cold chills in empty rooms. The feeling that someone is standing behind me when I am completely alone. The sense of being watched even when there is no logical reason for it. These things have followed me for as long as I can remember. My mother had what people used to call the gift. For her, it seemed to be something she accepted and even understood in her own way. For me, it has never felt like a gift at all. It has always made me uneasy. I am not someone who is eager to meet things that are not supposed to be here, especially spirits that seem confused or unwilling to leave. Their presence feels heavy. Their intentions are not always clear. That uncertainty is what scares me the most. I often think that even if I knew how to communicate with them, it would not make it any less frightening. Maybe it would make it worse. When I was about 6 years old, I had a dream that I still remember very clearly. In this dream, my mother was dressing me. I was wearing a small white sweater and little black shoes with straps across the top. Everything in the dream felt real, but at the same time slightly different, like the world was not exactly the same as my real life. It was the year 1966 in the dream. We were in our kitchen, the one that looked like our real kitchen, but something about it felt slightly off, like it was a memory that didn't belong to me. Outside I could see a yard, but it was not the small yard we actually had. In real life, our yard was tiny and surrounded by a wooden fence. In the dream, it was completely different. It stretched out into a large open space filled with tall trees that seemed to go on forever. The air was calm and warm. The sun was bright, but not harsh. A soft breeze moved through everything. At some point I ran outside. I remember feeling free, like nothing was wrong. I went up to one of the trees and stopped beside it. That was when I saw something strange lying on the ground near the base of the tree. It was a human hand. It looked like it had been cut off from a body. On its wrist, there was still a watch. The strange thing is that I was not scared in the dream. I did not scream or run away. I just sat down next to it and stared at it quietly for a long time. I remember thinking about it without feeling panic. It was more like confusion than fear. Years later, when I was older, I read something in a dream book that tried to explain what that kind of dream meant. According to it, dreams like that could mean a person feels misunderstood or like they will not be fully understood by others in life. I did not think much of it at first. I only read that explanation when I was about 25 years old. Looking back, I sometimes think that if I had read it earlier, I might have laughed more at the things people said to me or expected from me. But at the time, I was too young to understand any of that. As I grew up, I often felt like I was struggling to explain the way I saw things or felt things inside. It was not easy to talk about. When I was young, there were no television shows about ghost hunting or spirits. Most people did not talk about such things seriously. If you did, people thought you were strange or even unstable. Back then, it felt safer to stay quiet. Everything spiritual was often labeled in a very simple way. People would say it was superstition or fear or imagination. And if something could not be explained, it was often blamed on evil or the devil. There was no middle ground. You either believed nothing, or you believed everything was dangerous. That made it hard for me, because I believed in God, I believed in angels, and I also believed there were things in this world that we do not fully understand. But saying that out loud was not something people accepted easily. When I was around 12, I told people I wanted to become a police officer one day. That idea also made people laugh, because where I grew up, it was not common for women to think about that kind of job. But I kept that thought with me anyway. Years later, in 1986, when I was 26 years old, I graduated from the police academy. I started working as a police officer, driving my own patrol car and handling real cases on the street. Life had changed a lot from the little girl sitting under a tree in a dream, staring at something she did not understand. I was proud of what I had achieved. I had worked hard for it. I felt strong and independent in many ways. I always try to remind myself to be thankful. I believe in God deeply, and I feel that faith has always helped me stay grounded. I feel that it has also kept me open in a way, open to things that are not always easy to explain. At the same time, I know that this openness can also make me more sensitive to things that others might never notice. My grandfather was someone I was very close to. When he passed away, it affected me deeply. He was like a hero to me. After he died, I sometimes felt like he still visited in small ways. There were moments when I would feel his presence for just a second. Once, while I was driving, I thought I saw him sitting in the back seat of my car. It startled me, but at the same time, I felt emotional more than afraid. When I realized it felt like him, I cried. I wished I had just one more moment to tell him that I loved him. My mother passed away when I was 39. Losing a parent is something that is very difficult to describe. It is not just sadness. It is something deeper. Sometimes I still feel her presence. On rare occasions, I feel a light touch on my shoulder. It always surprises me, but I do not feel threatened by it. Instead, I usually just quietly say hello. There is also something else I have experienced for many years. It is the presence of a small boy. He seems to be about 5 or 6 years old. I often see him walking through my hallway and going into the bathroom. He never comes out in a way that feels normal or noticeable. It is as if he simply fades away. My children have grown up knowing about him in their own quiet way. They even ask about him sometimes before going into the bathroom. He has been around for a very long time now, almost like part of the house itself. But out of all the experiences I have had, there is one that still bothers me the most. It is something that happened in 1987, when I was still a fairly new police officer. That memory has stayed with me in a different way than the others. It started when I received a call to transport a young girl to the hospital. She had chicken pox. At first, it did not seem like anything serious. I did not think much of it at the time. But not long after that, I ended up getting chicken pox myself, even though I had never had it before. At my age, it was unusual and difficult. I also had a young niece living with me, and I was worried about her getting sick too. Because of that, I asked a friend if I could stay at her apartment for a few days. She agreed. She was rarely home at night and often busy during the day, so it seemed like a quiet place where I could rest and recover. I thought it would be simple. The apartment was small and set up in a straightforward way. The bathroom was inside the bedroom, and you had to walk through the bedroom to reach the kitchen. The bed was positioned in a way that allowed you to see both the bathroom door and the living room depending on which side you were lying on. There was only one main door in and out of the apartment. On the first night, I was watching television when I heard a sound coming from the bathroom. There was no window in there, so I assumed it was nothing important. But then I heard it again. I checked, but there was nothing there. Eventually, I tried to sleep. Sometime later, I woke up and felt something wrong immediately. It felt like pressure on my body, like someone was lying on top of me. I could not move. A blanket was wrapped tightly around my neck, and I was struggling to breathe. It felt like I was being held down by something heavy. There was no one visible in the room. I tried to panic, but I could not even move properly. The only thing I could do was pray in my mind because I could not speak. After a few moments, the pressure suddenly stopped. The feeling of weight disappeared completely. I coughed and quickly got up. I checked the apartment carefully. I even walked around with my gun, making sure no one was there. The doors were locked. The windows were closed. Everything was as it should be. But I knew what I had felt. The next day, I told my friend what had happened. She did not react much at first. She just looked at me quietly. That reaction made me unsure of myself, so I stopped talking about it. I did not want her to think I was imagining things or losing control. I was staying there as a guest, and I did not want to make her uncomfortable. That night, I decided to leave the bathroom light on and the door slightly open. I also kept my gun nearby. I did not feel safe, but I tried to stay calm. As I was falling asleep, I suddenly felt something right next to my ear. It was like a breath or a whisper. A short sound very close. I immediately sat up and looked around, but there was nothing there. Then something else happened. The keys hanging on the wall in the living room began to move slowly, swinging side to side on their own. They were heavy keys, not something that should move easily. There was no open window or draft that could explain it. The atmosphere in the room felt strange, like the air itself had changed. I spoke out loud, asking whatever was there to show itself, but at the same time I realized I did not actually want that. I was angry, but also afraid. Eventually, I decided to just wait until morning. The next day, my friend finally admitted that she also experienced strange things in the apartment. She said she believed something was there. She did not feel rested there and often heard noises or experienced disturbances. That was when I realized I was not the only one. She asked me to stay one more night because she did not want to be alone. I agreed. That night, things became worse. While I was lying on the sofa bed, I woke up again feeling pressure on my body. It felt like someone was on top of me again, even though I could not see anyone. At the same time, my friend screamed. She was standing in the doorway, looking terrified. The pressure suddenly stopped. When I sat up, I saw something I will never forget. A man was sitting at the kitchen table. He looked very real. He was dressed in old-fashioned clothing from the 1960s. He had slicked back dark hair, a long face, and dark eyes. He was sitting calmly, almost smiling, like he was fully aware of what was happening. I froze. I could not move or speak. I do not know how long he was there, but after a short time, he simply disappeared. The chair remained slightly pulled out from the table, as if someone had been sitting there moments before. My friend never told me what she saw that night. After that experience, I do not think she ever wanted to go back to that apartment again. Later, I found out that the area where the apartment was built had once been a cemetery. Across the street, there had even been an old church. The land itself carried a long history, much older than the buildings that stood there now. Even now, I still do not know exactly what happened in that apartment. I may never fully understand it. Some experiences do not leave clear answers. They just stay with you. Maybe that is how it is supposed to be. Some things remain a mystery. And maybe it is better not to know everything. The good spirits, the peaceful ones, I can accept those. But the darker experiences, I hope I never go through anything like that again. When I was married to my now ex-husband, we were trying to build a stable life for our 2 small children. We needed more space, and like many families do, we were looking for a house that was affordable but still in good condition. Eventually we came across a double-wide trailer that was only a few years old. On the surface, it looked almost perfect. It was clean, well kept, and in better shape than many of the other places we had seen. My ex-husband loved it immediately. He was excited about it, talking about how it would be a fresh start for us and how it would be a good place to raise the kids. I remember not feeling the same way at all. When I first walked inside, something about the atmosphere felt wrong. It was not something I could explain easily. The air inside felt heavy, like it was pressing down on me. It was not just a feeling of discomfort, it felt deeper than that, like the place itself had a presence. Over the years, I had learned to trust those kinds of feelings. Whenever I had ignored them in the past, things usually turned out badly in one way or another. So I told him right away that something about the house did not feel right to me and that we should keep looking. But as it often happened, he did not take what I said seriously. He thought I was just being overly cautious or imagining things. So we moved in. At first, everything seemed normal enough. The house was quiet, and life followed its usual routine. I would go to work during the day, and my stepfather would come by in the mornings to watch the children until my husband or I got home. For a short while, nothing unusual happened, and I almost convinced myself that maybe I had been wrong about the feeling I had when we first saw the place. That changed during the second week. My stepfather started acting differently. He seemed uneasy in a way I could not ignore. Every time either my husband or I came home from work, he would almost rush to leave. It was like he could not wait to get out of the house. At first, I thought maybe he had other things going on or somewhere else he needed to be, but his behavior started to worry me. One day I asked him directly what was going on. I told him I had noticed how quickly he was leaving and asked if something was wrong. At first, he hesitated. He did not want to say much. But after a moment, he finally explained. He told me that every morning around 9 o'clock, while he was alone with the children, he would hear the back door open. After that, he would hear footsteps moving through the house. The steps would go through the den, then the kitchen, and finally into the living room where he was usually sitting. He said it always felt like something was walking directly toward him. He also told me something that unsettled me even more. He said he sometimes heard voices in the house when there should have been no one else there except him and the children. Not just random sounds, but actual voices. He could not understand what was being said, but he knew he was not alone when he should have been. I did not know how to respond. Hearing him say that confirmed what I had been feeling since the day we moved in. It was not just my imagination. Something about that house was wrong. But at the same time, I did not want to lose my stepfather as help with the children, so I tried to stay calm. I told him I would speak to my husband and see what we could do. Before I had the chance to fully think it through, things escalated in a way I did not expect. One weekend, my husband and I were driving when our car suddenly broke down on the road near the house. It happened late at night, around midnight. The engine simply stopped working, and we were forced to pull over on a quiet country road. Just above where the car stopped, there was an old church. It had been abandoned for years. I remember it clearly because it felt like it was sitting there in silence, almost watching the road below. My husband got out of the car to look around. He later told me that the moment he stepped outside, he felt like someone was right behind him. He said the feeling was so strong that he panicked and started running. According to him, it felt like something was chasing him. He ran straight back to the house in fear, shaking and crying when he got inside. For hours, he refused to talk about what exactly he thought he had seen or felt. He was completely shaken, and I had never seen him like that before. After that night, I started to feel like the situation was getting worse instead of better. That Sunday night, my husband had to work a night shift, so I was alone in the house with the children. My youngest son, who was about 4 years old at the time, had started telling me that he saw something in his room at night. He described it as a man wearing a black suit. He said it made him feel very scared. I tried to reassure him that there was nothing in the house except us. I tucked both children into bed and tried to keep things as normal as possible. Eventually, I went to bed myself. Around 1 in the morning, I heard a sound from the boys' room. At first, I assumed one of them had gotten up and was coming into my room, like children often do when they are scared or unable to sleep. I remember feeling a little irritated because I expected that once they climbed into bed with me, I would not be able to sleep comfortably. I was lying in bed with my back facing the door. I heard small footsteps moving through the living room. Then I heard my bedroom door open slightly. Without turning around, still half asleep, I said something like, "Come on, Nick, get in the bed with Mama." I waited for a moment. No one came. There was no child in the room. I turned over and looked, expecting to see one of them standing there, but the room was empty. I got up immediately and checked around. Then I went to their room, and both of my boys were still fast asleep in their beds. That confused me, but I tried to convince myself that I had simply imagined it. Maybe I had been dreaming while half awake. I pushed it aside, even though it did not fully feel normal. For a while after that, things seemed quieter again. Months passed without anything major happening. But slowly, I started noticing changes in my husband. His behavior became unpredictable. We began arguing almost every night, even over small things that normally would not matter. He started drinking more heavily, and his temper became worse. Before moving into that house, we rarely fought. We had disagreements like any couple, but nothing serious. After moving in, it felt like something in our relationship had shifted completely. One night, after a particularly bad argument, things reached a breaking point. My husband stormed out of the house and went to work. I stayed behind with the children. Later that night, I checked on them and made sure they were asleep. I remember feeling exhausted and emotionally drained. I started thinking that I might take the children and go stay with my mother for a while, just to get away from everything. I went to bed upset and eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I woke up to find both of my children in my bed, crying uncontrollably. I immediately comforted them and asked what had happened. It took a while for them to calm down enough to speak. My oldest son finally told me what they had experienced. He said that during the night, they woke up feeling scared and wanted to come into my room. But when they got up, they saw a man standing near the front door. He was wearing black clothing. According to my son, every time they tried to come toward my room, the man would move closer and block them. He said the man looked short and strange, almost like a distorted figure, not normal in appearance. He described him in a way that made him sound unnatural and frightening to a child. They said they became terrified and ran toward my room anyway, trying to wake me up. They could not wake me no matter how hard they tried. They believed something was wrong with me and thought I might be dead because I would not respond. Eventually, I woke up on my own, and that is when they finally broke down crying. That night, everything collapsed completely. My husband came home extremely drunk. Another violent argument broke out between us. This time, it became physical. In front of the children, he pushed me down and tried to strangle me. In that moment, I saw something in his expression that I will never forget. It did not feel like him anymore. It felt like something else was behind his actions, something darker and completely out of control. I fought back with everything I had and managed to call the police. That was the night I finally left the house with my children for good. When I returned later to collect our belongings, I discovered that many of our things were gone. My husband had taken most of what belonged to me and the children. I was only able to recover a small portion of what we owned. Standing inside that house again felt unbearable. It was the most frightened I had ever felt in my life. It felt like something inside that place wanted us gone, like we were not welcome there at all. We never went back after that. My oldest son is almost 11 now, but he still becomes upset whenever the house is mentioned. He especially remembers what he calls the White House and the Frog Man, and even after all these years, it still frightens him. Looking back, I still believe that whatever was happening was connected more to the land itself than to the structure we lived in. The house was just sitting on top of something that was already there. And whatever it was, it made it very clear that it did not want us there. Between my house and the neighbor's house next door, there was a school path. It started from the end of our driveway, ran past our house, and continued until it reached the back of the next property. Then it turned into a small crosswalk area. After that, it went past a couple more houses and eventually led all the way to the elementary school and the junior high school. Because of this path, it was very common to see people walking through the area. During school days, kids would use it to get home. In the summer, joggers, teenagers, and even elderly people would pass by during the day. It was a normal part of the neighborhood, and no one really thought anything unusual about it. The summer before my senior year of high school, when I was 17, I spent a lot of time outside. I had tried to start gardening that year, although I quickly realized I did not really have a natural talent for it. Still, I liked being outside. I would spend time planting, watering, or just sitting in the yard. That was when I started noticing someone walking past every day. It was always around the same time, usually just after noon, around 1 in the afternoon. The first time I saw him, I was in the front yard watering plants. I barely paid attention at first, but something made me notice him as he passed. He looked like a boy about my age. He was wearing a black hat, something like a fedora style, along with a black sweatshirt, black pants, and black shoes. Everything he wore was dark. He walked with his head slightly lowered, as if he was looking at the ground while he moved. His pace was steady, not fast, but not slow either. He did not stop or look around. He just kept walking along the path like it was part of a routine. At the time, I did not think much of it. I just assumed he was another teenager from the neighborhood using the path like everyone else. For about a week, I kept seeing him at the same time. Almost every day, around 1 in the afternoon, he would walk past. I would often be outside during that time, either watering plants or sitting in the yard, and I would notice him passing by without fail. After a few days of this, something in me became curious. I started wondering who he was. He never talked to anyone, never looked at anyone, and never changed his routine. One afternoon, I decided I would try to say hello. I was 17 at the time, and I guess I was just curious. Maybe I also wanted to see if he would respond. So that day, I went into the backyard and stayed near one of the flower beds, waiting for him to pass by. Just like before, he came walking down the path around 1 in the afternoon. I waited until he got close, and when he was right in front of me, I called out, "Hey!" He stopped. That moment is something I still remember very clearly. He turned his head slowly to look at me. When I saw his face, I felt a sudden wave of shock. It was not what I expected at all. His skin was extremely pale, almost unnaturally white. It was not makeup or anything like that. It looked like real, natural paleness, but much stronger than normal. His lips had a faint pink color, almost faded. But what stood out the most were his eyes. His eyes looked empty. There was no expression in them at all. No warmth, no emotion, nothing that I could recognize. For a second, it almost felt like I was not looking at a living person in the normal sense. I know that sounds dramatic, but that is exactly how it felt in that moment. He did not say a single word. He just looked at me for a brief moment, then turned away and kept walking like nothing had happened. I stood there completely frozen. I did not know how to react. I felt a strange mix of embarrassment, fear, and confusion all at once. After that, I went straight inside the house and avoided going out around that time again. I could not bring myself to sit outside anymore, especially not around 1 in the afternoon. Something about that moment had made me uncomfortable in a way I could not explain. My father noticed the change in me. He asked me why I had stopped spending time outside and why I was no longer taking care of the garden. At first, I tried to avoid the question, but eventually I told him that I had an awkward encounter with someone on the sidewalk. He became concerned right away and asked me who it was. I explained that it was just a boy who walked past the house. I mentioned that I thought he might live in one of the cul-de-sac houses across the street. My father reacted differently than I expected. He paused and made a sound like he was thinking about something. Then he told me something I had not known before. He said one of the houses in that direction was empty. According to him, the previous family that lived there had a teenage son. One night, the parents came home and found that their son had taken his own life in the garage. After that, the family moved away, and the house had remained empty since then. I remember feeling uneasy after hearing that, but I still tried to convince myself there could be a normal explanation. Maybe I had just seen someone else. Maybe there was a new teenager in the area. I did not want to jump to conclusions. Even so, I stopped going outside around that time completely. Occasionally, I would still see him passing by, but only from inside the house. I would catch glimpses of him through the kitchen window. He always looked the same. Same dark clothing, same hat, same slow, steady walk with his head down. As time passed, school started again, and I became busy with my senior year. Life moved forward, and eventually I stopped thinking about it as much on a daily basis. But I never fully forgot it. Then, when I was about 20 years old, something else happened that brought it all back. I was helping my parents pack up the house because we were preparing to move. I was driving through the old neighborhood, passing by familiar streets that I had grown up around. It was later in the evening, dark enough that the street lights were starting to stand out, but still bright enough to see clearly. I stopped at a four-way intersection near the junior high school. There were no other cars around. The road was completely empty in all directions. I waited for a moment, looked left and right, and then continued driving forward. As I crossed the intersection, I glanced into my rearview mirror. That is when I saw him again. He was there, standing or walking in the same way as before. Same black clothing. Same lowered head. Same quiet, distant movement. The moment I saw him, I felt a rush of shock so strong that I nearly lost control of the car. My hands tightened on the wheel as I tried to process what I was seeing. I looked again, but by the time I focused, he was no longer clearly visible. I had no explanation for it. I still do not. Now, as an adult, I try to think about it in a logical way. I tell myself it could have been a real person. Maybe a teenager going through a phase, dressing in black, keeping to himself. That is the rational explanation, and I understand that. But the truth is, ever since that day I saw his face up close, I have never fully believed it was just that simple. I am 24 now, and I still think about it sometimes. Our old house is gone now. The neighborhood has changed. Even the neighbors are different. Everything has moved on. But sometimes I still wonder, if I ever went back and stood on that same path at 1 in the afternoon, would I see him again? When I was married to my ex-husband, we were looking for a house because we had 2 small children and needed more space. We found a double-wide that was only a few years old and still in very good condition. My ex-husband really liked it, but I was not comfortable with it from the start. The moment I walked inside, I felt something heavy in the air, like the atmosphere was thick and strange, almost like you could feel it pressing against you. I had experienced similar feelings before, and I always saw them as a warning. I told my husband that something about this house felt wrong and that we should keep looking, but he did not take me seriously. We moved in anyway. At first, everything seemed quiet and normal. I went to work during the day, and my stepfather would come in the mornings to watch the children. After about 2 weeks, he started acting strange. Every day, he would become nervous and leave quickly as soon as one of us came home. I noticed this change in him and asked him about it. I wanted to know why he was always in such a hurry to leave. After some hesitation, he told me something that made me uneasy. He said that every morning around 9 o'clock, he would hear the back door open by itself. Then he would hear footsteps walking through the den, moving into the kitchen, and finally stopping in the living room where he was sitting with the children. He also said he would hear voices in the house, even though no one else was there except him and the kids. I did not know how to react at first. What he said confirmed what I had already been feeling deep down, that something in the house was not right. At the same time, I did not want to lose him as a babysitter because we needed his help. I told him I would speak with my husband and figure something out. The following weekend, things became worse. My car broke down on the road near the house. My husband was driving at the time when it suddenly stopped working. It was around midnight, and we lived in a very quiet rural area. Right above where the car stopped, there was an old abandoned church that had been empty for many years. My husband got out of the car and said he immediately felt like something was behind him. He started running, and he said whatever it was followed him. He reached the house in a panic, crying and shaking, and he refused to talk about what he had seen for a while. After that night, my husband went to work on the night shift, and I stayed home alone with the children. My son, who was about 4 years old at the time, began telling me about something he had seen in his room at night. He said it was a man wearing a black suit, and it scared him. I tried to comfort him, and told him there was nothing in the house except us. I tucked both children into bed and went to sleep myself. Around 1 in the morning, I heard a sound coming from the boys' room. At first, I thought one of them had gotten out of bed and was coming to sleep with me, which I found a bit annoying because I knew I would not be able to sleep well afterward. I was lying in bed with my back turned toward the door when I heard small footsteps moving through the living room. Then my bedroom door slowly opened just a little. Without turning around, I said something like, "Come on, Nick, get in bed with Mama." I waited, but no child came. I turned around and looked, and there was no one in the room. I checked everywhere and then went to their room, where both of my children were still asleep in their beds. That confused me, but I tried to ignore it and went back to bed. Things stayed quiet for a few months after that, but during that time my husband and I started arguing almost every night. He began drinking more heavily and became abusive toward me. Before moving into that house, we had never really fought like that. It felt like something had changed him. One night after a very bad fight, my children told me something disturbing. After my husband left for work, I went to check on them and make sure they were okay. They were asleep, so I went back to bed upset and thinking about leaving and staying with my mother for a while. I fell asleep, but in the morning I woke up to both of my children crying in my bed. I calmed them down and asked what was wrong. My older son told me that he and his brother had woken up during the night feeling very scared and wanted to come sleep with me. He said they saw a man standing by the front door wearing black clothes. Every time they tried to come to my room, the man would move toward them and scare them, like he was threatening them and me. My son said the man looked short and strange, almost like an old, squat figure. They finally ran into my room and tried to wake me up, but I did not wake up. They thought I was dead until I finally woke up in the morning. That same night things became completely out of control. My husband came home extremely drunk, and we got into a physical fight in front of the children. He pushed me down and tried to strangle me. In that moment, I felt like I was looking at someone I did not even recognize anymore, like something else was inside him. I fought back and managed to call the police. After that night, I left the house with my children and never went back to live there again. Later, when I went back to collect our belongings, I noticed that my husband had taken almost everything that belonged to me and the children. I only managed to recover a few things. Even now, I remember that house as the most frightening place I have ever lived in. It felt like something had chased us out of it. My oldest son is now almost 11 years old, and even now he still becomes upset when anyone mentions that house or what he calls the Frog Man. I have always believed that whatever was there was connected more to the land itself than to the building. My brother's birthday had just passed on the 23rd of January, and he had passed away on July 2nd, 2007. The night before his birthday, sometime between 8 o'clock and 8:30, I was sitting at my computer in the dining room going through my emails. My youngest daughter was sitting in the living room watching TV. My computer is placed in the dining room, and right next to it is a counter island. The kitchen sink is just on the other side of that counter. So when I am sitting at my computer, if I simply turn my head to the right, I can see directly into the kitchen. While I was checking my emails, I suddenly heard a loud banging sound coming from the kitchen sink area. At first, I ignored it because I thought maybe something had fallen or shifted. But then I heard it again, and this time it was louder and clearer. That made me stop what I was doing. I stood up and called out, asking what that noise was. At the same time, my daughter shouted from the living room. She said it sounded like someone was throwing up in the kitchen. To me, however, it sounded more like something had hit the sink very hard, like a heavy object slamming into it. I walked into the kitchen and checked the sink area. There was only a plastic cup and a couple of glass bowls sitting there. Nothing looked out of place. I even picked up the plastic cup and tapped it against the sink, trying to recreate the same sound I had heard earlier. I was honestly trying hard to find a normal explanation for it, something logical that would make sense. But no matter what I tried, I could not explain the noise. It had been too loud and too clear to just ignore. I felt a bit uneasy, but I tried to push the feeling away. A little later, I was on the phone talking to my oldest daughter. I decided to step out into the garage so I could have a private conversation without background noise. While I was standing in the garage talking, something strange happened. The garage suddenly became much brighter. I noticed it right away and told my daughter on the phone that the light in the garage had changed. I went to check what had happened, and I saw that the work light we use for the car had turned on by itself. This light is not something that can just turn on easily. It has two switches, similar to regular wall switches, and both of them have to be flipped on for the light to work. I knew for sure that when I walked into the garage, the light was not on at all. In fact, it had been quite dim and dark when I first went out there. But now it was fully on, shining brightly. That made me feel a little uncomfortable, so I went back inside. I ended the phone call shortly after that. Not long after, my youngest daughter came to me and said something that stayed in my mind. She said, "Mom, you know tomorrow is Uncle's birthday." I looked at her and replied, "You're right. Maybe he is letting us know he still visits us, especially on holidays and special days." Later that same day, something else happened while my two daughters and I were outside in the front driveway. We were all standing together when, out of nowhere, something very strange appeared. There was a clear, round bubble floating in the air right in the middle of the driveway. It just appeared suddenly, with no warning, no children nearby playing, nothing that could explain it. We all stopped and watched it. The bubble floated slowly across the driveway, moving toward the house. It continued drifting until it seemed to pop or disappear near the house, but we could not clearly see exactly where it went. There were no kids around playing with bubble toys, and there was no source for it. It was completely unexpected and did not make sense at all. We just stood there trying to understand what we had seen. My oldest daughter finally broke the silence and said, half frustrated and half shocked, "Every time I come over here, something happens." She is like me in the sense that she also tries to find logical explanations for things, and when she cannot, it frustrates both of us. After a moment, I tried to make sense of it in my own way and said that maybe it had something to do with my brother again. I mentioned that my youngest daughter's birthday was coming up on the 27th, so maybe, just maybe, it was another sign from him wishing her a happy birthday in his own way. I have to admit, seeing that clear bubble floating across the driveway and disappearing without any explanation was one of the strangest things I have ever experienced. I was born in 1970. My mother and father, who have now been divorced for over 20 years, bought a newly built house in a suburb of Salt Lake City. I was just 1 year old when we moved there from another house in the same neighborhood that we had been renting. My parents were very excited because this was the first home they had ever owned since getting married. I was the third of 6 children, with 3 more siblings born later. At that time, I already had 2 older brothers, who were 5 and 6 years old. My parents wanted a larger family but were trying to space the children out. Something unusual happened during those years. Before each of my mother's next 3 pregnancies, and even before she knew she was pregnant, she would hear the sound of a baby crying in a back room of the house. After those experiences, she would soon discover she was expecting again. When I was around 4 years old, I started having very intense nightmares. These dreams were about witches and strange things coming alive inside our house. My mother often had to sit with me at night just so I could fall asleep. During this same time, my younger siblings were also being born, and the house was becoming busier with children. By then, my mother had already given birth to my little brother, who was only 13 months younger than me. Not long after that, she was pregnant again with my younger sister. Between the ages of about 4 and 9, while all of this was happening, I also began seeing things that I could not explain. I would see what I called people inside the house. Sometimes I would see bright, glowing faces looking at me through windows. I would hear strange howling sounds that did not sound like any animal I knew. There were also moments when I would see faces peering down from the ceiling while I was lying in bed. One of the most frightening experiences I remember, even more than anything else before it, was when I was so scared at night that I had to sleep in my parents' bed. Even then, I would feel the bed shaking and see those same faces coming from the ceiling. I would try to wake my parents, but they would not wake up, or at least they would say later that nothing was happening. My parents never felt the bed shaking, and they never saw or experienced anything unusual, except for the sound of a baby crying that my mother had heard before her pregnancies, and one other incident that my father experienced after his own father had passed away. These visions, sounds, and experiences slowly started to fade when I reached about 9 years old. However, something else began after that which was just as disturbing. I started seeing a man dressed completely in black. He wore a black hood, and I never saw his face clearly. He would appear in different places around the house. Sometimes he would be standing in a corner, sometimes sitting in a chair, and sometimes standing in doorways or hallways. I was afraid of him, but he never tried to hurt me. He would just watch me silently. He always seemed to be there, no matter where I went in the house. Eventually, I gathered the courage to tell my mother and father about everything I was seeing. Because of my earlier experiences and some other strange things that had happened in the house, including my father seeing his own father after he had passed away, my parents became very concerned. They decided to call in religious help from their community. They did not call it an exorcism, but looking back now, that is what it really felt like. Religious people came to the house and prayed, asking for protection, light, and the Spirit of Jesus to remove whatever presence was there. After that, the man in black disappeared completely, and I never saw him again. I am now 38 years old. A few months ago, I finally decided to tell my younger sister about these experiences. She is now 34. When I told her, she was shocked. She said that she had also seen the man in black when she was a child. However, she said she did not feel afraid of him the way I did. She also mentioned that she continued to see him even after I stopped seeing him. Because of this, I sometimes wonder what exactly that presence was. I am curious if other people have ever experienced something similar, and if this man in black is something that appears in other families or homes. After he left my life, I grew up, got married, and had 3 children. I have never seen him again since then. However, I have continued to experience other strange and unexplainable events throughout my life, especially with my oldest daughter, who is now 16. She has described seeing auras around people, children appearing in her room and then disappearing, and even figures coming out of walls or doors and then fading away. She once had a dream in 1996, around the time my older brother passed away, that felt very real to her. When I asked her to draw what she saw in that dream, she drew 3 floating figures. They were about 2 to 3 feet above the ground. 2 of them were wearing white gowns, and the third was my brother. She said she saw him as he had looked the last time she saw him. He had visited her and my middle daughter about 2 weeks before he died. At the time, we did not know it would be the last time they would see him. She said the 2 figures in white had no faces. When I asked her why, she told me that one was God and the other was Jesus, and she was not supposed to see their faces. My brother, in her drawing, was smiling. At that time, we were not a very religious family. I had left my church when my oldest child was born and did not return for several years afterward. My oldest daughter also says she sees lights around people. As a child, she would move her hands and feet in the air, saying she could see the light following her movements. As she got older, we started reading about auras, and we began to think that might be what she was seeing. She often said mine was green. When my youngest child was born, my oldest daughter told me that the baby's light was white. At the time, the baby was very sick, and later I read that some people associate white auras with illness or weakness, although I do not know if that is truly accurate because I have never studied auras deeply myself. Over time, her ability to see these things seems to have become weaker. Now she only sees them when she is very tired or concentrating hard. In the end, it feels like my family has always had some connection to unusual and unexplained experiences, both in the past and still in small ways today. I am a happily married woman in my early 40s now, and I have a teenage daughter. My husband and I both believe in spiritual things, and over the years we have come to accept that not everything in this world can be explained in a simple way. Some people call it coincidence, some call it imagination, but I know what I experienced in my life, and I know it was real to me. I am not trying to convince anyone, I am only sharing what happened as clearly as I can remember it. When I was younger, in my mid-20s, I was married to a man who was very difficult to live with. At first he seemed like a good person. We even met in a church prayer meeting, and I thought he shared the same beliefs and values as me. But after marriage, things slowly started to change. He became more focused on money and material things. He started working long hours, and we barely spoke anymore. The distance between us grew day by day, and I felt like I was living with a stranger. During that time, I went through something very painful. I had a miscarriage, and I did not even know I was pregnant at first. The doctor told me it must have been very early and that there was nothing I could have done to prevent it. But my husband reacted in a very cold way. Instead of comforting me, he became angry. He blamed me for many things after that. He started complaining about small things around the house, saying I was not doing enough or that I was careless. I started feeling like he was punishing me for something I did not even understand. It hurt me deeply. After that, our marriage continued to fall apart. His anger grew worse, and he started drinking more often. We stopped having any real connection. There was no affection between us anymore, no kindness, no warmth. I felt alone even when he was in the same house. A counselor suggested adoption as a way to bring some hope back into my life, and strangely enough, he agreed at first. I also agreed because I wanted something positive in my life again. But before the adoption process was complete, everything collapsed. I found out he was having an affair with someone I knew. That broke me completely. After that, he asked for a divorce, and we separated. Because the adoption was still in process at that time, something unexpected happened. I was allowed to continue the adoption as a single mother. My daughter came into my life when she was still a baby, and even though the situation was unusual, she became my whole world. After the divorce, I managed to buy a small house with the settlement money, and for a few years it was just the two of us living together peacefully. Those years were quiet and stable compared to everything I had been through before. When I was around 32 years old, something strange happened that I still think about even today. It was a summer night in 1999. My daughter was very small at the time, about 3.5 years old. She was sleeping in her room, and I was alone in my bedroom getting ready for bed. The house was completely quiet. Everything felt normal at first, like any other night. But as I finished getting ready and lay down in bed, I started to feel something unusual in the room. At first it was very subtle, like a pressure in the air. It felt heavy, almost like the atmosphere itself had changed. The room felt different, like something had entered it that I could not see. I remember pausing and listening carefully, but there was no sound. Still, I felt like I was not alone anymore. As I lay there, the feeling became stronger. It was not just emotional, it felt physical too. The air in the room seemed to move differently around me. It was as if something was slowly forming presence beside me. I remember feeling warmth spreading through the bed, even though the room itself was cool. It was strange because it did not feel like fear at first. It felt more like awareness, like something was trying to communicate without words. I stayed still, trying to understand what I was feeling. The sensation became more focused around me, especially near my upper body and shoulders. It felt like a gentle pressure, almost like someone sitting near me or leaning close. The feeling was not rough or violent. It was calm, but extremely intense. I could feel my breathing change as I tried to stay calm and understand what was happening. The presence seemed to respond to my thoughts or emotions. When I felt calm, the energy felt calm. When I became tense, it felt more active. It was almost like an intelligent force reacting to me. The room felt filled with something invisible but very real. At one point I even felt a sensation like movement near my hair and back, like something was very close to me without touching me in a physical way. As time passed, the intensity increased. The feeling became more physical in nature, like pressure and warmth moving around my body. It was very hard to explain because it did not feel like a normal physical interaction, but my body was reacting as if something was actually there. I remember feeling overwhelmed by the intensity of it, and my emotions became mixed between confusion, calmness, and fear. At some point, I felt the energy shift again. It was no longer just warm or calm. It became stronger and more forceful, almost like a wave passing through the room. The atmosphere changed completely. The air felt colder in some areas while still warm in others. It felt like something was building up and then releasing pressure. Then suddenly, I heard a loud sound from the bathroom. It was like something heavy had moved or hit a surface inside. I remember sitting up slightly, trying to understand what it was. A moment later there were more sounds, like running water or movement inside the bathroom. It did not sound normal, like someone was just using the sink. It sounded deeper and more irregular, like something was happening on its own. The entire situation made me feel uneasy, so I got out of bed and checked the room. My daughter was still asleep, completely undisturbed. I went toward the bathroom but hesitated before opening the door. The sound stopped shortly after that. When I finally opened it and turned on the light, everything looked normal, but I still felt a strange heaviness in the air. There was a strong smell in the bathroom that I could not explain. It was unpleasant and unusual, something I had never noticed before. The toilet looked slightly different, as if it had been used, even though I was sure I had not used it again after flushing earlier. I stood there for a moment trying to make sense of it, but nothing logical came to mind. After that, I went back to bed. I felt very tired suddenly, like my energy had been drained. Even though I was confused and slightly disturbed, I fell asleep quickly. The next morning, I woke up feeling physically sore and emotionally drained, but also strangely calm at the same time. A couple of weeks later, I noticed my body's cycle was delayed, which was unusual for me because I was normally very regular. I did not think too much about it at first, but when it finally came, it felt much stronger and more painful than usual. I remember thinking that my body had gone through a lot of stress during that period, even if I could not fully explain why. After that night, I never experienced anything exactly the same again. I have had other strange moments in my life, small things that I could not explain, but nothing as strong or as intense as that experience in 1999. Even now, when I think about it, I still try to find a logical explanation. Maybe it was stress, maybe it was sleep-related, maybe it was something my mind created during a very emotional period of my life. But deep down, I still feel like something real happened in that room that night, something I could not see but definitely felt. My first experience with something I can only describe as a ghost or some kind of strange energy happened when I was 10 years old. I was living with my mother on my grandfather's land out in the countryside near Ballantine, Montana. It was a very quiet place, wide open fields, long stretches of road, and a kind of silence that feels heavier than normal silence. You could hear the wind clearly, the sound of animals at a distance, and sometimes nothing at all except your own thoughts. On that land, there was an old story that everyone in the family knew. Long before we lived there had been an old homestead that burned down. Nobody in my family had ever seen it intact, only what was left of the place afterward. There was also talk in the area of an old burial ground nearby, connected to native history. I don't know how much of that was true, because I was just a child, and adults don't always explain things clearly. But those stories stayed in my mind anyway, especially when strange things started happening later. At 10 years old, I didn't think much about any of that. I just knew the house felt old, and the land felt big. I had my room like any other kid, with toys, a shelf, and things I liked to keep around me to feel safe. One day, I walked into my room like I normally did. I remember stepping through the doorway without expecting anything unusual. But the moment I entered, something happened that changed the way I looked at my home. A small toy that was sitting on my shelf suddenly flew across the room. It didn't just fall or slide. It moved fast, like it had been thrown with force by an invisible hand. It hit the wall hard enough to leave a dent, and the toy itself broke into pieces. I remember standing there completely frozen, trying to understand what I had just seen. There was no one else in the room. No open windows. No draft strong enough to explain it. Nothing made sense. That night, I didn't sleep in my room. I went straight to my mother and told her what happened, and I slept in her bed because I was too scared to stay alone. Even now, I remember that feeling clearly, the confusion mixed with fear, like my mind couldn't decide whether to believe my eyes or reject what I saw. After that moment, things like that didn't completely stop. It felt like something in that house or on that land had become aware of me, or maybe I just became more aware of it. Over the years that followed, while I lived with my mother until I was 18, I experienced many other strange events that I could never fully explain. There were times when objects moved on their own. I saw knives slide off tables without being touched. Doors would slam shut suddenly, even when there was no wind or reason for them to move. Cabinets would open by themselves, one after another, like someone was going through them. Sometimes doors would open while I was in the shower, even though I knew I had closed them before stepping in. These events didn't happen every day, but they happened enough that I started to expect them, even when I didn't want to. At first, I tried to ignore it. I tried to convince myself there was always a normal explanation. Maybe I had bumped something without realizing it. Maybe the house was shifting. Maybe it was just old plumbing or air pressure. But over time, the frequency and the intensity made it harder to explain everything away. When I was 12 years old, something happened that I still remember very clearly. I had moved into the biggest room in the house after my sister left. I liked that room at first because it felt like I finally had space of my own. One night, I woke up suddenly and realized I couldn't breathe properly. It felt like something was pressing down on my neck. It was an intense pressure, like invisible hands tightening around me. I panicked and immediately sat up in bed. The pressure stopped as soon as I moved. I remember gasping for air and turning on the light as quickly as I could. My heart was racing and I was shaking. When I looked at my neck in the mirror afterward, I noticed faint marks. They looked like finger impressions, like something had actually been holding me. I didn't know how to explain it, and even now I don't have a clear explanation for what caused it. As I got older, the experiences didn't stop. They just changed in form. When I was around 16, I started experiencing something very strange with sound. I had a stereo in my room like most teenagers do. One night, I woke up to a strange humming coming from the speaker. It wasn't music. It wasn't static. It sounded rhythmic, almost like a pattern, like a language I couldn't understand. At first, I thought maybe the stereo was broken or picking up interference. I turned it off, but the sound continued. I unplugged it completely, but the noise was still there. That confused me more than anything. I remember sitting there in the dark trying to figure out how a speaker with no power could still make noise. The sound continued for about a week. Every night it would return, sometimes softer, sometimes louder. I would sit and listen closely, trying to make sense of it, but it never turned into anything recognizable. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped completely. I never heard it again after those 2 weeks. Another experience around the same age was even more disturbing for me. I had a dream that felt extremely real. In the dream, I was taken by what I could only describe as the devil. He kidnapped me and a few of my friends. We were chained to a wall, unable to move. The environment felt dark and heavy, like a place that didn't belong in normal reality. In the dream, I remember seeing him approach me. Just before I woke up, I felt a burning sensation on my chest, like something hot had been pressed against me. When I woke up, I had a red mark on my chest shaped like a handprint. It felt sore and warm, like a burn. I was scared and confused, and I couldn't understand how something in a dream could leave a mark on my body. The mark stayed visible for about 2 days before slowly fading. I even took a photo of it because I was afraid people wouldn't believe me. That experience stayed in my mind for a long time, and even now, it still makes me uncomfortable to think about it. Around 6 months before I moved out of my mother's house, things started happening again in a more physical way. We had an unfinished basement, and it was full of tools and materials. One night, I woke up to the sound of dragging downstairs. It sounded like heavy tools moving across the floor, like shovels scraping or metal being pulled. I was too scared to go check at the time, so I stayed in bed and listened. The sound lasted long enough to keep me awake, but eventually it stopped. The next morning, I went downstairs to look. Everything was moved. Tools were scattered, buckets were tipped over, and items were not where we had left them. There was no sign of anyone breaking in, and living in the countryside made it unlikely that someone could have entered without being noticed. When I turned 18, I moved out of my mother's house and went to live with my fiancé in a different home. This house was much older, and it had its own history. His grandfather had lived there, and had actually passed away in the house due to cancer. I didn't think much about it at first, but soon after moving in, I started noticing strange things again. Small appliances would act on their own. The oven timer would go off without anyone setting it. We would come home to find water running in the bathtub even though we were sure it had been turned off. The living room fan would sometimes be on when we knew we hadn't touched it. These things became more frequent over time, not less. The most frightening experience in that house happened when I saw something I can only describe as a shadow figure. It was late at night, around 11 p.m. My fiancé was not home yet, and I was lying in bed with my cat. Everything was quiet, and I was close to falling asleep when my cat suddenly reacted. She lifted her head quickly and stared toward the closet, as if she had noticed something. I followed her gaze, and that's when I saw it. A dark figure, shaped like a man, around average height, stepped out from the closet area. It wasn't solid like a person, but it had form, like a shadow that had weight. It only lasted a couple of seconds, but it felt longer in the moment. Then it disappeared completely. After that, I had trouble sleeping. I kept thinking about what I had seen, trying to convince myself it was my imagination or a trick of light. But deep down, it didn't feel like that. Not long after, more strange things started happening at night. My fiancé and I would hear creaking sounds in the house, even though the structure was old in a way that didn't normally produce those noises. Sometimes it sounded like doors opening or closing, even though there were very few doors in the house. One night, I saw another shadow, not shaped like a person this time, but more like a dark mass on the ceiling. It appeared briefly and then disappeared again. At this point in my life, I started to feel like I was more sensitive to things other people didn't notice. I don't fully understand why these experiences happened to me or why they seem to follow me from place to place. I also worry about how this might affect my daughter, because I am now 4 months pregnant with my first child. Even with everything I have experienced, I tried to live normally. I have grown up, built a life, and tried to stay grounded. But these memories never fully leave. They stay in the back of my mind like something unfinished, something I can't fully explain or forget. Sometimes I wonder if it is something in me, or something connected to certain places, or maybe just coincidence and fear mixed together over the years. I don't have a clear answer. I only know what I experienced, and I remember it very clearly, even when I wish I didn't. We had a busy holiday this year, at least for me. It didn't really feel calm or quiet the way holidays are often supposed to feel. There were small strange moments that kept happening, little incidents that didn't seem like much on their own but felt different when I started putting them together later. It all began about a week before Christmas with something connected to my old Jack-in-the-Box. This toy is very old, from around 1978, even though I wasn't even born until 1981. It has been around in my family for a long time. My mom used to keep it at my grandparents' house so we would have something to play with when we visited, instead of her having to carry toys back and forth. It's not just an ordinary toy to me because it has a kind of family history attached to it. Now it belongs to me since my pap passed away and my grandmother moved in with my aunt. The first strange incident started with that toy. I had placed the Jack-in-the-Box on my dresser. On top of it, I had a small wooden box filled with miniature rubber bands. That wooden box is not extremely heavy, but it isn't something that would easily slide or move on its own either. It sits flat and usually stays exactly where it is placed. That night, I went to bed as usual. I remember hearing faint shuffling sounds coming from my dresser area. It wasn't loud, just enough for me to notice for a moment. I remember thinking it might just be the house settling or something small shifting, so I ignored it and went back to sleep without really focusing on it. The next morning, when I woke up, something immediately felt off. I looked over at my dresser and saw something that made me pause. The Jack-in-the-Box was out of its box. The clown figure was sitting there exposed, with that fixed smile facing outward. It startled me because I knew I had not taken it out, and I couldn't think of any normal reason it would have come open by itself without making noise. Even more confusing was what I found next. The wooden box of rubber bands was no longer sitting on top of the toy. It was now placed neatly beside me on my nightstand. I remember just staring at it for a moment, trying to understand how it could have moved from one side of the room to the other without me waking up. What made the moment feel even stranger was the silence of it all. If the Jack-in-the-Box had opened on its own, it would usually make sound, even a small amount. But I didn't hear anything like that. And the rubber band box was not something light enough to casually move without making some kind of noise. I couldn't find a logical explanation that made sense to me at the time. Because my grandfather, Pap, had passed away, my first thought wasn't fear. Instead, I immediately thought of him. He had always been a playful person, someone who liked little jokes and harmless pranks. His name was Jack, which made the connection to the Jack-in-the-Box feel even more personal in my mind. I can't say for sure what happened, but emotionally, it felt like something familiar rather than threatening. After that, the next incident happened during Christmas preparations. I was putting up the Christmas tree, and I started using a set of string lights that I had used before. I knew they were in good working condition. There was nothing wrong with them, and they were not the kind that had a built-in blinking feature. They were supposed to stay steady and constant. But after I plugged them in, they started blinking on their own. At first, I thought maybe something was wrong with the connection or the power outlet. I checked everything, but there was no obvious issue. The lights just kept blinking as if someone had switched a setting that didn't exist on that set. Later, when I went to my aunt's house, she mentioned something similar without me even bringing it up. She said she felt like Pap had stopped by in some way. When we compared notes about the lights, she said the same thing had happened at her place. Her lights had started blinking unexpectedly as well, even though nothing about them suggested they should do that. My grandmother also commented that blinking Christmas lights were something Pap had always liked. Hearing that made the moment feel even more connected in a strange way, like all of us were noticing the same unusual pattern happening in different places at the same time. It didn't feel frightening, but it did feel strange enough that we all talked about it. The most unsettling experience of the holiday period happened on the drive back from my aunt's house, just before Christmas Eve. It was late, around 10 at night, and we were still about 3.5 hours away from home. The drive was long and tiring, and the road felt quiet in that late-night way where everything feels slower. During the drive, my dad called us. He asked if we had heard from my brother Eric. He said he hadn't seen or spoken to him all day. At first, we didn't think much of it, but as we talked more, we started realizing none of us had heard from him either. That made us uneasy because Eric was usually responsible about keeping in touch, especially when he was out. We started calling his phone repeatedly. Each time, there was no answer. We tried his friends next, including David, but no one had heard from him. Even my brother-in-law AJ didn't know where he was. As the calls kept going unanswered, our concerns started turning into panic. We were imagining all kinds of worst-case scenarios, just because there was no information at all. After several attempts, something strange happened when we called again. This time, instead of ringing normally or going to voicemail, a robotic-sounding voice answered the call. It didn't sound natural at all. My mom asked if it was Eric, but the voice responded in a harsh tone saying, "He isn't answering," followed by a rude insult, and then the call immediately disconnected. We were both shocked and confused. We spent the next 20 minutes trying to understand what we had just heard. It didn't sound like Eric, and it didn't sound like anything we could explain easily. We started worrying that something serious had happened to him. Maybe that his phone had been taken or that he was in trouble somewhere. Just when the worry reached its peak, Eric called us back from his girlfriend's phone. When he finally explained, everything turned out to be much simpler than we feared. He had gone to the movies and had forgotten to tell anyone. His phone had been left at home on his bed the entire time, which explained why no one could reach him. There was no emergency at all, just a misunderstanding. Even though everything had a normal explanation in the end, the timing of that strange call still stayed in my mind. It felt too odd to ignore completely, especially after everything else that had been happening around the holidays. There has always been a certain feeling in that room where the Jack-in-the-Box was kept. Not something openly threatening, but more like a presence that feels slightly off, like someone is there who doesn't quite interact in a normal way. I wouldn't call it violent or harmful, but it does feel like something with a mood of its own. After everything that happened during that holiday season, I can't help but wonder about the patterns. Whether it was coincidence, stress, memory, or something else entirely, I can't fully explain it. I only know what I experienced, and I remember each moment clearly because of how unusual it all felt when it happened. A few months ago, I made some big changes in my life. I joined a gym, I quit smoking and drinking, and I started trying really hard to keep a positive mindset. At first, it felt like things were getting better and my life was becoming more stable. I honestly believe that all the negative things I used to deal with were behind me. But recently, things started happening again that I can't easily explain. It began with small but strange problems at home. My wife and I started noticing that we were constantly losing things. We always have a routine where we place our phones and keys in the same spot, somewhere safe and out of reach from the kids. Because of that habit, it made no sense that things kept disappearing. One example happened with my cell phone. I came home from work, placed my phone in the basket on top of the entertainment center like I always do, and then started making dinner. After feeding the kids, I went to call my mom, but when I checked, my phone was gone. I searched everywhere in the house. I checked the kitchen, living room, bedroom, even the bathroom, but I couldn't find it anywhere. Since my wife was at work, I even tried to track it down by texting myself through another device, hoping to hear the ringtone. That is when I finally heard it ringing, but it was coming from inside my bedroom. When I went to check, I found it inside my top dresser drawer, hidden at the very back pocket of a pair of jeans. I remember just standing there for a moment trying to understand how it could have ended up there when I clearly remembered leaving it in the living room. A similar thing happened with my keys. One week I could not find them anywhere. I checked every normal place, every table, every counter, even under furniture. I honestly thought I had lost them for good and would have to replace them. Then, after we bought a new bed frame for our king-size bed and I lifted the mattress off the box springs, I found my keys lying right in the middle between the mattress and the base. It didn't make sense because no one had been near that area, and I certainly didn't put them there. After these kinds of incidents kept happening, I started feeling a bit uneasy, but I tried to ignore it and move on. Then something happened that really unsettled me. One night, I had just put my 13-month-old baby to bed. I was walking down the hallway with my 2-year-old, heading toward the kitchen to get him some juice. As we approached the kitchen, my son suddenly stopped walking. He refused to move forward and started pointing toward the far side of the kitchen. He said, "No, I can't go in there. He scares me." Hearing that from him made me frustrated and confused. I didn't understand what he was talking about, and I didn't see anything there. I tried to stay calm and told him out loud that no one was allowed to scare him or my family. I said something like, "This is January 23rd, 2009, you need to move on with the help of God and leave my family alone." After that, I tried to act normal and continue the night. The next evening, something even stranger happened. I was rocking my 13-month-old to sleep in my bedroom. From where I was sitting, I could see straight down the hallway into my room. While I was focused on the baby, I suddenly noticed a bright white light move from my bedroom and travel down the hallway. It wasn't faint or blurry. It was clear and noticeable, and it moved in a straight direction. I remember my reaction was just a quiet, wow, in my mind because it was so sudden and obvious. I couldn't immediately explain what I had seen. After I put the baby down, I went back to take care of my 2-year-old. I followed our normal bedtime routine, giving him water, reading a book, and getting him settled. While I was in the kitchen getting him some water, I saw something else. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a figure walking past the kitchen doorway. At first, I only saw it in my peripheral vision, but I turned quickly and saw it clearly for just a second before it disappeared out of sight. I immediately thought it might be my 2-year-old out of bed, so I went to check, but he was still in his room asleep. There was no one else in the house in that area. At that moment, I felt a strong chill and a sense of fear that I hadn't felt in a long time. It reminded me of a similar feeling I had years ago in another house where I lived as a child, where I always felt something wasn't right. That feeling stayed with me for the rest of the night. I even called my mom just so I could talk to someone and calm myself down. It was the first time in this house that I felt a real sense of dread, like something was actually present that I couldn't explain. Just last night, while my wife was finally off work and we were sitting on the couch watching TV, we heard a loud groaning sound coming from the back rooms of the house. The kids were already asleep, so at first we just tried to ignore it and keep watching. But the sound was strong enough that it caught my attention and made me uneasy. I didn't say anything to my wife because she doesn't usually react well to these kinds of things, so I kept it to myself. About 10 minutes later, our 2-year-old suddenly started screaming very loudly from his room. He was crying and shouting, "No, no, no," over and over. We ran to his room immediately. When we got there, he was lying in his bed with his arms stretched out, shaking uncontrollably. He looked terrified. He kept talking about that man, but he couldn't explain anything clearly. He was too upset and scared to calm down right away. Seeing him like that made the whole situation feel even more real and frightening than before. When I was 15, my family moved into a house in Philadelphia that was already quite old at the time. I was told it was around 80 or maybe even 85 years old, though I never personally confirmed that. I do know that when I last visited that neighborhood several years ago, the house was still standing, which in itself feels strange considering everything I experienced there. Something happened in that house that I have never been able to fully explain, even to myself, and it has stayed in my memory for decades. We were a very ordinary family for that time period, the late 1960s. My father went to work every day, my mother stayed at home, and I had just finished my sophomore year in high school. My younger twin brothers had completed first grade. Our life was simple and routine. Nothing about us or the house suggested anything unusual was going to happen. It was just another home we moved into, another place to live, another chapter in a normal life. That particular day started like any other summer day. It was warm, quiet, and slow in that way summer afternoons often feel when there is not much going on. I remember being home alone, which was not unusual. My father was at work, my brothers were out at the playground, and my mother was away at the hospital receiving cancer treatment. That detail alone always adds weight to my memory of that day, because it was one of those moments where I had too much quiet time to sit with my thoughts. I was sitting at the kitchen table trying to pass the time. I had a news magazine in front of me. Back then, we used to get both Time and Newsweek, and I honestly cannot remember which one it was that day. I was not deeply focused on reading it. It was more like flipping pages, letting time pass slowly while waiting for everyone to come back home. The kitchen was calm, with sunlight coming in, and everything felt normal and still. The house had a back door in the kitchen that led to a small wooden porch. We usually kept that outer door shut, but during the day we often left the inner kitchen door open for air and light. It was one of those old houses where sounds carried easily, and you could notice even small changes in the environment. As I sat there reading, something made me look up toward the back door. I don't remember hearing anything specific. There was no loud noise or obvious movement. It was more like a sudden pull of attention, like my eyes were guided there without reason. I looked up, expecting nothing in particular. That is when I saw him. At first, my mind did not understand what I was seeing. A young man was standing at the back door, just outside or right at the threshold. He was wearing what looked like a Revolutionary War uniform. The clothing was very distinct, something I had only ever seen in history books or pictures. My first reaction was not fear. It was confusion. I remember just staring at him, not moving, trying to process whether I was really seeing what I thought I was seeing. I must have looked at him for 20 or 30 seconds. That part stands out clearly in my memory. It was not a quick glance. It was a long, steady moment of just looking and trying to understand. During that time, he remained still. He did not act aggressive or threatening. He just stood there calmly, as if he belonged there. Then my mind finally caught up with what I was seeing. It registered that people do not normally dress like that in modern times. That realization should have made me feel scared, but surprisingly it didn't. I did not feel panic or danger. Instead, I felt a strange sense of curiosity, almost like my brain was trying to treat it as something unusual but not harmful. The figure then reacted in a very simple way. He smiled slightly. It was not a big smile or anything exaggerated, just a small, calm expression. There was nothing dramatic about it, which somehow made it even more unsettling in hindsight. Right after that, his form started to fade. He did not walk away or turn around. He did not step back. He simply began to disappear slowly, like his body was losing definition. Within a short moment, he was gone completely. The space where he had been standing was empty again, and the kitchen looked exactly as it had before. I remember sitting there for a while afterward, not immediately reacting. There was no scream or panic. It felt more like I was waiting for my mind to confirm what had just happened. But nothing else happened. The house was quiet again, and everything looked normal, which made the experience feel even harder to explain. I never told my parents about it. I wasn't sure how to bring it up, and I also didn't want them to think I was imagining things or making something up. I did eventually tell my best friend, mostly because he was interested in unusual or paranormal type stories. Even then, we couldn't really come to any conclusion about it. It remained something strange that happened, without any explanation. As time went on, I tried to rationalize it in different ways. I thought maybe it was a trick of light, or maybe my mind filling in shapes because I was alone and bored. But none of those explanations ever fully satisfied me, because the memory itself feels too clear and too structured to dismiss easily. Later, I learned that the area around the house had a deeper history than I originally knew. Before it was developed in the late 1800s, it had been farmland for a long time. There was also a historical battle that took place relatively nearby in Germantown, which at the time was much smaller than it is now. Learning that added another layer to my thoughts about what I had seen, even though I still cannot say for sure what connection, if any, exists. What makes it even more interesting is something I found out much later in life. One of my brothers told me that he had also seen the same figure on a few occasions. He did not bring it up when we were younger, and I did not either, so it was something we only discovered years afterward when we were talking about old memories. Hearing that made me question the experience again, because it suggested I was not the only one who had noticed something unusual in that house. Even after all these years, I still think about that afternoon sometimes. I don't claim to understand it, and I don't try to force an explanation anymore. It is simply one of those memories that stayed with me, clear and unchanged, as if it happened yesterday instead of decades ago. My story is about a woman named Pearl who we believe haunted one of our old houses. We didn't know anything about it at the time, but after we moved out a couple of months later, we found out that a woman had actually died in that house. Once we learned that, a lot of the strange things we had experienced started to make more sense, and it gave us an explanation for everything that had happened there. I was around 10 or 11 years old when my family moved into that house in Xena, a small area outside of Grove, Oklahoma. The house was deep inside a forest, far away from busy roads or town life. It sat on a small hill and was painted an orangish red color. Right next to it was another house that looked exactly the same, except it was painted blue. At the bottom of the hill there were trailers arranged in a circle, and the whole place felt very quiet and isolated, like it was cut off from everything else. At first, nothing strange happened. We were just settling in, unpacking boxes, and getting used to the new place. It was only after a couple of weeks that the first unusual incident took place. My sister had a small carousel toy that was already old, rusty, and broken. It didn't even have batteries inside it anymore, so there was no reason it should have worked at all. But one night, completely out of nowhere, it started spinning on its own and playing music. The strange part was that it wasn't even playing the correct song it was originally supposed to play. It sounded off and unusual, like something was wrong with it. We all noticed it, and it made us feel uncomfortable, but at that time we tried to ignore it, and just assumed it was some kind of glitch or coincidence. A couple of nights after that, something else happened. I was trying to fall asleep on the couch in the living room. My dad had gone into the kitchen to get a drink of water. I remember hearing him walk in, and then I heard him get a cup from the cabinet. Just as he was about to turn on the faucet, we both heard a sudden clinking sound coming from inside the kitchen cabinets, like cups were shaking and knocking into each other. My dad immediately opened the cabinet expecting to see a mouse, or maybe some kind of animal causing the noise. But when he looked inside, everything was perfectly in place. The cups were neatly stacked, nothing was moving, and there was no sign of anything that could have caused the sound. He checked all the other cabinets as well, but there was nothing there. What made it even stranger was that even though I could clearly see my dad go into the kitchen, I didn't hear any of the sounds he should have made while checking everything. The kitchen was basically open to the living room, with only a counter separating the two spaces, so normally I would have heard everything. But it was like there was a strange silence around him during that moment, which made the whole situation feel even more unnatural. As time went on, the strange events seemed to slowly increase. For a while after that, nothing major happened, and we almost started to relax again. But a few nights later, something else occurred early in the morning, around 8 o'clock, when I was just waking up. I heard what sounded like a motor running outside. At first, I didn't think much of it, but suddenly my dad rushed outside with my mom right behind him, shouting at my Uncle Jim, who was also living with us at the time. He was yelling that someone was stealing the truck. I quickly got up and sat on the couch, confused and still half asleep. Everyone else ran outside, and I could hear them moving around quickly in a panic. After a few minutes, they all came back inside. They said that the truck had started by itself, even though no one had touched it. The keys were still inside my parents' bedroom, and there was no sign that anyone had hotwired it or forced it to start. That was the moment when my parents started to seriously believe that something unusual might be happening in the house. One of the most personal experiences I had happened when I was in the bathroom alone. No one else was in the house at that moment. While I was there, I suddenly heard my mom calling my name from the hallway. I found it strange because I knew she had already left for work earlier that day. I stepped out into the hallway and looked around, but there was no one there. I even called out to her, but there was no response at all. I went back into the bathroom, trying to ignore it. But then I heard my name again, clearer this time. I still ignored it, thinking I must have imagined it. It called my name a third time, and I started to feel uneasy, but I still didn't respond. After that, something happened that really scared me. One of the broken bathtub knobs, which had been sitting on the edge of the tub, suddenly flew across the room and hit the small bathroom window. The sound of it hitting the glass shocked me completely, and I immediately ran out of the bathroom. I didn't tell my parents about it at the time because even I was not sure if I believed what had just happened. It felt unreal, and I thought maybe I had imagined it or misunderstood what I saw and heard. But later, things got even more intense. Before we eventually moved out, there was another incident where I felt like something tried to lock me inside the dark garage, and there were also moments when my uncle's name was called out when no one was there. All of these things made us very uneasy, but we still didn't fully understand what we were dealing with. After we moved away from that house, we finally learned more about its history. My mother spoke to a previous renter, and that person told her something very disturbing. They said that the owner's wife had died in the abandoned house next to ours. That woman's name was Pearl. That was the first time we ever heard the name, and it suddenly gave everything we experienced a possible explanation. Looking back, we never fully understood what was happening in that house while we lived there. But after hearing that story, we couldn't help but think that maybe the things we experienced were connected to her in some way. On January 20th, I was sitting in our basement using the computer, just browsing the internet to pass time like I usually do. My grandma had gone out to her Bible study group, and my mom was upstairs in the house. That detail matters to me because it helps me feel like what happened wasn't just my imagination. At least, that's what I keep trying to tell myself. At first, everything felt normal. I was focused on the screen when I suddenly felt a light breeze on the back of my neck. I didn't think much of it because there is a crack in the basement window right behind where I sit, so I assumed air was coming through it. I ignored it and kept using the computer. A few moments later, I felt something else. This time it wasn't a breeze. I felt a sharp poking sensation at the lower part of my back. It was strong enough to make me feel a dull ache afterward. I immediately reacted without thinking and swatted at my back, assuming one of my cats was trying to play with me. They often jump around and surprise me, so it felt like the most logical explanation. Just a few seconds after that, I heard thudding sounds upstairs. It was a slow but clear thud, thud, thud across the floor. I stopped for a moment and listened. I then realized it was my 2 cats upstairs, probably running around and fighting like they always do. That made me relax a little, but the feeling I had in the basement still didn't fully go away. Then something happened that I still can't properly explain. The computer screen suddenly flickered for just a split second. At first, I thought maybe it was a normal glitch, but then the image on the screen became distorted and strange. It didn't look right at all. I tried everything I could think of to fix it. I used Ctrl+Alt+Delete, I tried Alt+F4, and other basic commands, but nothing worked. The computer was completely frozen in that strange state. I decided to restart it manually. When I reached for the power button, I felt a sudden sharp smack on my arm. At the same time, the same cold breeze I felt earlier suddenly hit my face, but this time it was much stronger, almost forceful. It didn't feel like normal air anymore. It felt intentional, like it was directed at me. Then I heard something that made everything worse. It was very faint, almost like a whisper. I could barely understand it, but I think it said, "Get out." The voice was so quiet that I wasn't even fully sure I heard it correctly, but the words stayed in my mind immediately. That was enough for me. I got scared and ran upstairs as fast as I could. When I reached the kitchen, I saw my mom already standing there looking worried and shaken. Before I could even speak, she asked me if I had been trying to play tricks on her. I told her no right away. Then she told me something that made my stomach drop. She said she had also heard a voice whispering, "Get out," and she had also felt similar things downstairs, like the strange poking and sudden cold air. We both just stood there trying to understand what was happening. Neither of us could explain it logically. After that, my mom and I started talking about possible explanations. I personally feel like whatever this is might be the same presence that affected me a few months earlier. The feeling I had was very similar, like the same kind of negative or heavy energy. It felt male to both of us, though I know that is just a feeling and not proof of anything. We also noticed that most of the strange activity seems to focus around me and sometimes guests. My things are often the ones that go missing and later show up in strange places, like inside my mom's dresser, in her purse, or even in the bathroom cabinet. These are places I rarely ever go, which makes it even more confusing. Guests also tend to feel uncomfortable in the house. Some of them seem uneasy for no clear reason and usually leave soon after finishing their visit. However, my dad and grandma don't seem to feel anything unusual or threatening at all. They are also the most religious people in the house, so sometimes I wonder if that has something to do with it, or if it is just coincidence. I have a few questions that I still think about. First, what could this entity possibly be? I don't know if it is something attached to the house, to the land, or just something random and unexplained. Second, I keep wondering about the words I heard. Get out. Why would something say that? As far as we know, no one died in this house. I also checked the history of the area, and before the house was built in the 1970s, it was just a cornfield with no known reports of anything violent or tragic happening there. Even our neighbors say nothing strange has ever happened in their homes. That makes me question things even more. If something was tied to the land itself, wouldn't it affect more than just our house? Or is it possible that it is focused only on certain people or situations? I don't have clear answers. I only have what I experienced, and I am still trying to understand it. I have always believed that we never really know who our real teachers are in life. We tend to assume that lessons come from people who are trained, experienced, or officially qualified to teach us something. We expect wisdom to come with titles, books, or authority. But in my experience, the most important lessons often come from the most unexpected places and the most unexpected people. Sometimes it is a child who has barely started school, sometimes it is a stranger, and sometimes it is an experience that makes no logical sense at all but still leaves a deep mark on your mind. A few years ago, I went through one of those experiences that I still think about from time to time. It is not easy to explain in a simple way, and even after all these years, I am not fully sure how to interpret it. I only know how it felt, what I saw, and what I learned from it in my own way. At that time, I had a close friend who had recently started talking to me about strange visions he had been experiencing. He would describe images, thoughts, and scenes that would come to him unexpectedly. Some of them sounded symbolic, some sounded emotional, and some honestly confused me. I tried to understand them, but they did not fit easily into anything I knew from science or everyday logic. Because I was unsure, I asked another family member to listen and give their opinion. What came out of that conversation was not a clear answer, but something that felt more like a lesson. A very unusual lesson, but one that stayed with me. I am going to explain it exactly as it happened, including the way it was said, because changing it would take away from the experience. My young son, who was only 5 years old at the time, listened to my friend talking about these visions. After a while, he said something very calmly, almost like he already understood everything being discussed. He told my friend that he was growing, and that what he was seeing were growing pains. He said that some of the pictures were from where he had once been in life, but he did not remember them because he was older now. According to him, when we are young, everything is connected, all the people, places, and feelings are part of us, but as we grow, we forget how everything fits together. He said that what my friend needed to do was group those pieces again, like organizing memories that had been scattered. Then he used a phrase that I still remember clearly. He said it was like folding pages. I asked him what he meant by folding pages, and he tried to explain it in a very simple way. He said to imagine a piece of paper with a drawing on it. When you are done drawing, you wrinkle it, bend it, and fold it, and it becomes something new while still holding the same picture inside it. He said that our lives are like that paper. The folds change how we see things, but the picture is still there underneath. Even if there are many folds, it is still one life, one picture, just seen from different angles. I remember sitting there, trying to understand how a child could explain something in a way that sounded both simple and strangely deep at the same time. To help understand what he meant, I took out a piece of paper and drew the front of our house. It was not a perfect drawing, just a rough sketch, but it was enough to recognize what it was supposed to be. I was trying to follow his idea, trying to physically understand what he was talking about. Then I folded the paper in half. I looked at him. He nodded and said that was not enough, that there needed to be more folds. So I folded it again. He still nodded, but told me to keep going. I kept folding the paper in different directions, not always evenly, sometimes in strange ways, just trying to follow what he meant. With every fold, the drawing became harder to recognize. The house I had drawn slowly disappeared into small fragments of lines and corners. When I finished folding as much as I could without tearing it, the paper had become a narrow strip. Most of the drawing was gone from view. Only small parts remained visible, like a corner of the roof, part of a window, and a small piece of a bush. Everything else had been hidden by the folds. I remember looking at it and feeling confused, because what started as something simple had turned into something unrecognizable, even though nothing had truly been removed. It was still the same drawing, just changed in form. My son looked at it and said that this is how lives work. He said not all lives follow the same straight path. Some go across others, some hide behind others, and some are stacked in ways we do not immediately understand. He said that even if we cannot see everything at once, it is still all connected. At that moment, I did not fully understand what he meant, but I could feel that he was trying to explain something bigger than what words usually allow. Then my husband came into the room and saw what we were doing. We explained it to him, and instead of laughing or brushing it off, he picked up another piece of paper and began folding it himself. He said something that stayed with me. He said the closest distance between 2 points is a straight line, but the closest connection between two lives is not always straight. Sometimes it is direct, sometimes it bends, and sometimes it overlaps in ways we cannot see immediately. He showed us how the folds could represent different points of existence, and how everything still connects back to a central point, even when it looks complicated or messy. My son watched all of this very calmly, as if it was obvious to him. He even suggested that what we call imagination or memory might just be different parts of the same structure. At one point, he told us that when we sleep, our mind might be moving across these folds, visiting different parts of our own experience, or even things we do not fully remember yet. It sounded like imagination, but the way he said it made it feel like he truly believed it in a simple, natural way. We spent a long time talking about this idea, using paper, drawings, and simple examples. What started as a strange conversation slowly turned into something that made us think differently about how we view memory, life, and connection. By the end of it, I was honestly overwhelmed. Not because I fully understood it, but because I realized how limited my own thinking had been. I had assumed that understanding comes only from education and age, but here I was, learning from a 5-year-old and my husband in a way I did not expect. There was another experience from my life that also stayed with me, and it happened during a completely different time. It was a night when I was at home, and I experienced something that I still struggle to explain fully. One evening, I was lying in bed, not fully asleep but not completely awake either. My room was quiet, and I remember feeling very still. My door was slightly open, just enough for light from the hallway to come in. At first, everything felt normal. But then I heard something very soft. It sounded like the door opening a little more, and then footsteps slowly entering the room. The sound of the floor creaking was familiar, like someone walking carefully so as not to make too much noise. At first, I thought it was my mother coming in to wake me up, because she used to do that sometimes when I overslept. I did not open my eyes right away. I just assumed it was her. But something about the timing felt strange. The footsteps were too slow, too quiet, and too deliberate. I waited, expecting her to speak, but there was no voice. The footsteps came closer to my bed, then suddenly stopped. That made me open my eyes. There was no one there. For a moment I thought I must have imagined it, so I closed my eyes again, trying to relax. But then I heard it again. The same slow creaking, coming closer once more. This time, it felt different. Heavier somehow, more focused. It moved closer until it felt like it was right beside my bed. Then it stopped again. And in that moment, I felt something I cannot fully describe. It was not just sound anymore. It felt like presence. Like someone was there, but I could not see them. Then I felt something touch my head. A hand, firm but not violent, gently pressing me back into the pillow. At the same time, I felt a breath of air near my face, like someone was very close to me. I tried to open my eyes, but I could not. I also tried to move, but my body felt heavy, like it was not responding the way it normally does. Then I heard a voice. It was low, rough, and quiet, as if it was struggling to speak clearly. It said something very simple. It said it was time to get up. The strange thing is that I did not feel immediate fear. Instead, I felt confused, like my mind was trying to decide whether this was real or part of a dream. I remember thinking about asking why, but I could not speak. The voice repeated the same thing again. It felt less like a threat and more like a command, but without anger. At some point, I tried to move again, thinking maybe I was being held down, but the pressure was still there. Then, suddenly, everything stopped. The pressure, the breath, the voice, all of it disappeared at once. I sat up quickly, fully awake now, and looked around the room. Nothing was there. The room looked completely normal. The clock showed that only a short amount of time had passed. Even though I tried to tell myself it was a dream, I could not fully accept that explanation, because it felt too real, too continuous, and too clear in my memory. After that night, I left the room and went downstairs. I felt uneasy for a while, like I was being watched, but nothing else happened. There were many other strange experiences in my life, including relationships and conversations with people who believed strongly in things like visions, aliens, or spiritual encounters. I met a woman once who truly believed she was being visited and watched by beings she could not explain. At first, I tried to dismiss it, but over time I realized that what people believe is often shaped by what they have experienced emotionally, mentally, or in their past. In that relationship, I struggled between believing what I saw and questioning what I was told. I experienced things that I could not easily explain, including a moment where I felt something physically overpowering me while I was half asleep. I remember fear, confusion, and then relief when it suddenly stopped. Whether it was sleep paralysis, imagination, or something else, I still cannot say for certain. What I can say is that these experiences changed the way I look at reality. Not because I have clear answers, but because I learned that not everything we experience fits neatly into simple explanations. Years have passed since those events. I am no longer part of those groups, and many of the people I once knew have gone their separate ways. My life has become more stable and grounded since then. But I still think about those nights, those conversations, and especially the strange wisdom that came from unexpected places. And I still remember my son, sitting there so calmly, explaining things in a way that made adults stop and think. Maybe the world is not as simple as we assume. Or maybe it is, and we are just learning how to see it properly, one fold at a time. When I was younger, my mother was often convinced that I had some kind of connection to the spirit world. Over the years, I've heard stories about myself as a child that I don't fully remember clearly. Things like me talking to invisible people, or saying things that later seemed strangely accurate. I don't really believe I had any true ability like that. Looking back, I think most of it was probably a mix of imagination, coincidence, and a child being very observant without realizing it. But I can understand why it looked different from the outside. One of the earliest experiences connected to all of this happened when I was around 5 years old. To understand it properly, there is some background that matters. In the neighborhood where I grew up, there was an elderly woman who lived nearby. She was very kind to me and often gave me dolls, both glass dolls and rag dolls, that she had kept in her home. I always thought it was sweet at the time, even though now it feels a little unusual to think about it. She also had a granddaughter living with her. The girl's mother had died from a drug overdose, and the child herself was very sick for much of her early life. The grandmother tried to comfort her in any way she could, often by surrounding her with toys and dolls. At the time I didn't know the full story. I just knew the house had a lot of dolls, and I was given some of them to play with. That is also when I first remember having an imaginary friend. Her name was Abby, or at least that is what I first called her. She later told me she preferred the name Amy, so that is what I used. In my memory from that time, she felt very real to me, like someone who was always there when I needed company. I was a shy child, and I had trouble making friends, so having someone like Amy made me feel less alone. We would talk and play, and she seemed to follow me everywhere during that period of my life. That stayed with me until we moved houses. After we moved, something changed in a way I still find hard to explain even now. I slowly stopped thinking about Amy, and instead my childhood memories shifted into something much darker. I became very afraid of the new house, especially the attic. I started having vivid nightmares about something being up there. I remember waking up terrified, sometimes screaming, and I also went through a period where I had trouble sleeping properly, and would even wet the bed. It was a very confusing and frightening time for me as a child. My parents noticed how bad it had become, and eventually took me to therapy. At one point, I even went through hypnosis sessions to try to understand what was causing my fears. According to what my mother later told me, I would describe things in a way that connected the dolls, the old house, and the new fears together, as if they were all part of one story in my mind. The therapist's conclusion was that I was reacting to the stress of moving and changes in my environment, and that I had linked my emotional comfort objects, like the dolls, with fear and instability after the move. As a child, I don't think I understood any of that. I just remember being scared, and not really knowing why. What stayed with me the most during that time was how my fear of the attic and my fear of the dolls seemed to become connected in my mind. I remember believing, in some childish way, that Amy might have been in the attic. I even have vague memories of asking my parents to say hello to her when they went up there to fix things. In my mind at that age, it all felt real, even though I couldn't explain it properly. Eventually, my parents decided to store the dolls away in the basement. After that, things slowly began to change. The nightmares became less frequent, and the fear I had been living with started to fade over time. A few years later, when I was around 7, the elderly woman who had originally given me the dolls passed away. My family attended her funeral. My mother suggested that we bring the dolls with us so they could be returned to her surviving family, and we did. I remember standing there quietly while everything was happening, not fully understanding how to feel about it. During the funeral, I was given one of the pamphlets. On the front was her picture and her name, like any standard funeral card. Inside, there was a short message about her life. One line in particular stood out to me, even though I didn't fully understand its importance at the time. It mentioned her love for her little angel and her little darling Abby, also called Amy. Seeing that made something in my mind stop for a moment. It connected things that had been separate before, at least in my childhood understanding. The dolls, the girl I used to talk to in my imagination, and the way everything had changed after we moved all felt tied together in a way I couldn't easily explain. After the dolls left our house for good, my nightmares gradually stopped. The fear that had been with me for so long slowly faded away. Whether that was because of psychological closure, growing older, or simply distance from the objects that triggered those feelings, I cannot say for certain. Even now, I still feel uneasy around dolls in a way I cannot fully explain. It is not a strong fear like it was when I was a child, but there is still a discomfort that never completely went away. As I've grown older, I've come to see these experiences differently. I no longer think of them as proof of anything supernatural. Instead, I see them as fragments of childhood memory, emotion, imagination, and fear all mixed together in ways a young mind cannot properly separate. Still, I understand why my mother once believed there was something more to it. When you see a child reacting to things you cannot fully explain, it is easy to interpret it in a more mysterious way. For me, I think the real lesson is simpler. Childhood fear and imagination can create very powerful experiences, and those experiences can feel real enough to stay with you for life. Even when you grow up and understand them differently, they do not fully disappear. They just become memories you learn to live with. I was trying to fall asleep around 10 o'clock last night, but for some reason I kept tossing and turning. It felt like I just could not settle down properly. I kept telling myself to stop overthinking, that I needed to get some rest because I had to wake up early to get my husband ready for work and take care of my granddaughter the next day. I knew how important sleep was, so I kept trying to relax, but it was not working. While I was lying there, I suddenly felt something touch my lower back. It was very light, like 3 fingers gently resting on my skin. I immediately told myself that it was nothing, that I was imagining it, and that I needed to stop thinking in that direction. I did not want to accept it as real, so I tried to focus on other things and calm my mind. But then I heard whispering. It was faint, but it felt close. It reminded me of something similar that had happened before, and that alone made me feel uneasy. I was lying with my back turned toward my husband, and I stayed still, trying not to react. Inside, I was already starting to feel scared, even though I kept telling myself it was probably nothing. A few minutes after the whispering stopped or faded, I started hearing my husband in his sleep. His voice sounded different, like he was distressed. He was saying things in a way that made it sound like he was scared or reacting to a nightmare. He even shouted a few times. That made me sit up and turn toward him. When I looked at him, his eyes were wide open, and he suddenly moved his arm downward in a sharp motion. For a split second, I thought he might accidentally hit me. I asked him what was wrong, but he just said he did not know. The next day, when he came home from work, I asked him again if he remembered anything from the night before, especially the nightmare or his reaction. He told me he did not remember anything at all, and he also said he did not recall me talking to him during the night. After that night, I eventually managed to fall asleep, though I cannot clearly remember when. The next morning started in a very unusual way. My daughter called me around 9 a.m. and told me that my sister was sitting in her garage. That immediately caught my attention because my sister had been missing for a few months, and we had not been able to find her or get any clear contact with her. Hearing that she was there brought me a strange mix of relief and confusion. I explained to my daughter that I had not slept properly the night before, and that I already felt like something unusual was going on, even before she called. Sometimes I get these uneasy feelings that are hard to describe. It is not exactly fear, but more like a sense that something is not normal, even if I cannot explain why. There was another night not long before that when I also could not sleep at all. That night nothing unusual seemed to happen, but the next morning my daughter woke us up very early, around 5 a.m., to tell me that my twin son had been trying to call me all night. We had not answered because the phone ringer had been turned off. He was in the hospital, and they were preparing him for surgery because his appendix were about to rupture. We rushed to the hospital right away. When I told my daughter that I had been unable to sleep that night, she also felt unsettled by the timing. It felt like something had been off, even before we knew what was happening. Because of experiences like these, I sometimes feel like there is a connection between my intuition and events that happen around me. I do not always understand it, and I cannot fully explain it in a logical way, but there are moments when I feel like I sense things before they are clearly known. Another experience that stays in my mind happened a few months ago. I had a dream about my father-in-law, who passed away several years ago. In the dream, he was speaking to me and telling me to take care of my mother-in-law. He also seemed to be warning that something difficult was going to happen to her. The next day, I told my husband that he should call his mother and check on her. At the time, she seemed fine, and there was nothing obviously wrong. But a few weeks later, a serious family situation began involving her and legal issues related to the home, which turned into a very stressful and ongoing problem. Because of that, I sometimes feel like the dream may have been a warning, even though I cannot prove it. My sister's situation has also been very painful. She stayed with us for a short period of time, and during that time, I experienced a number of strange and unsettling moments that I still think about. I plan to write more about those experiences later, because there were many small things that added up over time. I love my sister deeply, but at the same time, I find it difficult to be around her for long periods. There is a feeling I get when she is near me that is hard to describe. I try not to think negatively or judge based on feelings alone, but I cannot ignore what I sense. It creates an inner conflict that I struggle with. All of these experiences together have left me with more questions than answers. Sometimes I wonder if they are just coincidence, stress, intuition, or something else entirely. I do not claim to fully understand it. I only know what I have experienced, and how it felt at the time. I was 15 years old when this happened, and it was Christmas Eve. My parents and my younger cousin had gone to my grandmother's house for a family gathering, leaving me home alone. I was actually supposed to be picked up later by my girlfriend's stepfather so I could spend the night at their place. At that age, being away from family during the holidays felt like a relief more than anything else. My home life was not exactly calm or picture perfect, so having a reason to be alone or leave for a while was something I welcomed. Our house was a raised ranch built on a concrete slab, with 2 levels connected by a double staircase in the middle of the home. One set of stairs led from the upper floor down to a small foyer, and another set continued from the foyer down to the lower level where I was. That lower level is where the laundry room and office were located. The bedrooms and everything else were upstairs at the far end of a hallway. There were also thick pull curtains placed along the staircase area to help keep the heat downstairs since the floor was mostly concrete and the house tended to get cold easily. I was downstairs in the laundry area, ironing a brand new shirt I was excited to wear later that night. Since I was alone and planning to change soon anyway, I was just in my underwear while I ironed. I remember talking on the phone with a friend while I worked, trying to pass the time and waiting for the ride to arrive. Outside, it was freezing and stormy, and I remember thinking the driver would probably be delayed because of the weather. While I was standing near the bottom of the stairs, I suddenly heard a sound from upstairs. At first, I assumed it was our dog, a small miniature poodle named Toby. She was quite old at that point, around 15 years old, and the stairs were not easy for her anymore. So it was normal to hear her slowly moving around sometimes. But something about this sound did not feel right. There were no dog tags jingling, which I usually heard when Toby moved. Instead, I heard a slow, heavy thudding sound coming down the stairs step by step. It did not sound like a small dog at all. It sounded heavier, more deliberate, like something walking carefully down each step. Then I heard another sound. A dragging or sliding noise, like something was being pulled across the floor in the foyer above. The sound was slow and controlled, and it made me stop what I was doing immediately. I remember looking toward the staircase, but I could not see anything through the thick curtains that were hanging there. There were no shadows passing through, no movement that I could recognize. But the sound continued, coming closer and closer to the bottom of the stairs. Then something strange happened. From the bottom of the staircase, my cousin's remote-controlled Bigfoot toy suddenly came into view. It moved on its own, coming down into the lower level and stopping right in front of me. For a moment, I could not process what I was seeing. It was just there, sitting still on the floor, as if it had been placed there intentionally. At that exact moment, I turned my head and saw something else that made everything even more confusing. My dog, Toby, was already downstairs with me. She had been lying on her bed the entire time, and she was now growling at the toy. That meant she had not been upstairs making those sounds at all. That realization made everything feel even more unsettling. I did not say anything for a few seconds, and my friend on the phone kept asking if I was still there. When I finally spoke, my voice was shaky. I told her to tell Dan, the person who was coming to pick me up, to hurry. She kept asking what was wrong, but I could not properly explain it over the phone. I just kept repeating that I needed someone there. When the driver finally arrived, I was already outside waiting for him in the middle of a snowstorm. I had rushed out of the house without properly getting dressed. I was wearing old, mismatched clothes I had grabbed quickly, and I was not thinking clearly at all. I had left the shirt I had been ironing behind on the board. At that point, I did not even care about it anymore. I just wanted to leave. I threw the phone down inside, closed the door behind me, and ran straight to the vehicle. During the drive, I did not say much. I was still trying to understand what had just happened, but everything felt unreal and hard to explain. When we arrived at my friend's house, I went inside quickly, still shaken and quiet. My friend met me at the door and immediately asked what had happened. I told her everything, trying to piece it together as clearly as I could. Her stepfather did not take it seriously and laughed at me, which only made me feel more frustrated and uncomfortable. At the time, I was angry and scared, and I did not know how to respond to that kind of reaction. I left it alone and just tried to move past the moment. Looking back on it now, I have tried to make sense of what I experienced. Over the years, I have heard different explanations, from coincidence to imagination to things like sleep-related perception or misinterpretation of sound in an empty house. I cannot say with certainty what it was. What I do know is how real it felt in that moment. The sounds, the timing, the movement of the toy, and the feeling of being alone in that house all came together in a way that left a lasting impression on me. Even now, years later, I still remember that night very clearly. Not because I believe I fully understand it, but because it was one of those experiences that does not easily fade, no matter how much time passes. When I was 13, my siblings and I had to stay at my grandparents' house for a while because the painters were working on the upper floor of our home. Our bedrooms were up there, so it wasn't safe for us to stay while everything was being redone. My grandparents were very kind about it, and told us we could stay with them until the work was finished. I didn't mind it at first because it felt like a small change, almost like a little break from normal life, but things started to feel strange once we actually settled in. The last time we had stayed at their house before this, I remember it wasn't easy for me. I had to share a room with my younger brother and sister, and they kept talking and moving around late into the night, which made it hard for me to sleep. My other brothers, who are twins, always slept together, so at least they were fine. Because of how badly I had slept that last time, my grandparents suggested something different this time. They offered me the attic room so I could have quiet and rest properly. It sounded like a good idea, and I agreed. At first, the attic didn't seem too bad. It was quiet and separated from the rest of the house, and I liked the idea of having my own space. But the moment I walked in, I noticed something that immediately made me uncomfortable. There was an old doll sitting near the bed. It wasn't just placed randomly either. It was sitting in a way that made it face the room. Its eyes were open, wide and fixed, even though I knew dolls like that were supposed to have eyes that close when you lay them down. Something about the way it looked made me uneasy right away. I tried not to think too much of it at first. It was just a doll, nothing more. But every time I looked in that direction, I felt a strange pressure in my chest, like I was being watched. I told myself I was just overthinking things, maybe just being silly because the room was new and unfamiliar. Still, I ended up turning the doll slightly away from me before going to bed that night, just so I wouldn't have to see its face directly. The first couple of nights passed without anything unusual happening. I stayed up reading sometimes because I wasn't used to the attic yet. My grandmother had given me Gone with the Wind to read, and I also brought a manga book from home. It was a strange combination, but it kept me occupied. The attic itself was quiet, almost too quiet. There were normal house sounds sometimes, like creaks or distant footsteps, but nothing that really worried me. Then came the last night we stayed there. That night felt different right from the beginning. I don't know how to explain it properly, but the air in the room felt heavier. I remember lying in bed for a long time, unable to fall asleep even though I was really tired. My body felt restless, like my mind wouldn't shut off. Every small sound in the house seemed louder than usual. Around 2 a.m., I started noticing a soft tapping sound. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, maybe the wood moving because of temperature changes. But then I realized the sound was coming from right under my bed. It wasn't random either. It had a pattern, like something was deliberately tapping on the metal frame underneath me. I froze for a moment, and just listened. The tapping continued slowly, steady, like someone was tapping their fingers or something hard against the bed frame. I slowly reached for the light and switched it on. The room lit up instantly, and the tapping stopped. I got out of bed and bent down to look underneath it. There was nothing there. Just empty space and shadows. No animal, no object, nothing that could have made that sound. I sat back on the bed and tried to convince myself it was nothing. Old houses make noises like that all the time, I told myself. I tried to relax again, and eventually lay back down. About half an hour later, the tapping started again. This time it felt more annoying, almost like it was deliberately trying to get my attention. I ignored it at first, turning slightly in bed and covering my ears with my pillow, hoping it would stop. But it didn't. It kept going until I couldn't ignore it anymore. Then suddenly, it stopped completely. For a short moment, everything was silent. I remember thinking maybe it was finally over and I could sleep. But right after that thought, something happened that made my whole body go cold. While I was half asleep, I heard a voice. It sounded like my grandmother. "Katie." It came from right beside my bed. My eyes opened instantly. I didn't move at first. I just listened, trying to process what I had heard. The voice sounded exactly like her, soft and familiar. It didn't feel threatening at first. It just felt like someone calling my name in the middle of the night. Then it came again. "Katie." I turned my head slowly toward the sound. At first, I couldn't see anything clearly because the room was dark except for a small amount of moonlight coming through the window. But as my eyes adjusted, I saw something beside my bed. It wasn't a person. It wasn't my grandmother. It was a dark shape. At first, I thought maybe it was just a shadow, something my eyes were playing tricks on. But it didn't behave like a normal shadow. It had depth, like it was standing in the room instead of being part of the wall or furniture. It looked like a thick, black mass, almost like smoke but heavier and denser, like it had weight. I felt my heart start beating faster. My body went cold, and I couldn't speak properly for a moment. "What? Nana?" I whispered again, even though I knew something was wrong. The shape didn't move at first. It just stayed there beside my bed, close enough that I felt like it was right next to me. Then, very suddenly, it reacted. It laughed. It wasn't a normal laugh. It sounded harsh and strange, almost like it was mocking me. It didn't sound human at all. The sound filled the room and made my skin crawl. It wasn't loud like a shout, but it felt like it was inside my head as much as it was in the room. That was when fear really hit me. I pulled the blanket over my head immediately. I didn't want to see it anymore. I could still hear the laughter, and I remember my heart pounding so hard it felt like it was shaking my whole body. I started praying quietly, repeating the Lord's Prayer over and over again because I didn't know what else to do. I wasn't thinking clearly, I just knew I wanted it to stop. After what felt like a long time, I slowly pulled the blanket down just enough to look. The room looked normal again. The dark shape was gone. Everything was quiet. But I still felt like something was there. Like I was being watched from somewhere in the room. That feeling didn't go away. I reached over and turned on the main light. The brightness made everything look normal again, but it didn't make me feel safe. I turned my head toward my bed, and that's when I saw something that made me scream. The doll. It was right next to my pillow. I was sure I had moved it earlier, but now it was back in a different position. It was sitting closer to me, almost like it had been placed there while I was asleep. Its face was turned toward me, and in that moment, it felt like it was staring directly at me. I couldn't stay in that room anymore. I got out of bed immediately, and ran downstairs as fast as I could. I didn't care about being quiet or waking anyone up. I just needed to get away from that attic. My siblings were sleeping downstairs, and I turned on the lights even though they complained. I stayed there for the rest of the night, refusing to go back upstairs. I barely slept, just sat there trying to calm myself down. The next morning, I told my grandmother everything that had happened. I explained the tapping, the voice, the dark shape, and the doll. She listened, but she didn't seem to believe me. She said she had been asleep the whole night, and hadn't gone anywhere near the attic. She thought I had just had a bad dream or maybe been scared by the doll itself, and imagined the rest. I didn't argue with her. I just kept it to myself after that. But what I experienced didn't feel like a dream. It felt too real, too clear. I still remember every moment of it, especially the feeling of that presence in the room and the sound of that laughter. Even now, thinking about it again, I still feel uneasy. I don't know what that dark shape was, and I don't know why it sounded like my grandmother's voice. I also don't know why the doll seemed connected to it, but I do know that I never felt anything like that again after we left that attic room. And I never looked at dolls the same way after that night. My childhood home sat on what used to be a very large farm, something like 200 acres in total. Over time, the land was broken up and turned into a typical American suburb, with rows of houses and streets where fields and open space used to be. Growing up there had its own challenges. In places like that, everyone knows everyone, and privacy is almost non-existent. People talk, rumors spread fast, and nothing really stays hidden for long. Still, beyond the usual small-town gossip, there were a few strange things tied to my house that people in the area liked to talk about. One of those things was Robert. I first became aware of Robert when I was around 15 years old. He wasn't something I just heard about in passing. I had already experienced enough unusual events in my home to know there was something there. He had a way of making his presence known, sometimes in subtle ways and sometimes in ways that were impossible to ignore. I had already gone through my own experiences with him before, but nothing really compared to what happened the day my friends decided they wanted to try contacting him themselves. They had heard my stories and my best friend's stories, and instead of being scared off, they became curious. Eventually curiosity turned into excitement, and that excitement turned into a plan. They wanted to hold a séance in my living room. Before anything else, I want to be clear that I'm not trying to promote or encourage anything like that. I know people have strong opinions about it, and I understand why. This was just something that happened, and I'm only describing it as it was experienced. We chose a day when my parents weren't going to be home. My cousin, who was younger at the time, would also be at my grandmother's house, so there was no risk of scaring a child or being interrupted. There ended up being 6 of us in total, 1 boy and 5 girls. Everyone was excited in their own way. Some were nervous, some were giggling, but all of them wanted to see if anything would actually happen. My best friend was there too, and she was the only other person who had ever directly witnessed anything unusual in my house before. Before we started, I went around the house and made sure everything was as controlled as possible. I shut all the doors and windows, turned off fans, and made sure there were no obvious explanations for anything that might happen. I didn't want anyone brushing off whatever we experienced as just the wind, or just air movement. I remember even lighting incense, partly because someone suggested it, and partly because it made the atmosphere feel calmer, even if only mentally. When we finally came back into the living room, everyone sat down around the coffee table. It was a rectangular table, so not everyone could sit comfortably in a circle. Some of us had to kneel just to reach the board properly. There was a strange mix of tension and excitement in the room. It felt like everyone was trying to act casual, but no one really was. After a few moments of quieting down, we began. At first, nothing dramatic happened. All of us placed our hands on the planchette, and there was just silence. Then something changed. It started as a faint buzzing sensation, almost like a light vibration moving through the board and into our fingers. At first I assumed it was just static electricity or nerves, something physical we were all overthinking. No one pulled their hands away, so we continued. Then the planchette began to move. It moved slowly at first, almost cautiously, as if it was testing whether anyone would stop it. Then it started to gain speed. Everyone looked at each other, surprised but still trying to stay calm. The first question came from Ed, the only guy in the group and the older brother of one of the girls. He asked, "Are you here of your own power?" The planchette kept moving without clearly responding. It didn't settle on anything definite. I remember thinking that it was strange, so I repeated the question myself, more clearly and firmly. The moment I asked it again, the planchette moved directly to yes. That shift changed the energy in the room. Ed and I both noticed it immediately. He asked another question, this time about whether the spirit could spell out its name. The planchette continued to move, but again it didn't settle into anything meaningful. It just circled or drifted without forming a clear answer. That's when I spoke more directly. I remember saying something along the lines of asking it to be respectful, because it was in our home, and we were trying to communicate properly. As soon as I said that, the planchette moved straight to goodbye. That caught all of us off guard. There was a pause. No one really knew what to say next. The energy in the room shifted from excitement to confusion. We decided to take a break and stepped away from the table. Most of the group went into the kitchen to talk and laugh it off, trying to figure out whether we had just imagined the whole thing or whether something real had happened. Ed and I stayed behind for a moment longer. We were both trying to make sense of what had just happened. The only explanation we could think of was that whatever it was, it didn't seem interested in answering everyone equally. It almost felt selective, like it was responding only when it chose to. Then I said something about it maybe being intimidated, not thinking much of it. Right after I said that, something happened. A framed picture of me that was hanging in the hallway suddenly flew off the wall. There was no visible cause for it. No one had touched it, no wind, no obvious reason. It just came off the wall and fell. That was the moment the atmosphere changed completely. Even though I still wasn't fully afraid, I felt something shift in the way I thought about what was happening. It wasn't random anymore. It felt responsive. I remember feeling more irritated than scared. I spoke out loud, telling it to stop behaving like that and to communicate properly if it wanted to be involved. There was no response, no sound, nothing else moved. Meanwhile, the rest of the group was still in the kitchen talking casually, completely unaware of what had just happened in the hallway. At that point, Ed and I started to understand a pattern. It felt like the responses weren't coming from the group as a whole. It felt like it was centered on me in some way. Like I was the one it was interacting through or reacting to. When I said that out loud, Ed went to bring the others back in so we could continue. This time, things changed. Once we all gathered again and placed our hands back on the planchette, the responses became faster and more direct. It felt like communication had become easier. Information started coming through more clearly than before. It gave a name. It gave details. It answered questions without hesitation. There was a sense that whatever was happening, it had finally decided to participate. We learned things about who it claimed to be, including that it was once a farmhand connected to the land the house was built on. It said it had been there since the late 1800s. It explained that it wasn't trapped in the way people usually imagine spirits being trapped, but that it stayed within certain boundaries tied to the original farm. At the time, that explanation actually made a strange kind of sense to us, especially considering how large the land used to be. It also explained why the activity seemed tied specifically to the property, and not to random places. We kept asking questions, and it kept responding. The energy in the room stayed intense but focused. It felt like we were finally getting somewhere, even if we didn't fully understand what somewhere meant. But the session didn't last long. At one point, we heard the sound of the garage door opening. That immediately broke everyone's focus. It meant my parents were home. Without hesitation, we ended the session. Everyone removed their hands from the board, and there was a quick rush of movement as we all tried to act normal and clean everything up. The tension broke instantly, replaced by urgency and nervous laughter. The group left quickly after that. Some of them were still talking excitedly, trying to process what had happened, while others were quiet. We ended up meeting later at a diner nearby just to go over everything again and try to understand it. Even though a lot of questions were left unanswered, none of us could deny that something had happened. Whether it was what we thought it was or something else entirely, it left an impression on all of us. And for me, it also confirmed something I had already started to suspect before that night. Whatever Robert was, he wasn't just a story people told in the neighborhood. I am 23 years old, and I recently moved to Tampa, Florida. I didn't really think much about the idea of another side or anything paranormal until last fall. That was when my dad started talking a lot about the show Taps. At first I just listened without taking it seriously. Honestly, I thought it was all a bit much to believe. Apparitions, EVPs, ghost hunting shows, It sounded like something people get carried away with. I even joked in my head, asking what kind of bong water people must be drinking to believe all that. But at the same time, I've always kept a somewhat open mind. After that, I went online and started searching for myself. There is a lot of fake and exaggerated content out there, so I tried to focus more on things that looked properly documented instead of random personal stories. One video that really stuck with me was the so-called little Japanese girl in the mirrors. That clip honestly pulled me in more than anything else. For about a week, I became almost obsessed, watching and reading everything I could find about paranormal activity. Then, after that phase passed, I calmed down again and stopped thinking about it so much. That is, until something happened a few weeks later that I still think about. My girlfriend and I had a serious argument, the kind that really shakes a relationship. I got so frustrated that I left the house, which is not something I normally do. I called a few friends, and we met up in Temple Terrace. We ended up drinking some beers, but honestly we talked more than we drank. After that, we went and ate a huge pizza near the bar, and later we all drove over to one of my friends' places. My friends thought it would be best if I didn't go home that night. They said it would give me time to calm down and clear my head before dealing with things in the morning. It made sense at the time, so I stayed over at Rich's apartment. It was a small second-floor place he shared with his wife Narita and their 11-year-old daughter, Laura. We spent the evening relaxing and watching a movie together. After that, they all went to their rooms and went to sleep. The apartment was small, maybe around 700 square feet, located in a complex near USF around 50th Street North and Fletcher. I remember thinking it was probably built in the 1960s or so. I ended up sleeping on their large red couch in the living room. The couch was facing a wall with a television on the right side and sliding glass doors leading to a small balcony on the left. My head was near the glass doors, and there was a street light outside that shined through the vertical blinds. The light came in thin strips, and combined with the glow from the digital clock on the DVD player, it was enough for me to see most of the room even though it was dark. I could make out the furniture, the ceiling fan, paintings on the walls, and the corners of the room pretty clearly. I fell asleep around 12:30 a.m. I wasn't really drunk, just tired and finally relaxed enough to sleep. Their small blonde Pekingese dog, Snuggles, was lying near me and keeping me warm. I remember falling asleep fairly easily despite everything that had been going on earlier in the day. At around 4:45 in the morning, something woke me up. Snuggles suddenly jumped off the couch and started growling. I remember thinking it was probably just another animal outside or maybe the cat from somewhere nearby. I was still half asleep and annoyed, so I just muttered to myself and turned slightly away, trying to go back to sleep. Then the dog barked sharply, high-pitched and urgent. That snapped me fully awake. I opened one eye and froze immediately. I couldn't move properly. I felt completely stuck, like my body didn't want to respond. When I opened the other eye, I saw something standing in the room. There was a tall figure, easily 7 or 8 feet in height, standing near me. It was right there between me and the sliding glass doors. The shape was completely dark, like a solid shadow. I couldn't see any face, clothing, or details. It was just a heavy, human-like silhouette, but much too large to be normal. It wasn't like it was hiding in darkness. It was the darkness itself, standing there. I knew right away it wasn't anyone in the apartment. Rich and his wife were both much shorter than that. This thing was taller than the doorway, slightly hunched forward, just standing there and staring in my direction. My heart started racing so hard I could hear it in my ears. I stayed completely still. The dog had stopped barking completely, which somehow made it even worse. The figure didn't move. For what felt like a very long time, I just lay there trying to understand what I was seeing. It might have only been 20 or 30 seconds, but it felt much longer. I remember feeling both terrified and strangely aware of everything in the room at the same time. Then suddenly, something in me reacted. Out of pure instinct and adrenaline, I swung my arm forward from under the blanket, trying to hit it or defend myself. The moment I moved, the figure reacted instantly. It didn't walk or turn like a normal person. It moved in a fast, smooth motion, almost like it slid or flickered across the room without sound. In an instant, it was no longer in front of me. It appeared against the wall near the end of the couch. Then it moved again, slowly sliding along the wall toward the hallway. It didn't run. It didn't make any noise. It just shifted and disappeared into the darkness of the hall, as if it was never fully solid to begin with. After that, the room went completely still again. I didn't move for a while. I just stayed there, wide awake, trying to process what I had just seen, not sure if I should even believe my own eyes. Even now, I still remember it clearly. Back in November 2008, I had the heat running in the bathroom because I wanted it warm before taking a shower. It was one of those small things I always did when I was alone at home, just to make the place feel a bit more comfortable. The bathroom had 2 lights. There was the main overhead light, and then there was another light above the medicine cabinet. That second light was already kind of annoying to deal with because the pull string had broken a long time ago, so the only way to use it was by screwing the bulb in and out a few times. It never got properly fixed, and it had been like that for at least a year. Around 30 minutes later, the room felt warm enough. It was about 8:45 in the evening when I finally decided to take my shower. I turned on the overhead light and left the broken cabinet light off, then got into the shower like normal. Everything felt normal at first. The house was quiet, and I was alone, which I was used to at that time. I had been in the shower for about 5 minutes. I had just started washing my hair when something happened that immediately broke that calm feeling. The broken light above the medicine cabinet suddenly turned on by itself. I know how strange that sounds, but that light was not easy to turn on. You had to screw the bulb in tightly, at least 4 full turns, and there was no pull switch that worked anymore. I remember freezing for a second when I saw the bathroom get brighter than it should have been. At that exact moment, I also noticed a shape in the bathroom. Because of the shower curtain, I could not see clearly, but I could see movement through the thin material. It looked like a person had stepped inside. The shape moved toward the toilet paper roll, paused there for a moment, and then turned back and walked out of the bathroom again. It was slow and natural, like someone who belonged there and knew exactly where they were going. My first thought was my mom. She worked as a bartender, and she usually got home somewhere between 8 o'clock and 9:30 at night. I assumed maybe she had come home early and walked in to grab toilet paper. That felt like the only logical explanation at the time. But something felt off. I realized I had not heard any sound. No footsteps that matched her usual walk, no voice, no door closing, nothing at all except what I had just seen. I quickly finished up the shampoo part of my shower, turned off the water, and wrapped a towel around myself. I stepped out of the bathroom and went straight to my mom's room, which was right next to it. The room was empty. The bed was untouched, and she was not there. I checked the window next, just to see if her car was outside. There was no car in the driveway. At that moment, I felt a cold kind of confusion settle in, because it meant I really had been home alone the entire time. I tried to calm myself down. I told myself it was probably just my mind playing tricks in the steam and heat of the bathroom. So I went back, finished my shower properly, and tried to ignore what had just happened. I got dressed, rinsed my hair, and forced myself to move on with the rest of the night. After that, I walked through the kitchen toward my room. The layout of the house meant I had to pass through the kitchen and then go down a hallway to reach my bedroom. I remember stopping near the stove because I had left a soda there earlier. The kitchen was quiet, and everything looked normal, but as I moved past the stove and entered the hallway, I saw something else that made me stop completely. There was a man walking down the hallway toward my room. Not fast, not running, just walking. It was a clear figure, shaped like a person. I could see the movement well enough to know it was not my imagination playing tricks from the corner of my eye. I stood there in my towel, frozen, trying to understand what I was seeing. I did not hear any footsteps. I did not hear doors open or close. There was no sound at all. I stood still for a couple of minutes, trying to make sense of it. Part of me thought maybe someone had broken into the house, but at the same time, nothing about the situation felt normal enough for that explanation either. Eventually, I grabbed my soda and slowly walked into my room. I shut the door behind me, got dressed, and sat down at my computer desk. I kept thinking about what I had seen. I kept trying to explain it in a way that made sense. I remember sitting there quietly and asking myself what I had just experienced, trying to convince myself there had to be a normal answer. After a while, I found myself reaching under my bed and pulling out an old box of family genealogy records and photographs. I do not even fully know why I did it at the time. It just felt like something I needed to do. I opened the box and started going through the pictures one by one, slowly flipping through faces and names from the past. Then I came across a black and white photograph that stopped me completely. It was a picture of my great-great-grandfather Charlie. The photo was taken in 1936, and in it he was about 39 years old. I had seen the picture before, but this time it hit me differently. I remember my hands starting to feel a bit shaky as I stared at it. The more I looked at it, the more uneasy I felt. I could not explain it properly, but I suddenly had this strong feeling that I had just seen the exact same man walking down my hallway. Not someone similar, not a shadow or vague shape, but him. The face, the posture, everything matched what I had just witnessed earlier in the hallway. I sat there for a long time, trying to process that connection. My heart felt like it dropped when the thought fully settled in. I kept looking back and forth between the hallway direction and the photograph, trying to convince myself I was mixing things up or imagining patterns that were not really there. But the feeling did not go away. While I was still sitting there, something else happened that made it even harder to ignore. I heard a man whistling in the hallway outside my bedroom door. It was slow and soft, not loud or cheerful, just steady. The sound lasted for maybe 40 seconds. I remember not moving at all while it happened, just listening and trying to figure out if it was real or not. Right after the whistling faded, I noticed a strong smell of tobacco smoke. It was very noticeable, like someone had just been standing right next to me smoking a cigar or a strong cigarette. The smell was thick at first, and then slowly started fading away, just like smoke naturally does when it spreads out in the air. After that, I do not remember doing much else. I stayed in my room for a while, still feeling unsettled, and eventually my mom came home from work later that night. I did not tell her anything right away. I kept it to myself because I did not even know how to explain what had happened without sounding like I was imagining things. We both went to bed around midnight. I remember lying there in the dark, unable to stop thinking about everything I had seen and heard. The bathroom, the hallway, the photograph, the whistling, and the smell of smoke all kept repeating in my mind. I kept asking myself the same question over and over again. If what I saw really was my great-great-grandfather, then why did he look exactly like he did in that old photograph from 1936, when he was 39 years old, instead of how he looked later in life when he passed away in 1962 at 64 years old? That question stayed with me for a long time. Over time, I had more experiences that made me think about it again. Each time, the presence felt different, like sometimes older, sometimes younger, sometimes more like the version I recognized from pictures, and sometimes more like something in between. It never felt consistent, but it also never felt completely gone. After that night, I started noticing that this presence seemed to appear in small ways over time. Not always clearly, not always in a way I could immediately explain, but in moments that felt familiar or out of place at the same time. It became something I slowly got used to, even though I never fully understood it. Looking back, that night in November 2008 feels like the moment everything started to change in how I thought about what I might be experiencing. I still do not have a simple answer for it. I still do not fully understand it. But I remember it clearly, and I remember how real it felt at the time, especially when I was standing there in the hallway and when I later found that photograph in my hands. Even now, I sometimes think about that question again, the one that never really left. Why did he look the way he did in that moment, and what was I really seeing when I stood in that hallway that night? This was a nice ranch-style house on a quiet street in a normal residential neighborhood, the kind of place where nothing is supposed to feel unusual. But from the moment we moved in, the house had a way of feeling like it was already aware of us. It almost felt like it was reacting to us being there. During the very first weekend, my mother stayed alone in the house because we didn't have furniture yet. She ended up sleeping on the living room floor. She later said there was a strange clicking sound inside the wall that kept her awake. She couldn't explain it, and couldn't locate where it was coming from, but it was steady enough to bother her the entire night. Not long after that, while she was unpacking boxes and putting my brother's clothes into his dresser, something else happened. She said she suddenly heard a violent rattling sound right behind her. When she turned around, the closet door in my brother's room was shaking hard on its own, like someone was grabbing it from the inside and forcing it back and forth. There was no draft, no one else in the house, nothing that could explain it. We were new to the neighborhood and still exploring everything about the house. My brother and I spent time going through every room, every hallway, every corner, just trying to understand the place we were now living in. Instead of feeling like a normal home, it slowly started to feel like something that had its own mood, its own behavior. The basement was the first place that made me uncomfortable. There was a strong smell down there that I still can't properly describe. It wasn't just musty or old, it felt wrong in a way that made me not want to stay there longer than necessary. There was one room directly under my bedroom that gave me the worst feeling of all, like something about it didn't belong to the rest of the house. We also found a bathroom in the basement that had an old shower area that was boarded off. Curiosity got the better of us, so we carefully removed part of the boards. We didn't find anything disturbing inside, just spiders and dust, but while we were down there, we heard something upstairs. It sounded like voices and footsteps moving around, as if people were walking through the house. We immediately thought someone had broken in. We ran upstairs quickly, expecting to find someone, but there was no one there. The house was completely empty. That confused us even more, because the sounds had been clear enough that both of us heard them at the same time. Another place that always felt strange was my brother's closet. It was deep, square-shaped, and dark even during the day. It had shelves on both sides and felt tighter than it should have. One day, while we were looking for toys inside it, both of us suddenly felt a strong sense of discomfort at the same time. Nothing moved, nothing spoke, but we both backed out of it quickly without saying why. It just didn't feel right to stay there. Once we were back in the living room, we talked about it and admitted we both felt something strange in that closet. Around the same time, we started hearing movement again, this time coming from the basement. Thinking someone might actually be in the house, we grabbed whatever we could and went downstairs to check again. We called out, asking if anyone was there. The moment we reached the bottom of the stairs, everything went quiet. We searched the entire basement and found nothing again. Then, as soon as we came back upstairs, the sounds returned, this time seeming like they were above us instead of below us. It felt like the house was shifting the source of the noise depending on where we were. After going back and forth a few times, something changed. The last time we went downstairs, both of us felt a sudden heaviness, like we didn't want to go back up. It wasn't fear in the usual sense, more like a strong hesitation that made us stop at the bottom of the stairs. We ended up hiding behind a basement bar area until our mother came home. When she arrived, we ran up and told her everything we had experienced. She listened, looked a bit confused, but said she believed us. She even told us to keep the doors and windows locked, as if she thought someone real might be responsible. I remember even saying something like it was hard to imagine a ghost breaking into a house, half joking at the time, even though none of it felt funny in the moment. After that, small things kept happening. My mother started noticing the back door was sometimes open in the mornings, even though she was sure she had closed it before leaving for work. She asked us about it, thinking maybe we were doing it at night, but neither my brother nor I had touched it. The door in question was near my bedroom and across from the basement entrance, which made it even more unsettling. We also started noticing strange cars parked across the street at different times. They would sit there without moving, sometimes long enough for it to feel uncomfortable, like someone was watching the house. At that point, it started to feel less like isolated incidents, and more like a pattern of unease that followed us everywhere in the home. Inside the house, the strange activity continued. At times during dinner, a strong unpleasant smell would suddenly fill the kitchen. It didn't last long, but it was noticeable enough that we would stop talking and try to figure out where it came from. We never found a source for it. Even small objects began acting strangely. One of my toy phones started ringing on its own while I was elsewhere in the house. It was a toy that normally required button presses to activate, so hearing it go off by itself didn't make sense. When I checked my room, it was sitting in a corner untouched. Even after I removed it and eventually threw it away, the idea of it still working while it wasn't supposed to stayed with me. The back door bell also started ringing randomly. At first, we thought it might be neighbors playing pranks, but it kept happening even when no one was outside. Sometimes it would ring once, other times multiple times in a pattern that sounded intentional. In winter, when the ground was covered in snow, there were no footprints outside the door, which made the idea of a prank feel unlikely. As fall moved into winter, even the house itself seemed to change. The heating system, which was connected through the basement, would make strange gurgling and rattling sounds when it turned on. A technician came to check it and said nothing was wrong, but the sounds continued anyway. It felt like the house itself was making noise, not just the equipment inside it. Around that time, I also experienced something directly in my room. One night, I heard what sounded like a girl's voice inside my closet. I couldn't understand what was being said, but it was clear enough to make me stop and listen. That was the moment things started to feel even more personal, like the activity wasn't just in the house anymore, but in specific spaces around each of us. My brother also began having trouble sleeping in his room, saying something felt wrong there too. At that point, it felt like each part of the house had started affecting us in different ways. There were also times when a strong burning smell would fill the entire house, like burned rubber or electrical wiring. We searched everywhere for a cause but never found anything that explained it. The smell would come and go without warning. Over time, the house felt like it had a kind of rhythm, almost like it would take turns, focusing on different people. Some nights it felt active, other nights quieter, but it never fully stopped feeling unusual. We also had objects going missing and reappearing in strange places, doors acting on their own, and constant small incidents that made it hard to ignore what was happening. Even the doorbell mystery continued, and because there were never any footprints in the snow, we slowly stopped trying to explain it in normal ways. By early spring, things escalated further. There was an incident where a fire broke out due to what was believed to be a prank or accident, and during that same period, my mother reported seeing a dark hooded figure near the corner of the property before coming inside and discovering the damage. That first year in the house felt like it opened the door to a long series of experiences that didn't make sense in a normal way of thinking. And even though it started with small things like sounds in walls and doors opening, it gradually became something much harder to ignore. I want to start by saying something clearly so there is no misunderstanding about how I am presenting this experience. I do not judge people based on their spiritual beliefs, religious practices, or personal interpretations of the world. I have no negative feelings toward pagans, Wicca practitioners, witches, or anyone who follows those paths. I have my own history of curiosity in those areas as well. When I was a teenager, I explored the occult in a limited way, mostly out of curiosity rather than belief. Because of that, I understand how different people interpret unusual or unexplainable experiences through different frameworks. I am not here to convince anyone of anything. I am simply trying to describe what I went through in a way that is as accurate and honest as possible. At this point in my life, I consider myself agnostic. I am still searching for my own understanding of reality, consciousness, and whatever might exist beyond what we can easily explain. I do not claim certainty about any of this. I only know what I experienced, how it felt, and how it affected me. This particular experience is connected to a man I will refer to as B. I am using only an initial because the events that occurred involve personal and sensitive circumstances, and I am not comfortable identifying him directly. What happened between us was complicated, confusing, and at times deeply disturbing to me. Even now, years later, I still struggle to make sense of certain parts of it. B was someone I had known for many years before anything ever became complicated between us. We originally met as friends, part of the same general social circle, and for most of that time there was nothing romantic or emotionally intense between us. In fact, I never saw him as a romantic possibility. There was no attraction from my side, no emotional pull, nothing that suggested anything beyond friendship. He was simply someone I knew. Over time, however, things shifted in a way that I still find difficult to explain. It did not feel gradual in the normal sense. It felt more like a sudden change in perception, almost like something internal had been altered without my full awareness. Looking back, I sometimes describe it as feeling like I was not entirely myself during certain periods. My thoughts were still there, my awareness was still there, but my emotional responses did not always match what I logically knew to be true. When I saw B after not seeing him for about 4 years, my immediate reaction was very strong, but not in a positive way. I remember feeling a sense of repulsion when I saw him in person. It is important for me to emphasize that this was not based on superficial judgment alone. It was a deep, instinctive discomfort that I could not easily suppress. I did not feel any romantic interest in him whatsoever. If anything, I felt the opposite. Despite that, something strange happened when I was in his environment, or when I was communicating with him in certain ways. It felt as if my emotional responses would shift depending on context. When I was physically away from him, especially in familiar surroundings or with people I trusted, I felt clear and certain about my feelings. I knew I did not want anything beyond friendship. I felt grounded in my own perspective. But when I was in his space or under circumstances involving him directly, I began to feel a different kind of emotional pull that did not align with my conscious thoughts. It was not something I chose, and it did not feel like a decision. It felt more like an internal conflict, as if two versions of my perception were overlapping and competing with each other. This contradiction is one of the reasons the entire experience still unsettles me. It felt like my internal boundaries were not stable in his presence, or at least that is how I experienced it at the time. B himself had a complicated background. He had struggled with substance use in his 20s, had 4 children, and had difficulty maintaining stable employment. He also identified as a pagan and claimed to have abilities related to communicating with the dead or perceiving spiritual entities. I am not making any claims about whether any of that was real or not. I am simply stating what he believed and how he described himself. From my perspective, I was always cautious about claims like that. I do not reject spiritual beliefs outright, but I also do not accept them without evidence or personal experience that I can clearly interpret. I tried to stay somewhere in the middle, open but critical. At the time, I was also very aware that I did not see B as someone I could build a serious relationship with. This was not because of one single factor, but a combination of things including lifestyle differences, emotional instability in his behavior, and a lack of intellectual compatibility that I personally needed in a partner. I am someone who values mental connection and emotional clarity, and I did not feel that with him. To be blunt, I would never have chosen him as a romantic partner under normal circumstances. That part of my mind remained consistent even when other emotional reactions felt confusing. At some point, I stayed at his apartment with a group of friends from my hometown. It was supposed to be a casual gathering, just drinking, talking, and spending time together. There was nothing unusual about the plan itself. It was the kind of situation that happens often among friends who have known each other for years. We were drinking and socializing, and eventually I became more intoxicated than I intended. I remember the evening becoming increasingly blurry after a certain point. I eventually fell asleep in his apartment, surrounded by people I thought I could trust. When I woke up later, I realized something had happened while I was asleep that I was not fully aware of at the time. I will not go into explicit detail, but I will say that I experienced something that violated my boundaries and my consent. What made it even more disturbing for me was not only the act itself, but my own reaction to it in the moment. Normally, I am a very reactive person when something wrong happens to me. I do not stay silent, and I do not freeze easily in situations where I feel threatened or violated. My instinct is usually to respond immediately and assertively. However, in that situation, my response did not align with my normal behavior. It was not traditional sleep paralysis. I was not physically incapable of movement. My body could function, but my emotional and psychological response felt disconnected. It was as if my ability to react had been muted or delayed in a way I could not control. I remember being aware of what was happening, but unable to respond in the way I normally would. After that experience, I noticed something else that disturbed me even more. My perception of B seemed to shift depending on where I was and what state I was in. When I was away from him, especially when I returned to my normal environment, I felt clear disgust and rejection toward him. I felt strongly that what had happened was wrong and that I wanted distance. But when I was physically near him again or communicating with him, there was a strange emotional pull that did not match my conscious judgment. It felt like a contradiction inside my own mind, as if two emotional frameworks were alternating control. I tried to rationalize it in many ways at the time. I considered emotional manipulation, stress responses, dissociation, and even the effects of alcohol and exhaustion. But none of those explanations fully accounted for how consistent and situational the shift felt. During this same period, B continued to involve himself in spiritual or paranormal discussions. He spoke about seeing or sensing entities that others could not perceive. One night, while we were up late drinking and talking, he suddenly became visibly disturbed. His entire demeanor changed, and he began reacting to something in the room that I could not see. He described seeing a tall figure wearing a long dark coat with long black hair. He appeared genuinely terrified. His face went pale, and he began crying and panicking in a way that did not seem performative. I did not see anything myself, but I could see his reaction was intense and immediate. From that point forward, he referred to this presence as something he called Steve. According to him, this entity would appear intermittently, and whenever it did, he would become extremely distressed. I observed multiple instances where he reacted as if something unseen was interacting with him directly. In those moments, he would tense up, cry, or become visibly frightened, as if responding to pressure or fear. One night, while we were again drinking and talking late into the night, something escalated. B suddenly reacted as though something had entered the room again. This time, his response was more severe. He began gasping for air and clutching his throat as if something was constricting it. It appeared as though he was experiencing physical distress caused by something invisible. I remember feeling completely helpless in that moment. I could see him struggling, but I did not know what I was supposed to do. There was no visible source for what was happening, and no clear explanation that made sense in a physical way. Within a short time, he collapsed or lost consciousness. After that moment, something changed in me. I became extremely unsettled by everything that had happened up to that point. I could no longer interpret the situation in a stable way. I left shortly afterward and made the decision to end any continued involvement with him. In the days that followed, I tried to process everything logically. I considered whether what I experienced was psychological, emotional, or influenced by stress, alcohol, or suggestion. I also considered whether my perception had been affected by the environment, or by my own mental state at the time. I did not reach a clear conclusion that satisfied me completely. What remained most disturbing to me was not any single event, but the combination of them. The shift in my emotional responses depending on context. The sense of detachment from my own reactions during critical moments. And the repeated instances where B appeared to interact with something that I could not perceive. Even now, I cannot say with certainty what any of it was. I do not claim to understand it. I only know that it felt real to me at the time, and it left a lasting impression that I still think about from time to time. Over the years, I have revisited the experience mentally, trying to separate emotional interpretation from factual memory. I have tried to consider every possible explanation, from psychological states to environmental influence to coincidence. But I still find certain aspects difficult to fully categorize. I do not present this as proof of anything supernatural. I do not expect others to interpret it the way I do. I simply know that it was a real experience in my life, and it affected me in ways that were not easy to dismiss or forget. And even now, what lingers most is not fear, but uncertainty about how much of what I experienced came from the outside world, and how much came from within my own mind. My wife and I were living in a small 2-bedroom apartment when we found out we were going to have a child. It wasn't planned in a dramatic way or anything like that, but it still hit both of us hard in the best possible way. We were excited, nervous, and honestly a bit overwhelmed because we were both in the Navy at the time. Life was already structured around duty schedules, deployments, training cycles, and long periods of being away from each other. Now we had something else to think about, something permanent and life-changing. Some weeks I would be out at sea, completely cut off from normal life, just routine, metal corridors, and the endless sound of the ship. Other weeks I would be back home, trying to catch up on sleep, normal conversation, and whatever life had moved forward without me. My wife was handling everything with a strength that still amazes me when I think back on it. When we finally decided we needed a real home for the baby, we didn't have the luxury of searching endlessly. We needed something close to base, something practical, something stable. That's how we ended up in Newport News, Virginia, in a neighborhood called Kiln Creek. It looked perfect on paper and even better in person. Quiet streets, a golf course community, clean sidewalks, and houses that all looked like they had been carefully placed into the environment. The house we chose had 2 stories, enough space for a growing family, and a layout that felt comfortable the moment we walked through it. We convinced ourselves this was the beginning of a calmer chapter in our lives. At first, everything felt normal. Moving in is always a chaotic process, boxes everywhere, furniture slowly finding its place, and that strange feeling of living in a space that still doesn't fully belong to you yet. Nothing about the house immediately felt wrong. In fact, we liked it. It had good light during the day, a decent kitchen, and a loft upstairs that we thought would eventually become an office or maybe a play area for the baby. The first strange incident didn't happen at night, or in some dramatic moment. It happened in the middle of the day, which is part of why it stuck with me so clearly. I was painting the bedroom closet on the first floor. The previous owners had left it unfinished, and I figured I would just take care of it myself. My wife was moving around the kitchen, unpacking things, and we were talking casually while I worked. At some point, I started hearing footsteps upstairs. At first, I didn't think anything of it. Houses settle, wood shifts, and when you're new to a place your brain tries to interpret every little sound. But then I heard my wife call out from the kitchen. "What are you doing up there?" Her voice was confused, not playful or joking. I stopped painting immediately. I remember holding the brush midair, paint dripping slowly back into the can, and just listening. That question didn't make sense. I walked out of the closet and looked at her. She was standing in the kitchen holding something, staring at me like she had just seen a ghost. I asked her what she meant. She said she thought I was upstairs walking around. She had heard footsteps clearly above her head, steady movement, like someone pacing or shifting boxes. We both went quiet at that point. Neither of us said it out loud, but we both knew I hadn't gone upstairs. I was standing right there, covered in paint. We checked the entire house together. Room by room, upstairs and down, closets, bathrooms, the loft. Nothing. No one was there. No open windows, no signs of movement, nothing that could explain it in a simple way. We told ourselves it must have been the house settling, maybe sound traveling strangely through the vents. That's what we wanted to believe anyway. After that, small things started happening. Nothing immediate enough to make us pack up or panic, but just enough to make us aware that the house didn't feel completely still. There were moments when we would see a sudden flash of light from the upstairs loft. Not like lightning or sunlight, but a sharp, quick burst, almost like a camera flash going off in an empty room. The first time it happened, I thought maybe it was my imagination or a reflection from something outside. But it happened again later, and my wife saw it too. Then came the whispering. It wasn't clear enough to make out words, but it was unmistakably voices. Sometimes it sounded like two people talking quietly upstairs when no one was there. Other times it was just a single voice, soft and indistinct, like someone speaking just beyond hearing range. Whenever we went upstairs to check, it stopped completely. The moment we stepped onto the landing, everything would go silent, like whatever it was knew we were coming. Over time, we started to notice a pattern. Whatever was happening, it seemed concentrated upstairs. The loft area, the hallway, sometimes the room that would later become the nursery. Downstairs always felt normal enough, but the second floor always carried a different feeling. Not always frightening, but never completely calm either. Sleep became difficult. At first, we blamed stress, deployment cycles, and the general anxiety of expecting a child. But even on nights when everything should have been peaceful, neither of us ever fully slept through the night. One of us would wake up, then the other, and we would lie there in silence listening to the house. The final incident is the one that changed how we lived in that house completely. It was around 3 o'clock in the morning when my wife woke me up. I could feel immediately that something was wrong because she was shaking. Not just lightly disturbed, but visibly trembling. When I asked her what was wrong, she didn't answer right away. Instead, she told me to listen. At first, I heard nothing. Then I noticed a faint glow coming from upstairs. The loft light was on. That alone was strange, but not impossible. What made it worse was that it wasn't just a light. It was my computer monitor. That computer had been off. I always put it into sleep mode before bed. To wake it, you needed either a mouse movement or a key press. It didn't just turn on by itself. And then we heard typing. It was slow, deliberate typing. Not fast or confident. More like someone unfamiliar with a keyboard, pressing one key at a time, pausing between each press. The sound carried through the house in a way that made it feel louder than it should have been. Each click echoed slightly in the silence. My first instinct was disbelief. The second was protection. My wife was sitting behind me, and my child was nearby. I got up and grabbed a large flashlight we kept in the house, more out of habit than intention. I told myself it was probably some kind of electrical issue or malfunction. Even as I thought that, I knew it didn't fit. I moved slowly up the stairs. Every step felt heavier than the last. The typing continued the entire time, steady and calm, like whoever was there didn't care that I was approaching. When I reached the top, I paused behind the wall leading into the loft. I remember thinking that whatever I was about to see, I needed to control the situation quickly. So I stepped out suddenly, flashlight raised, and shouted. The typing stopped instantly. Everything went completely silent. The computer chair, which had been facing away from me, slowly turned around. Not quickly, not violently, just a smooth rotation until it was facing directly toward me. No one was in it. I stood there frozen. I have been trained for situations that require composure, but nothing in training prepares you for something like that. There was no rational explanation that fit what I was seeing. For a few seconds, nothing moved. Then the feeling in the room changed. Not visually, but emotionally. It felt like the space itself had become aware of us. Like we were not alone in the way we usually define it. I backed away slowly. I didn't run, but I didn't stay either. I went back downstairs and told my wife we were not sleeping upstairs again. That night, we brought a mattress into the living room. We didn't even discuss it much. We just did it. From that point forward, the upstairs became something we avoided unless absolutely necessary. We slept downstairs for the remaining months we lived there. Even then, we never fully relaxed. Our son always slept between us, and even during the day, there was a sense that something might happen again at any moment. Small things continued. Toys would turn on by themselves. We would hear footsteps upstairs even when no one was home. Sometimes we would hear movement in rooms we had already checked. Nothing ever escalated into something we could physically confront again, but the feeling never completely left. Over time, I started to notice something else. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was awareness. Like whatever was there wasn't constantly active, but occasionally present. Almost like it was observing rather than interacting. We eventually moved out of that house, as our duty stations changed and life moved forward the way it always does in the military. Leaving the house felt like lifting a weight we had gotten used to carrying without realizing how heavy it had become. Even after leaving, though, I can't say everything stopped immediately. There were still moments in other places where things felt slightly off. A toy activating on its own, a sound in an empty room, a feeling of being watched for just a second too long. But over time, those incidents became less frequent. Life became more normal again. The intensity faded. Looking back now, I don't try to force an explanation onto what happened. I don't know if it was the house, stress, coincidence, or something else entirely. What I do know is how real it felt in those moments. The certainty of what we experienced is what still stays with me more than anything else. I feel better now than I did then. Whatever that experience was, it didn't follow us in the same way it once did. And even though I still think about it sometimes, I'm no longer living in that constant state of fear. If anything, I feel like I went through something I still don't fully understand, but survived all the same.